Orgo Series Hayton. Dharma. A Phoenix Journal. Dedication. I particularly wish to thank the ones who run the gauntlet. I cannot even begin to recognize them all, but I shall ask that, even though for security they remain unnamed, they recognize my intent. To the publisher and to the printer goes appreciation beyond expression. They have both suffered the assault in every facet of their lives, from home relationships to business attack. Their legacy shall be great indeed, and further, earthly reward shall also be theirs, for God desires no more martyrs. He sends not the Christos to again be drawn and quartered, he comes this journey to reclaim the kingdom and show you the way home. God shall, and does, bless the ones who crew this ship of which he is captain. Look unto the heavens from whence cometh thine help, for we are there. Behold, for he shall come on wings of the eagles, and the ships will be radiant as the sun, for they are your transportation home after you have provided preparation for his coming home unto you, his people. Is your temple ready? Get the brooms, for some stoops are yet impassable. God wants no blood smears on your doors of his other creations, he wants man to stand with him in the perfection of his creation. So be it, and may you walk in light, for the teacher is returned to lead you home. Forward. Before you begin. The subject of this journal is the Federal Reserve System and the Federal Reserve Banks. This is the one most important deception and subterfuge ever foisted upon the world. It actually is only the conduit through which the conspirators have perfected their plan. The journal would be 10 times this length if we unfolded details, but while we would be unfolding, you would be consumed. Let us please take the information, confirm it if you will, and allow us to move into action. Consider the situation through the eyes of the past journals, move to shelter yourself in protection of your assets as well as possible, and then reach out, my friends. There are daring groups already established, and, as they become privy to the whole along with solutions as to movement, you can move rapidly. If you can require that your country move back within the laws as projected in the Constitution, you shall again rise like the phoenix and be rebirthed as the great nation of freedom which you once experienced. It is not hopeless, this is the hope of your world, and it can come to pass in this generation upon your globe. You begin from disadvantage, but do not be deterred by the disadvantage, for remember, the right of Godness is your bastion. If you consider the alternative of enslavement to be easier and appropriate, think again. The plan is to enslave you in every manner you think of in your nightmares. If you act, and even though the road be rough, you have the promise of prevailing. If you quit and buy the lie, you are finished. It is time to stop laughing at the antics of your politicians, get your government back under your control, and do it now. You most certainly can if you join together in unity and simply refuse to allow further. Oh, yes, they plan to come down hard. The unlawful laws are written every day now. Even your head of the Federal Reserve is touting need for a constitutional amendment to balance the budget. That means you are on home stretch to the convention and replacement of all your rights through lawful installation of the new Constitution. Provisions for balancing the budget are well laid forth in the Constitution as it now stands. The conspirators are depending upon the masses of citizens to be misinformed or uninformed and plan to sock it to you before you wake up. Just yesterday, July 11, 90, a new set of small laws came forth which will increase the numbers of crimes eligible for capital punishment, including crimes into the listing of crimes which prior attention was not given, and include treason as a high-level crime. What does that mean? It means anyone speaking out against the behavior of your government will be incarcerated or executed. It will be the end of freedom of speech. Your Bill of Rights has been assassinated effectively as you now function under the assumption of the new Constitution. Why do we focus on America? Ask our brothers and friends in other nations. Because as America falls or stands, so falls or stands freedom in your world. It is the last bastion with ability to recover control of itself. All other nations have been swallowed by the dragon, and Americans only have their toes remaining from out the teeth. Yes, there are things you can do to take action, and we have laid them forth. Will it be easy? No. You will need to start at home in the community and unify and get rid of the thieves and conspirators which you continually send back to be wardens of your prison and robbers of your property. They, too, are vulnerable to the nuclear bombs and confiscation. They just have forgotten as much. Your senator is as physically mortal as are you, and will die as quickly and suffer as greatly from the collapse which is coming. Preparation. You have all but waited too long, but you still have time, while the elite vie for position to see who will outdo who and gain the ultimate control. The messages, unfortunately, of the prophecies tell you who that will be, and those ones will bring devastation of physical nature, not just glean all property and wealth. In for a hard time? Yes. But also a wondrous time of unity, brotherhood, and freedom from boredom and degradation as fed to you by the silver spoons of the puppet masters. For your confirmation, look around you and see that you are fed not in the press. The media of any kind is rear on lies and half-truths to deceive you and distract the population. Beware of those who will tell you all you need do is raise your vibrations, and someone, somewhere, sometime will come and save you. No, there will be no one except self to save self from anything. We can assist, but you will do of the saving if it be done. Then ones will tell you, God would not participate in things of Caesar's. You, and all things created are God. Caesar has only stolen that which is God's. Where else would God be except with his creations in time of need? You have asked for help and help has been sent. What you accept or do with it is truly your own free choice. It is the only freedom left to you. I suggest you ponder that most carefully and choose well, indeed. Which will it be, citizens of world Earth? Freedom or enslavement? The choice is yours, for God so loves this world that he again sends his hosts and his being to show you the way. Who will see and hear? In service unto God and unto you, my fellow higher universal man, I thank you for your attention. Jai Orgo Si Hayton. Chapter 1. Rec number 2 Hayton. Monday, July 2nd, 1990, 10:32 a.m. Year 3 Day 320. Money. Money, beloved ones, is the alienated essence of man's work and existence. This essence dominates him and he worships it, and somehow it has become your sixth sense without which you cannot seem to make a complete use of the other five. There are many amusing things regarding money, one of which is at one time it was said that a fool and his money are soon parted, no longer so. It now happens to everybody. The love of money is the root of evil, and one must choose, in life, between making money and spending it. There is little time for doing both, so we must play the game at least as well as does the enemy. We have offered unto you that the means of barter in your world this day is money. Well, actually more accurate would he to say that it is paper. You must put it all into perspective. It is urgent and necessary that we, too, have large sums of barter material to build our businesses and factories. But to understand how money has lost its value as a substance, you must understand how the privilege of control of your own wealth has been stolen from you and given into the hands of an elite few who now own your world. Federal Reserve. It matters not that we begin the segment somewhere in the middle of the story, for you can delve into the background of the conspirators and global planners from other journals and myriads of other documents. It does matter that you realize what subtlety has been used to lure you in and capture you as a people. Since we speak of predominantly the United States at this writing, we shall speak of your Federal Reserve Bank and system, and you will see the connection with the world bankers. Federal Reserve Audit. Your Federal Reserve has never been audited. What good that would do is debatable, but one thing that it would do is bring the truth to the attention of the citizenry. This effort to cause an audit of the system would accomplish some things as touted, but mostly it is another game of look how hard we are trying. As we list a few of them, get rid of your shock and open your minds for data input. The Federal Reserve is not a federal branch of anything. It is supported by the government, but it is a totally run and operated private banking corporation over which your government has no control. Even the laws affecting the banking industry are laid forth by this private system, not the Treasury Department. There are a couple of legislative bills under consideration, both of which would require an annual audit of the system and in addition, would include the making of the Secretary of the Treasury a voting member of the Fed's Open Market Committee. Now I bet you thought surely that he was a big participant already. The term of the Fed's chairman would parallel that of the president. I bet you thought somehow the president had say over that one already. The Fed's budget would be published in the budget of the U.S. government for the current year and 2 succeeding years. And all monetary policy decisions by the Fed would be announced on the day they are made. I would guess little hope of such a thing, since this is the most manipulated secret organization in your world today, including the Freemasons, Church of the Vatican, etc. There is some speculation that these measures would somehow enhance popular control over the Fed's monetary decision-making policy, which, until now, has been strictly the prerogative of the private banking houses that control the federal magic clue, banking houses that control the Fed. You see, the Fed has a monopoly over the power to create money, and it is in violation of Article I, Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution, which states that Congress, representing the people, alone has that power. There is also a third bill flopping about which would increase the number of members on the 12 regional Federal Reserve Branch Bank Boards of Governors from 9 to 12. The bill would also require that one member have a background in agriculture, one in small business, one in labor, and one in consumer affairs. Funny thing, someone finally noticed that these sectors of the economy are most affected by the monetary policies of the Fed and have no representation on the boards of the Federal Reserve banks. At the current time, there is a total of some 112 members of Congress now co-sponsoring Fed audit or reform legislation, and those can be supplied to you. Sad part is that there are 100 senators and 435 representatives, so look at your odds. If nothing else, it will be confirmation of the manipulation of Congress by the cartel. Check out your congressmen and see where they stand, and then either encourage them or demand that they support these measures. At the same time, you can demand that the Constitution as written be followed. Most of congressional membership do not have the foggiest notion of what is in your Constitution. What can you do? You can check in the appendix and find the list of supporters. Shown will be the 4 Fed audit and reform measures before the House and the Senate. In the House, H.R. 844, H.R. 3512 and H.R. 3066. In the Senate, S. 734. Check the list and see if your representatives and/or senators have signed on as co-sponsors of the legislation. If not, write or call. You may write your representative in care of the House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. 20515. Senators, the U.S. Senate, Washington, D.C. 20510. Telephone number for the U.S. Capitol switchboard is 202-224-3121. Call this number and ask to be connected to the office of your representative or senator. I want to tell you, however, that this is such band-aid surgery as to be indeed foolish, except as to bring the problem into open acknowledgement. Your government is totally controlled by the system and enforced by your judicial branch. You can find listings of your representatives, etc., at any local library, and for National Congress listing you can obtain a current copy of the U.S. Congress Handbook for $6.95 from Liberty Lobby, 300 Independence Avenue, S.E. Washington, D.C. 20003. We will place a copy of the ordering information in the appendix also. This should become one of your most precious library acquisitions, and I urge you to keep it updated. I give this information and request right up front so that you can be getting your ducks lined up while you read the journal. There are other excellent books written on the Federal Reserve System, many of which can be obtained from Liberty Library, so request a book list with your order for the handbook. The one you will enjoy the most for its absolute truth, with humor and astounding bluntness, is the one written by Eustace Mullins. Eustace will always give you names, ranks and serial numbers. We need not give you more than enough for confirmation of truth, for others such as Eustace have already done your legwork. Dharma has had no exposure to this resource, so any who would jot her a note of confirmation, please feel our appreciation. It is indeed hard for our writers to work in blindness. Again, as with other subjects, I will ask if America West might make Eustace's book available in some manner, either obtain distribution or give information upon request. Thank you. We simply want to open your eyes, shake your mind into alertness, and then you will please do any background you feel necessary to convince yourselves of the truth of it. You should have listened to Jefferson. I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. Already they have raised up a money aristocracy that has set the government at defiance. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the government, to whom it properly belongs. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks, and the corporations that will grow up around them, will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. Even after some half-century of the distraction set up for that purpose, of fighting communism, the great array of anti-communists have failed to deter the rising tide of revolution. Patriotic organizations still have no real strategy for effective action because of the failure to recognize the obvious: the real enemy of the people lurks in New York and Washington, D.C. It must be realized that an elite segment of conspirators has seized control of policy making and conflict management in the United States. International financiers and industrialists, in secret alliance with revolutionary forces, are merging American and Soviet societies under a master plan of infiltration, subversion, and rebellion. General reaction of the muzzled majority to increasing exploitation and oppression has been a defense of the status quo. Yet, it must be clear that a political system perpetually on the defensive is doomed to ultimate defeat. Somewhere you must counterattack. And, you must do it before a new constitution replaces your foundation. The problem can be considered as basically one of inducing movement and action. Relatively few people in America are pro-communist, or even socialists, and the definitions have so long been incorrect that you wouldn't know whether or not you fit into either category. At this point in history, your democratic form of government has truly turned into the force of tyranny. Well, facts are that the revolutionaries in government have taken their own legislative and judicial rights and misappropriation of constraints, laid forth their voted-in rules, and usurped rights directly from your constitution, granting government for the people, by the people and of the people, and are depriving you of your God-given rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. You have long since left the one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You have cast God aside from any of your workings. You are a divided people, and there is no liberty nor justice for any. These conspirators and treasonists retain an iron grip on your domestic and foreign policy, manipulating economic, social and political disciplines to expand their dream of world empire at the expense of the republic. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Gordon's definition, sheeple, both captives and targets, remain oblivious and totally calm and passive while your very existence is decided by your deadliest enemies. This passivity is certainly in no way accidental. World government conflict managers have long realized the significance of the vast gulf between spectators and participants. Their whole strategy is geared to maximize the victim's spectatorship and minimize his participation in the struggle. Let us look at this, for it is basically a principle of behavior and was exampled beautifully in South Vietnam. It is estimated that out of every 100 people in rural areas, 20 were actively aiding the communist Viet Cong, 40 were passively anti-communist, and 40 were neutral. That active 20 was enough to turn the country into a major battlefield, leading to ultimate defeat of American forces. Oh yes, you were defeated, aided, and abetted, of course, by concealed conflict managers in New York and Washington. What good might have come out of the Vietnam non-war? Oh brother, so much good that you cannot imagine, perhaps the very saving of your nation and ultimately the world. You are going to have one such as officers P. E. Gasquet, J. Wright, Bogritz, A. E. Roberts, and on who saw firsthand the writing on the wall and the prevailing evil of the managers at full-scale work. The full measure of the good from Vietnam is yet to come to full flower, for it was when America looked up and first blinked her eyes as a nation full of sleeping zombies. Conservative attempts to influence the spectator-participant ratio have been mainly confined to vague educational programs, insipid protest, and generalized talk, none of which has been able to inspire much favorable movement. Indeed, many conservative organizations obviously regard the national crisis as a popularity contest, not a war for survival. In contrast, misinformation, disinformation, denouncements of truth, and fear has been the elite conspirators' chief weapon, economic, political, and social coercion, for maximizing passivity and spectatorship. Effective though it is, oppression is a two-edged weapon. Its application generates potential reaction. These suppressed reactions can explode with most sudden violence. Channeling anger and frustration into constructive action is the task of knowledgeable participants everywhere. The individual can do very little, if anything, to protect himself and his family until he is armed with truth and knowledge and a plan of action. Defeat of these elitists now leading America into the twilight zone of national disaster demands intelligent acceptance of the facts behind the crisis. And, It requires courageous marshalling of resources, and the commitment of motivated citizens who will take whatever action is necessary to reverse the mindless march toward dictatorship and total loss of your constitutional national rights. The solution is at home, not in Washington. You have clearly lost control of all branches of your government. The solution to economic chaos, social rebellion, and political revolution is planned action at the county level of government to force the respective state legislatures to protect the lives and property of the people. It must take place at home. In Washington is too late, my Chellis. Political theorizing and personal knowledge of the conspiracy must be translated into practical plans and implemented at a level of government which the individual can effectively influence. American citizens, if they are to escape the socialist society planned for them, must bring their authority to bear at the point of jurisdictional decision, county and state government. And, it must be done in spite of the grassroots infiltrated corruption of an injustice judicial system. No amount of agonizing or protesting to some distant congressman will change greatly the design of the elitists who seek to overthrow the Constitution and reduce Americans to the status of economic serfs on the land which once was yours. Only the individual can demand that his county official act to defend and preserve life, liberty, and property. You must do this by a positive act, by challenging the secret government of monetary power at its weakest point, the community and county. But do write to Washington, for it puts those you elected on notice and at first will be ignored, but the handwriting will spread across the halls of government and you will find that from community to top government echelons, the system based on evil control shall fall. Even a community board of a water district feels no need to comply longer with the wishes of the people who make in office. Oh yes, they must. You ones must cease your apathy and it function as intended. The foundation is the county. Although all sovereignty originates from the states delegated a few of their powers to their common agents in Washington, D.C. However, the vast governmental powers that touch your daily lives are placed in the hands of county governments, that are closest to the people, and still the effort is to control the elections by partisan backing and the pouring in of political financial bribes and undercover back-scratching. The corruption spreads like metastatic cancer throughout your judicial, political, and business circles, all attached to each other so that the secret manipulations cannot be isolated. Well, you can and must isolate them and bring them public for all to see, as it is the only way you shall stop of the malignant disease. The county must establish jurisdiction and not relinquish it from taxation right through the judicial system. It can be done and has been done. Try Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Look at the following excerpts wherein the first steps toward independence were taken by that county on May 31, 1775, in order to prevent a legal vacuum. First, the property tax remained in the hands of the county, which early established its jurisdiction. The people of an area thus controlled their tax assessor and their county supervisors, so that the taxing power was not beyond their jurisdiction. When the power to tax leaves the county, tyranny will then begin in the United States. Socialism or communism will be only a step away. The people of a county will be helpless as their property is taxed to the point of expropriation. Second, criminal law was and is county law in essence. That was an important safeguard against tyranny and against the political use of criminal law. Law enforcement officers, including judges, were and are officers of the county, in the main, or of its constituent units. Not too many years ago even executions were also held at the county seat. Police power and criminal law are thus matters of local jurisdiction of the American system. The third, civil law, is also county law to a great degree, enforced by local courts and by locally elected officials. The American citizen is thus for the most part under county government. His basic instruments of civil government are local, residing in the county, and the county is his historic line of defense against the encroachments of state and federal governments. In early America, town and county elections were properly regarded as more important than state and federal elections, and property qualifications were strict on the local level. I am not here to say that the above is perfection and the entire government and judicial system can be lost at the level above. Note in the judicial system that admiralty courts have replaced common law at all levels. In the past, I have kept my groups of workers off the public voting lists for privacy and security, but as we move into participation at a basic community level we must take a stand, and therefore, I request that each of you now get registered in Golden Hills if possible, for you must stop the steamroller bearing down on you, at that level, right now, this week. To participate on any board thereof, you must be registered to vote, and we now need participation. Necessary knowledge, and a plan of action enabling the individual to harness powers of county and state governments to financial and political survival, will be found in this journal. May we please transform you from a spectator into a participant in this, probably your last, struggle for life, liberty, and property. Let us, together, restore the Constitution. Dharma, get away from this computer instantly. Chapter 2. Rec number 3 Hayton. Monday, July 2, 1990, 2:45 p.m. Year 3 Day 320. County. What you call county is the building block of the American political system. The sheriff, county judge, and county commissioner are local chieftains in the proper functioning of county government. These offices present the greatest challenge to the misuse of authority by a central government. It is wasteful, at this point, to wrestle with the convoluted problems of the world, for you must start wherein you can make impact. More progress will be made by concentrating on local issues affecting your money, your property, and your family. Only you can demand that your county official, whom you elected to represent you, discharge his obligation to you. He must do this by a positive act, by challenging the unconstitutional Federal Reserve System. You must cause him to do so, for he will not do so on his own account in almost every instance. By such direct and positive action you and he can escape the New World Order planned for you and your children, and now upon your very doorstep. There are some actions to take, which are to mobilize local leaders and promote county government participation in the Federal Reserve Project, the Constitution Preservation Project, and so on. We will give you some instrument and petition forms as examples in the appendix. Solution to the constitutional crisis: corrective state legislation. Law of agency. Law of agency is central to resolving the constitutional crisis. The original 13 nations, recognized as such by the Treaty of Peace which concluded the Revolutionary War, created the federal government. Following the War for Independence, the 13 nation-states organized themselves as the United States under a mutual compact, the Constitution of the United States. Every succeeding state entered the Union of States, upon an equal footing with the original states in all respects whatsoever. Chapter 30, 13 United Statutes at Large, 1864. The constitutional contract established, in the first 3 articles, 3 branches of government: legislative, executive and judicial. The people, through their state deputies, delegated to these 3 agencies certain limited powers, retaining unto themselves all powers not so delegated. Each sovereign state, as a principle under the constitutional compact, is supreme over its federal agencies. The state is empowered to correct acts by its federal agents which it deems violate delegated powers enumerated in the articles of the Constitution. Each sovereign state has the authority and the responsibility to enforce provisions of the Constitution within its borders, and to provide criminal sanctions for violators. The people, from whom flow all political powers, are responsible for instructing their state senators and representatives to challenge unconstitutional acts by federal agents, as they are required to do by oath of office. You can see that you have come a long way down the road to destruction of your wondrous system. The bribe givers and lobbyists have long since bought those representatives for the large part. Each citizen is charged with the mission of defending and preserving freedoms of person and property guaranteed to the people by the Constitution of the United States. Ones ask, how can a Cranston who has taken every kind of bribe and payoff, yet still wield the power he does and continue to be elected? By you the people. So, where have you gone? From what into what? Benjamin Franklin, the refusal of King George to operate an honest colonial money system which freed the ordinary man from the clutches of the manipulators, was probably the prime cause of the revolution. And where might you be in this current day? Worse, for you have taken the same system and have now enlarged and fed it, and it has thrived beyond your ability to comprehend. The money must be put where the needs are and the power to spend it where the people are. The further away government is from people, the stronger government becomes and the weaker people become. A nation with a strong government and a weak people is an empty shell. The idea that government in Washington, D.C. is inevitably more wise, more honest, and more efficient than government at the local or state level should be rejected. The idea that a bureaucratic elite in Washington knows best what is best for people everywhere and that you cannot trust local government is really a contention that you cannot trust people to govern themselves. This notion is completely foreign to the American experience. Local government is the government closest to the people, and it is most responsive to the individual person. It is people's government in a far more intimate way than the government in Washington can ever be. People came to America because they wanted to determine their own future rather than to live in a country where others determined their future for them. What this change means is that once again in America you are placing your trust in people, etc., etc., etc. I wrote the above for it sounds so perfect in concept that you will be quite fooled, I'm confident, to learn it was projected by one called Richard Nixon. It should prove something else to you which is more important. The elite manipulators will tell you anything and do the other. Further, they know what will sell to the populace and also know the populace does not expect the politician to keep his promise. Read my lips. The rhetoric is desirable and sounds most encouraging, the words unfortunately are made suspect by the actions. By consistently asking for more and more tax funds for more and more federal programs which add to the federal payroll and increasing number of bureaucrats who increasingly control more and more facets of the daily lives of citizens, by grouping the states into regions with unelected federal overseers, thereby removing power farther from the people, and by promoting such programs as the Atlantic Union which, if it were effected, would remove power still more distant from the people, the chief executive is, in effect, fostering power over the people instead of power to the people. Power to the people is a traditionally American concept which is what the Constitution of the U.S. is all about. When the necessary number of the original 13 colonies ratified the U.S. Constitution, they established a government in which political power was decentralized. By the constitutional contract they surrendered to the federal government only specified powers. Powers not delegated to the federal government were reserved to the states and to the people. And rather than to permit such a logical conclusion from being misunderstood, the 10th Amendment so specified the intent. Under this concept of government, power was concentrated at the bottom at the lowest denominator of government, the level closest to the people and most responsive to the desires and wishes of the individual person. Locally controlled governments and systems of education, a basically religious people who in large measure recognized the Holy Bible as a guide to conduct, and a free enterprise economic system with a minimum of government interference produced the most prosperous and powerful nation on earth. America abounded in peace, opportunity, and true progress so long as America adhered to concepts of the Holy Book and directly to the Constitution. The second decade of your present century saw the beginning of a major trend in the direction of removing power from the hands of people at the state and local level and concentrating more and more power over the lives of people into the hands of unelected bureaucrats at the regional and federal levels, in fact, even the surrendering of national powers and prerogatives to international bodies. In retrospect, it all seemed quite logical and appropriate for circumstances, but it was already set into motion and circumstances planned and well orchestrated from long prior to the actual events. Clever manipulation? Indeed, for you are dealing with the chief master deceiver of the universe, and he has had no shortage of willing helpers. The trend was given incredible impetus in the year numbered 1913, with the enactment of an act which was called the Federal Reserve Act, which took away people's control over their money, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution calling for the graduated federal income tax, a plank of the Marxist platform, and in 1919, with the establishment of the Council on Foreign Relations, which has been instrumental in promoting world government. Do you see the tapestry beginning to produce the picture in whole cloth? It never slackened pace, the entrapment has just closed tighter and tighter about you. The ratification of the UN Charter, a plan for world government, by the U.S. Senate in 1945, transferred people power still farther away from the people at the local level. The present emphasis is being given to regional government and to an Atlantic Union, both of which had your president's approval and further eroded the Constitution and remain major obstacles to circumvent people power. There have been seeds of knowledge planted during the past recent decades by various daring constitutional groups and individuals, but too many of the citizens were in the sound sleep or early awakening stupor and failed to notice. Well, here we are again, and perhaps more Americans will see and hear and pitch in. You the people will learn who the anti-American treasonists actually are, who would bring you down, and what they are doing to emasculate your constitution and to destroy your country by trapping you into regional and world government. They have set up systems to simply brainwash you as a nation, destroy your children, obliterate education, and ease the new system into working order through power of the gun as soon as they have removed all of your guns. It now requires action. It starts with action at the local and state levels by informed groups and individuals to salvage and restore the Constitution. Honor to Wisconsin. You of America owe great gratitude to the state of Wisconsin, for it has brought forth great patriots gifted with wondrous help from your guardian hosts. In 1971, the Wisconsin State Legislature established a special committee to study the constitutionality of the federal government's relations with the United Nations, and from that resource came proof of a conspiracy to overthrow the Constitution of the United States and erect a socialist state governance over the American people. That documented study provided evidence to indict an ambitious and morally degenerate group of financiers and industrialists who seek to erect an international, non-elected authority upon the ruins of the American civilization. This study explained how, via interlocking subversion, the Council on Foreign Relations captured principal agencies of the federal government and created the United Nations Organization as their private instrumentality for global conquest. Revenue sharing and regional government is the final technique for stripping away state sovereignty and eliminating elective office at state and national levels. Now, dear ones, go look closely at the planned new states and read the plans for the new constitution to accompany the plan, from prior journals. Most of your families began in this wondrous new world as farmers, preachers, soldiers, and laborers. They came, good or bad, and challenged the wilderness with a confidence born of an abiding faith in God. Most of your ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War and served this country in every succeeding conflict to the present day. Your forebearers raised up mighty cities and established a civilization of free men, the envy of all others. The blood and sweat, prayers, and pain of your clans fertilized the soil of America. Their achievements constitute your heritage, their culture a legacy for your children and your children's children, as well as for those who would come and join with you as brothers in citizenship from other nations. Perilous change has occurred. America has changed. Within the span of 2 or 3 generations, the civilization of your forefathers has come under sophisticated assault. The structures of freedom erected at such great cost in blood, sweat, and treasure, are crumbling about you. God is blasphemed, your lineage reviled, and your constitution dismantled. Dear ones, your destiny has turned to dust and settled upon you as the suffocating destruction of the plan closes in about you. Your wondrous descendants of the pioneers, the warriors, and the engineers of this unique order are now economic serfs in an industrialized society ruled by a self-anointed elite. You are manipulated by massive propaganda, betrayed in international military adventures, and exploited by a rapacious, insatiable bureaucracy. The founders of your nation, in the Declaration of Independence, established a course of action to which every responsible citizen must adhere when government becomes master instead of servant. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. If you are to survive as a race and as a nation, the people must regain control over the centers of power in America. To understand, however, you need to understand better how they were lost. The most secret knowledge, a science which outdates history, is the science of control over people, governments, and civilizations. The foundation of this ultimate discipline is the control of wealth. Through the control of wealth comes the control of public information and the necessities of life. Through the control of news media comes control of information. Through the control of basic necessities comes direct physical control of people. Do any of you recognize any of the above? The rule is to finance the education of members of the money aristocracy in the professions, business, political science, management, research, public speaking, writing and education, and to dive forth information in the form of education which further limits the ability of knowledge to flow. By placing trusted members of the elite conspirators, well-trained and financed, in positions of influence in their communities, and in positions of leadership in nearly all organizations, including the religious order and in opposing associations, it is possible to direct local, regional and national policy toward long-range objectives. Passing this through one generation and then another, the original concept and truth is buried and lost as the old is destroyed in order never to be allowed rebirthing. Surface Rockefeller. The fate reserved for less fortunate citizens, those not born of the money aristocracy, was succinctly stated by Mr. John D. Rockefeller, sister in a policy statement published by his General Education Board, forerunner to today's ill-famed Rockefeller Foundation. John Rockefeller heralded the plan to mold an American peasantry through control of educational process. Hearken, students, this is serious material, so don't get distracted by its surfacing herein, for the plan is so interwoven that these fragments cannot be extricated. In our dreams, said Rockefeller, we have limitless resources and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, Rockefeller predicted, and, unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural fold. Occasional Letter Number 1, General Education Board, 1904. A significant portion of the American public is yet to become aware of the invisible government of monetary power, although this knowledge has long been common in Europe. Americans still mostly believe that they are working toward a better way of life. Surreptitiously, however, social customs and forms of administration in the United States are being carefully and gradually modified, with the pace of modification now compounding as the effort is thrust forward to remove your Constitution as it was written, and before you realize what has happened, the laws will be operable according to the dictatorial new document. The change from one type of culture to another is thus accomplished without arousing serious public challenge, for you were being fed tempting luxuries and credit buying, etc., as you took your medicine with so much sugar that you forgot there was responsibility for the medicine. This journal is about the financiers, their fellow conspirators, and the plot to destroy Western Christian civilization. It is written for the concerned American, not the skeptics. You have too far to go and too much to accomplish to spend time on skeptics, for they shall come into truth at any rate as the axe falls. In all likelihood, the skeptic will, without ever having read it, dismiss this work with a roll of the eyes and wave of the hand, while at the same time declaring it to be outrageous fiction, just another attempt to promote the conspiracy theory of history. Well, as Bob Gerard said of Dharma, just the ravings of a human insane mind. We shall see who eats the bitter potion and reaps the rewards from his listeners whom he turned away from truth. Woe unto the man who pulls his brother into the pit. How quickly you forget. The arch-Bolshevik Lenin once boasted that the capitalist would sell the communists the rope with which they would hang them. Well, we shall endeavor to tie some of the loose ends of this incredible story together, but we will effort at doing so in a series of journals which will be more easily digested than in one huge and unwieldy historical document. Then you had the delightful Russian who said the Russians would bury you. Further, you were directly told that you would become enslaved without need of firing a single bullet. Did you think Mr. Gorbachev changed all bets too off? How did this man with his drastic changes come into such power? Because it was planned that way, and while you pick up the shreds of nations and send through unbreakable treaty all your grain supply, where will you go to eat bread and mop thine tears? To God, perhaps, from whom you turned away and voted in false morality to ease your evil behavior as to conscience. Would it not be better to take note of thine plight and consider change before it becomes irreversible? The stark naked truth of the matter is that the United States of America is passing from a constitutional republic into a totalitarian, worldwide government. World dominion is the ages-old dream of the elitists who have mastered the science of control over people to gain world domination. There are two central issues which have assured their success as it unfolds. 1. Transfer of money control from the people into the hands of an international banking combine, and 2. Creation of a complex and confusing judicial system designed to totally frustrate and bewilder justice. We will take up the judicial system at another sitting, for our thrust, as succinctly as possible, will concern itself with the first principle, money, and those who control it. Major advance toward world dominion. In 1913 the money aristocracy effected a major advance toward their long-range goal of world dominion. They duped the United States Congress into adopting the Federal Reserve Act. This coup resulted in the transfer of the power to coin and regulate U.S. money from the Congress to their private banking combine, the Federal Reserve System. Since passage of the Federal Reserve Act, the American destiny and the personal life of every citizen has been controlled by a financial elite whose sick-brained policies have spawned depression, war, and revolution. The existence of an invisible government of monetary power was dramatically confirmed in 1933 by the late Louis T. McFadden, Chairman, Banking and Currency Committee, U.S. Congress, who said, "Every effort has been made by the Fed to conceal its powers, but the truth is the Fed has usurped the government. It controls everything here, in Congress, and it controls all our foreign relations. It makes and breaks governments at will." Then in 1971 Representative John Rarick denounced President Nixon's plan for deficit spending and revealed the dominant position held by the Federal Reserve System over American economy. He, Nixon, said Rarick, has asked the independent Federal Reserve System to come up with enough new money to reach a projected increase in the GNP by $88 billion in order to achieve his objective of prosperity without inflation. Yes, this was the same Nixon who touted government by the people at the people level. The Federal Reserve, Rarick continued, is not an agency of government. It is a private banking monopoly. As I have said many times before, the policies of the monarch are always those of his creditors. The safety of the state and the peace and security of citizens now urgently requires an immediate action against the Federal Reserve System. An audit will not suffice, my friends, but you start reclaiming where you can. Constitutional consideration. The first consideration must be a public examination of the authority which the Federal Reserve System says established its legal status as a government agency. Such authority is quoted in a statement submitted to Congressman Wright Patman, House Banking and Currency Committee, by the Board of Governors, Federal Reserve System and Federal Reserve Banks, dated April 14, 1952. The 12 Federal Reserve Banks, said the Federal Reserve Board, are corporations set up by federal law to operate for public purposes under government supervision. The board further advised Mr. Patman that, the Board of Governors was created by Congress and is a part of the government of the United States. Its members, they said assuringly, are appointed by the President, with the advice and consent of the Senate, and it, the Fed, has been held by the Attorney General to be a government establishment, 30 OP Attorney General, 308, 1914. Retorting to these impressive claims to legality and public service, Congressman Patman stated, "There is no free market that can cope with a national debt of $272 billion, 1952, with $85 billion of it to be refunded within 1 year. Free market means private manipulation of private credit. Private manipulation of public credit is of course the purpose and objective of the Federal Reserve System. This international banking cartel, as will be shown, manages the credit of the United States for the profit and advantage of its foreign and domestic members. In so doing, the Federal Reserve exploits the entire producing strata of the American society for the gain of a select, non-producing few. The Federal Reserve Board, to my mind, continued Mr. Patman, is guilty of the grossest kind of misconduct in failing to support the government of the United States at a time of its greatest economic peril in government securities. And he hadn't seen anything yet." Congressman Patman then revealed the contradiction in the spurious Federal Reserve claim of government agency status and explained how the Fed generates illegitimate profits for its members. "The Open Market Committee of the Federal Reserve System," he said, "is composed of the 7 members of the Board of Governors and 5 members who are presidents of the Federal Reserve Banks and who are selected by private commercial banking interests. The Open Market Committee has the power to obtain, and does obtain, the printed money of the United States Federal Reserve notes, free, from the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and exchanges these printed notes, which of course are not interest-bearing, for United States government obligations that are interest-bearing. After making the exchange, the interest-bearing obligations are retained by the 12 Federal Reserve Banks and the interest collected annually on these government obligations goes into the funds of the 12 Federal Reserve Banks." Exploding the myth that the Federal Reserve System is an instrumentality of the federal government, Mr. Patman declared, "These funds, interest from government obligations, are expended by the Federal Reserve System without an adequate accounting to the Congress. In fact, there has never been an independent audit of either the 12 banks or the Federal Reserve Board that has been filed with the Congress where a member of Congress would have an opportunity to inspect it. The General Accounting Office," he stated, "does not have jurisdiction over the Federal Reserve. For 40 years, 1952, the system, while freely using the money, credit, of the government, has not made a proper accounting." Then came along Governor W.P.G. Harding of the Federal Reserve Board, in testimony before Congress in 1921, some years prior to Mr. Patman, and admitted that the Fed is a private banking monopoly. The Federal Reserve Bank is an institution owned by the stockholding member banks. The government has not a dollar's worth of stock in it. The government does, however, give the Federal Reserve System free use of its billions of dollars of credit. This gives the Federal Reserve the characteristic of a central bank, the power to issue currency on the government's credit. Nice work if you can get it. Americans do not have federal government notes or gold certificates as currency. You have Federal Reserve Bank notes, fiat money issued by private banks. Every dollar the Federal Reserve System prints is a dollar in their pocket, dear citizens. The compatible meshing of the Federal Reserve System with a network of international banking was explained by A. W. Randolph Burgess of the New York Federal Reserve Bank in an address before the Academy of Political Science, that mutually exclusive and contradiction of terms should sicken quite a few of you, in 1930. In its major principles of operation, the Federal Reserve System is no different from other banks of issue, such as the Bank of England, the Bank of France, or the Reichsbank. It is obvious that when control of money is transferred from the people to private banking centers, as is the case in Europe and America, the sovereignty of the people is surrendered, too. Control of wealth confers upon those who control it the final decision in the domestic and international affairs of nations. When the financial aristocracy usurp the coin of the realm, the people are disfranchised and real political authority passes into the hands of an invisible government of monetary power. Your founding fathers knew this principle very well. Mr. Jefferson said, "I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. Already they have raised up a money aristocracy that has set the government at defiance. The issuing power of money should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs." It is hardly perceived today, but the Declaration of Independence was actually a proclamation that the colonists would not serve a money aristocracy. The American Revolution was a struggle to wrest control of wealth from the Bank of England and to restore the centers of power to the people where it properly belongs. The Constitution is specific about the authority of the people, through their elected officials, to control the money, and thus, the affairs of their government. The Congress shall have the power to coin money, and regulate the value thereof. Article I, Section 8, U.S. Constitution. Nowhere does the Constitution authorize or permit the transfer of this vast power to a money aristocracy. Exposure of the hidden forces which have cheated the people of their birthright must be of gravest concern to members of the state legislatures, each of whom has sworn to defend and preserve the Constitution. It is time to identify the men behind the Federal Reserve conspiracy. Mr. Paul Warburg is the man who got the Federal Reserve Act together after something called the Aldrich Plan aroused such nationwide resentment and opposition. The mastermind of both plans, hold your breath, Chellis, was Alfred Rothschild of London. Paul Moritz Warburg, whom President Wilson subsequently appointed first chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, was an immigrant from Germany. His primary allegiance was to his family banking house of M. M. Warburg Company of Hamburg and Amsterdam. During World War I, the M. M. Warburg Company financed Germans' war against the Allied forces. Paul's brother, Max, headed the German Secret Service. During the war years, Paul Warburg's firm of Kuhn, Loeb Company had 5 representatives in the United States Treasury Department in charge of Liberty loans, thus financing America's war effort against the Kaiser. It is most unlikely, however, that patriotism or humanitarianism inspired such interlocking, international financing of the agony of World War I. Woodrow Wilson, Carter Glass, W. M. Jennings Bryan, etc., have been given credit for the treason, but the money and credit resources of the United States were now in the complete control of the bankers' alliance between J.P. Morgan's First National Bank Group, and Kuhn, Loeb's National City Bank, whose principal loyalties were to the international banking interests then quartered in London, and which moved to New York during the First World War. Congressman Charles A. Lindbergh made a prophetic statement on the swindle which had been foisted on the American people. Speaking on the floor of the House on December 23, 1913, the day the Federal Reserve Act became law, Mr. Lindbergh said, 21. This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the President, Wilson, signs this bill, the invisible government of the monetary power will be legalized. The worst legislative crime of the ages is perpetrated by this banking and currency bill. These crimes herein alleged were subsequently defined by the Honorable Louis T. McFadden on May 23, 1933, when he actually brought impeachment charges against members of the Federal Reserve Board and the heads of the 12 member banks, Congressional Record, bound volume, pages 4055 to 4058. But you can see how that went. However, here are excerpts. I charge them with having arbitrarily and unlawfully taken over $80 billion from the United States government in the year 1928. I charge them with having arbitrarily and unlawfully raised and lowered the rates on money, increased and diminished the volume of currency in circulation for the benefit of private interests. I charge them with having conspired to concentrate U.S. government securities, and thus, having conspired to transfer to foreigners and international moneylenders title to and control of the financial resources of the United States. I charge them with having published false and misleading propaganda intended to deceive the American people and to cause the United States to lose its independence. I charge them with the crime of having treasonably conspired and acted against the peace and security of the United States, and with having treasonably conspired to destroy the constitutional government of the United States. Let us consider herein for just a moment, for that was May of 1933. Well, Congressman McFadden's shocking indictment of the members of the Federal Reserve System, and those who maneuvered its adoption by the Congress, was moved to the Committee on the Judiciary. It still awaits reporting to the House floor and action to impeach both former and present members of the Board of Governors and Federal Reserve Banks for criminal conspiracy against the people of the United States. So be it. Final decision rests with citizens. The final decision as to whether or not an invisible government of monetary power will continue to control the American destiny and the lives and fortunes of her people must ultimately be made by the citizens of your nation. No one will do it for you. To begin the task of exposing and neutralizing the men and the system which seeks to overthrow constitutional government and impose a world governance over your domestic and foreign affairs, resolutions must be drawn and presented to state legislative bodies. These resolutions must call for and demand investigation by the various state legislatures of the actions of federal agents who have purported to negotiate with foreign governments and with private interests to transfer vast powers of government, and to surrender rights and liberties assured to the people under the Constitution of the United States, to foreigners, and to international moneylenders in violation of the prohibitions of the Constitution. The resolution must further request that the state legislature promulgate and enact appropriate statutes which will provide for the enforcement of the Constitution of the United States within the boundaries of the various states, to include criminal sanctions for violators, with regard to the United Nations Charter, the Federal Reserve Act, and other ultra-vires acts by agents of the federal government who have, by these ultra-vires acts, attempted to amend the Constitution of the United States in a manner not sanctioned by Article V. You must demand, if it be God's will, that the elected representatives of the people of the various states act at once to restore America's legacy of freedom to the descendants of the pioneers, the warriors, and the engineers who gave their blood, sweat and treasure to establish and defend it, and unto those who lost their property, unto those pioneers through ignorance and coercion. Allow us to close this segment, please. As we continue, we shall speak of actions of various states through petitions. I shall have to use material from several resources so that confirmation as to dates, names and places can be made. It will be tedious, Dharma, but most necessary for continuity and example, for you ones must have a plan of action. We will close for this day. Thank you for your service. Salut. Chapter 3. Rec/number 2 Germain. Wednesday, July 4, 1997, 40 a.m. Year 3 Day 322. I am Germain and I come in radiance to speak with you this day. This is the day of independence of your great nation. Will it stay standing for yet another year? Will your brothers hear their call to freedom? Great men came for land and fought courageously on the battlefield. Great visions and thoughts of securing a land for generations. And yet modern man has grown fat and complacent and cares not for matters of freedom. It saddens me, it angers me, for I know what it took to create the greatness of the Constitution. I know what vision it took to stir a nation. Your mission is no less important than that mission, for indeed the entire nation must once again be stirred into that passion for independence and freedom and liberty. It conjures so many emotions for me it is difficult to speak of it, and yet it is one of the areas that are of the greatest and most urgent concern for man. Man has become lost in the confusion of the so-called modern living, and he will become even more lost. When man, in masse, comes across this material it will stir him, for these are the roadmaps for man to find his way back. Freedom and liberty must not fall. The host of heaven are here to see that it does not happen, and yet we must await man, to see what man will decide to do. Will freedom and liberty be important enough for man to act in time, or will he continue to give his power unto those ones of evil vileness who mislead, lie, and sell the country into the hands of the enemy? This great nation is the last bastion for a dying world. Take up the banner of courage and continue as you once have been, for we greatly honor you and the mission before you. We shall be working closely indeed in the days and years ahead. This is merely something of an introduction, for I have not come to Thomas for some time now. I have been most busy indeed. Greetings Thomas, you are coming along nicely. We shall get there, friend, we shall get there. I stand and salute all ones of the circle who have given so much of themselves to the putting forth of the journals. You may not know the magnitude yet of that which you do, but I tell thee surely that it will change of a world, and it will be recorded through the eons. Your work is affecting hundreds at present, eventually it will affect millions throughout the globe. Keep your shields ever about you, for the hosts stand present to assist. Honor one another, for the load is different and heavy on each. Blessings this wondrous day of independence. Give great thanks and breathe the breath of freedom, and hope that man awakens in time to ensure that you live to experience yet another year of it. So be it. I take my leave. May the violet flame transmute all negativity in your lives to the perfection that you are. Blessings. I am Germain. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, July 4th, 1990, 10:24 a.m. Year 3, Day 321. 4th of July. How long will you celebrate? Independence. Hayton, present in the light of truth and in service unto God and you of his wondrous people. Forgive yourselves for that which you knew not, and allow us to move forward that we might reclaim of freedom. Honor the magnificent message from Germain, the leader of the unfolding of your nation back into the freedom which has been stolen from you in your sleeping and trusting. Do not spend wasted time in mourning that which is past, reclaim that which is yours and rejoice. Place Germain's message afore this writing that your brothers can share of the truth of it. We will continue on with our journal, for much lies in front of us. We enjoy watching the children at play as they figure and encourage one another in their ignorance, to set us up for the disclosure of who knows what. Those who carry a hate and destruct against God's truth shall surely perish in their own laid traps. Do not tremble, Dharma, for as they toy with how to get hate on in Las Vegas and discount truth, they will cease to need to butcher you physically. Enjoy the respite, Keela, that we can accomplish our textbooks. We shall speak later of the Center for Action meeting, which suddenly has Stockwell, Cooper, and other major adversaries added to the program opposite Patrick. What a stupid game is being played while your nation writhes in her death throes. I shall take time later to write an appendix to the segment of time regarding the ones planning to unseat Hayton. Your brothers are waiting for information which matters. The truth is laid before the world, and even I am all but embarrassed for ones who tout lies. I will go forth on record, right here, that not only did Billy Goodman know that his program from Las Vegas was going to be cancelled, but so did all the people working with and around him. Yet, the hype for the upcoming UFO conference touts him as vanishing, time loss, sudden cancellation without notice, mysterious silence during the hours he would ordinarily fill on the radio, and on with such gibberish and falsehoods as to allow anyone connected to the man to know the sham. Come, Dharma, do you really fear the harbingers of lies? I do herein request that George speak with Eustace and alert him to the setup, for Eustace will be an early speaker and we might well have a bit of fun early on. This meeting was not set forth for this purpose of foolish encounter. It was touted to be a conference to restore the Constitution, and how blisteringly deceitful to see it fall into another New Age/UFO lie and sham. It is an insult unto the credibility and integrity of Commander Grits. But then, why does Commander Grits spend so much time in Washington? Could it be that? I shall monitor most closely, for they know not that which they do for us and truth. So be it. I do sincerely request that we be informed about the possibilities, for I would want our people to all know in advance so they do not miss the show. We are going to get your constitutional mess covered, my friends, and perchance have a little truth-finding session in addition, if the ones who refer to Dharma as a slimy little puke are not, indeed, total cowards in addition to other ill-begotten talents. God doesn't lose, precious ones. Remember well, God does not lose in a confrontation with evil intent. These ones believe they are going to trounce all over a little 58-year-old grandmother. I think not. The power of money. Conspiracies to seize the power of government are as old as the institution of government. In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can know it was planned to happen that way. During the past 2 centuries, when the peoples of the world were gradually winning a partial freedom from monarchies, the major banking families of Europe and America were reversing the trend by forming new dynasties of political control through international financial alliances. The goal was to create a worldwide system of financial control in order to dominate the economy of the world and the political system of each country. And, furthermore, they have thus far been inconceivably successful, and the Plan 2000 is at this point ahead of schedule. The United States is dominated by a hierarchy of wealthy families. The control of private wealth is held by families and family alliances, reinforced by marriages among their members, that guide the banks and control the corporations. Historically, government has been the servant of private wealth. The first fortunes in the New World were political creations. Land and trading privileges were granted by the British and Dutch crowns upon favored individuals and companies. Every great fortune that came out of the 19th century was rooted in fraud. In their absorbing passion for the accumulation of wealth, men were plundering the resources of the country like robbers and burglars looting a palace. The public has been deluded about the material aims of a few and the very existence of those who rule the majority. Rule through money has been fashioned into the ultimate system for securing and maintaining power. 19th century American author Edward Bellamy, concerned with the extent and consequences of man's inhumanity to man, describes how the system operates in a writing called The Parable of the Water Tank. There was a very dry land and the people needed water very badly. They did nothing but look for water, and many perished because they could not find any. There were, however, certain men in that land who were more cunning than the rest, and they gathered supplies of water where others could find none. Mr. Bellamy labeled these ones as capitalists. Because it is his story, I shall not take objection to the title, but it is not accurate in the whole. The people came unto the capitalists and begged for water, and the capitalists answered, Be ye our servants, and ye shall have water. And so the capitalists organized the people, and they made a great tank for the water, and the tank was called the market. The capitalists said unto the people, For every bucket of water that ye bring us, we will give you a penny, but for every bucket that we give unto you, ye shall give to us 2 pennies, and the difference shall be our profit, seeing that if it were not for this profit we would not do this thing for you, and you would all perish. And after many days the water tank, which was the market, did overflow, and the capitalists said unto the people, Bring us no more water till the tank be empty. But when the people received no more pennies from the capitalists, they could buy no more water. And when the capitalists saw that they had no more profit, they were troubled and said among themselves, We must advertise. But the people had no pennies to buy the water, and the situation was called a crisis. The thirst of the people was great, but the capitalists would not give of the water, saying business is business. But the capitalists were disturbed because the people bought no more water, and so they acquired no more profits. They then sent for the soothsayers to interpret this predicament. The soothsayers were men learned in dark sayings, who joined themselves to the capitalists so that they would have water, and they spoke for the capitalists and did their bidding for them. The soothsayers said that the people bought no more water because of overproduction, and others said it was because of lack of confidence. The capitalists were comforted, and they sent the soothsayers unto the people who saw the emptiness of their wisdom and did mock them. The capitalists became fearful that the people would come upon the tank and take the water by force. And so they brought forth certain holy men who were false priests to testify to the people that this affliction was sent to them by God for the healing of their souls, and if they would bear it in patience and lust not after the water, nor trouble the capitalists, it would come to pass that after they had given up the ghost they would come to a place where there would be no capitalists but an abundance of water. When the capitalists saw that the people were still discontent and would not be still, neither for the words of the soothsayers nor of the false priests, they came forth themselves and set their fingertips in the water that overflowed from the tank, and they scattered the drops upon the people, and the drops were called charity. But still there was great unrest among the people. The capitalists sought out the mightiest and all who had skill in war, and they became a defense unto the capitalists. And after many days the water was low in the tank, for the capitalists wasted the water for their pleasure. When the capitalists saw that the tank was empty, they said, The crisis is ended. They hired the people to fill again the tank that was the market, and gave the people a penny for each bucket the people brought, and took 2 pennies for each bucket they did give unto the people. Where fits the ruling elite and world government? 19th century British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli commented that the world is governed by very different people from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. We have already spoken at great length about operations within this network. When we speak of an Atlantic alliance, etc., it refers to the belief that England was an Atlantic rather than a European power and must be allied, or even federated, with the United States and must remain isolated from Europe. This intent is shown more clearly in the antagonism engendered by the tunnel under construction between England and France. There is pure hatred festering into terror actions over that one connection. The chief point of this belief, however, is not so much that ones feel this way about the matter, but rather that the instigators demand to remain unknown and within secret working society so that this can be accomplished without citizen knowledge. Political and economic power in the United States is concentrated in the hands of a ruling elite that controls most U.S.-based multinational corporations, major communications media, the most influential foundations, major private universities and most public utilities. Founded in 1921, the Council of Foreign Relations is the key link between the large corporations and the federal government. It has been called a school for statesmen and is simply an organ of the power elite, a group of men, similar in interests and outlook, shaping events from invulnerable positions behind the scenes. The creation of the United Nations was a council project, as well as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Council members are headed by Henry Kissinger and include dozens of prominent men such as Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Haig, Schultz, Weinberger, Mondale. 12 council members were part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's senior advisory group on Vietnam. Does this make you feel cuddly safe and secure? Even though we have been over the lists prior to this, a reminder is in order. Richard Nixon appointed more than 110 council members to key government positions during his administration. The majority of major appointments to the State Department by Jimmy Carter in 1977 were members of the council. Most CIA directors have been council members, including Bush and Casey. Nearly all, well, now it is all, major media in the U.S. are attached to the council. The president of your country's largest labor union, the AFL-CIO, Lane Kirkland, is a member. Membership includes a high concentration of corporate leaders from companies such as ITT, IBM, and all the major oil companies. David Rockefeller has been a director of the council since 1949 and chairman of the board since 1970. The council has been called the establishment, the invisible government, the parallel government, the shadow government, the Kissinger government, the Zionist government, and the Rockefeller Foreign Office. The goal of the council is the establishment of a world government to be in full operation by the year 2000, Global Plan 2000. Please recall my discussion regarding gold and diamond magnate Cecil Rhodes, who stated his total commitment to the establishment of a world government in his will called the Secret Society Will. His aim was indeed clear: the extension of British rule throughout the world. The secret society at that time was called the Round Table, which worked behind the scenes at the highest levels of the British government. They organized round table groups in those nations under British dominion and in the United States. In New York, it was known as the Council on Foreign Relations. The members of the council are persons of tremendous influence in their communities. They have used the prestige that their wealth, their social position, and their education have given them to lead your country into total bankruptcy and military debacle. They should check their hands, for they are covered with blood, dried and fresh. Administrations are set up by them, and there is no longer any semblance of outward appearances otherwise. The insiders control both the Democrat and Republican parties completely. There is, on the international level, the organization equivalent to the council, called the Bilderbergers, as you will recall, created by former Nazi SS stormtrooper Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands. This is called the most exclusive club of the Western establishment, and this group includes the world's most powerful financiers, industrialists, statesmen, and intellectuals, who meet each year for a conference on world affairs and set the plans for world function. Attendees are the same as listed above, with Henry Kissinger always noted first. Then also you will find British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, and leaders such as Helmut Schmidt, Giscard d'Estaing, and so on from all prominent nations. Communism objective. A world government has always been the objective of communism. Remember that the Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917 was a turning point in world history. The main purveyors of funds for the revolution, however, were neither the crackpot Russian millionaires nor the armed bandits of Lenin. The real money came from certain British and American circles which for a long time past had lent their support to the Russian revolutionary cause. Some of the world's richest and most powerful men financed the Bolshevik Revolution, a movement that claims it will strip these very same men of their power and wealth, men like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Schiffs, Warburgs, Morgans, Harrimans, and Milners. There is no proletarian, not even a communist movement, that has not operated in the interest of money, in the direction indicated by money, and for the time being permitted by money, and that without the idealists among its very leadership having the slightest suspicion of the fact of it. Well, it is happening again, and now the moneymongers are even smarter. They take your blood and money and send it all away to your very deadliest enemies while you are flushed down the toilets, and worse, you applaud while they do of it. You line the streets to glimpse the major enemy and bow to him for a shard of freedom only spoken of, no freedom in practice, my dear ones. The program of the Communist International of 1936 states that world dictatorship can be established only by victory of socialism in different countries or groups of countries, after which the proletariat republics would unite on federal lines with those already in existence, and this system would expand, at length, forming the World Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Socialism means government ownership and or control over the basic means of production and distribution of goods and services. State ownership and regulation of the entire economy means government control over everything. The evolution of economic history shows a straight line movement toward consolidation of wealth. This evolution flows from competition to combination, and from large combination to colossal combination, and it flows on to socialism, which is the most colossal combination of all. Communism is totalitarian socialism. Communism is a movement created and manipulated by some of the world's most powerful and wealthy men in order to gain control over the world, first by establishing socialist governments in different countries and then consolidating them through a great merger into an all-powerful socialist dictatorship. Can you not see it coming down exactly as planned? Well, it is written that before the great epic of millennial peace, humanity would be subjected to a ruthless, worldwide dictatorship which would attempt to make all men subservient to it or be killed. Reread Revelation 13:17. If you do not learn from the past and pay attention to the prophecies as given, how else can you make of the changes in course to avert the disaster? International Monetary Fund. Founded in 1944 at a UN Monetary and Financial Conference at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, the International Monetary Fund oversees the world economy. With its headquarters in Washington, the International Monetary Fund encourages financial cooperation between nations and lends money to governments which must comply with preconditions before the loans are granted, as in this week's Bush forgiving of $15 billion to Latin debtors. The preconditions will strip them bare with no recourse whatsoever. Dominated by Western nations, the International Monetary Fund manipulates the economies of industrialized nations and the developing countries. British economist Lord John Maynard Keynes envisioned it as the central world bank that would issue currency and control the world economy. Founded in 1944 along with the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank lends billions of dollars for economic development projects in underdeveloped countries, which must first join the International Monetary Fund before becoming eligible for World Bank aid. The Trilateral Commission, conceived by David Rockefeller, consists of an elite group of prominent business, political and intellectual leaders from Western Europe, North America, and Japan. Membership holds the same persons along with strategic additions. The Commission, established in 1973, promotes central management of the global economy by the largest of the multinational corporations in order to bring about the New World Order. Plato's Republic. O sorrow, beloved ones, and forgive Plato's divergence from the wondrous and balanced teachings of Socrates, who probably has returned to diligently set things to right, feeling responsible for misinterpretation of truth. Similarly, I would suspect Saul Paul might be back to set his own erroneous teachings to straight. Plato's Republic is the source book of all dictatorships. Plato's blueprint for a new society begins with breaking up the existing social structure by whatever means necessary, including force, in order to establish the ideal society. There would be three classes: the special ruling class, a powerful army, and the working class. There would be slaves also, but slaves would not be considered citizens. Marriage would be eliminated. Women would be equal with men, equal to fight wars with men and perform labor like men. Sexual activity would be controlled and limited by the state. There would be selective breeding of children, and children considered inferior or crippled would be destroyed. People would be induced to believe falsehoods taught as religious principles. Myths would convey important truths to young or untrained minds. Religious institutions would be regulated by a recognized national authority. Priests would have no authority over beliefs, but would be officials whose duty it would be to perform rituals. War would cease when all states are united in a world state according to the principles prescribed by Plato. And Plato was prepared to place the control of the state in the hands of a single man. So you suppose Henry Kiss Plato is feeling success breathing on his neck? Do you suppose the Zionist Hazars are grinning in their boxes? So be it. The flag of the United States of America. I am going to close this portion with a discussion regarding your heavenly banner, your flag. Much is made of flag burning, etc., in the present days, and of making amendments to set laws and so on and so forth. You have laws governing the flag and they cover it all. Try studying the Flag Code, Title 36, USC, Chapter 10, as amended by P.L.344, 94th Congress, approved July 7, 1976. I am not going to do your homework for you, you go look it up and study it well. Herein, however, I shall give you, 176. Respect for the flag. No disrespect should be shown to the flag of the United States of America. The flag should not be dipped to any person or thing. Regimental colors, state flags, and organizations or institutional flags are to be dipped as a mark of honor. A. The flag should never be displayed with the Union down, except as a signal of dire distress in instances of extreme danger of life or property. B. The flag should never touch anything beneath it, such as the ground, the floor, water, or merchandise. C. The flag should never be carried flat or horizontally, but always aloft and free. D. The flag should never be used as wearing apparel, bedding, or drapery. It should never be festooned, drawn back, nor up, in folds, but always allowed to fall free. Bunting of blue, white, and red, always arranged with the blue above, the white in the middle, and the red below, should be used for covering a speaker's desk, draping the front of the platform, and for decoration in general. E. The flag should never be fastened, displayed, used, or stored in such a manner as to permit it to be easily torn, soiled, or damaged in any way. F. The flag should never be used as a covering for a ceiling. G. The flag should never have placed upon it, nor on any part of it, nor attached to it any mark, insignia, letter, word, figure, design, picture, or drawing of any nature. H. The flag should never be used as a receptacle for receiving, holding, carrying, or delivering anything. I. The flag should never be used for advertising purposes in any manner whatsoever. It should not be embroidered on such articles as cushions or handkerchiefs and the like, printed or otherwise impressed on paper napkins or boxes or anything that is designed for temporary use and discard. Advertising signs should not be fastened to a staff or halyard from which the flag is flown. J. No part of the flag should ever be used as a costume or athletic uniform. However, a flag patch may be affixed to the uniform of military personnel, firemen, policemen, and members of patriotic organizations, the flag representing a living country and is itself considered a living thing. Therefore, the lapel flag pin, being a replica, should be worn on the left lapel near the heart. K. The flag, when it is in such condition that it is no longer a fitting emblem for display, should be destroyed in a dignified WI, preferably by burning. Please take note of how many of the shoulds and should nots are flagrantly disregarded. The obvious intent is to allow morality and freedom to the individual by use of the word should and not must by law. To use flag burning as an excuse to call a constitutional convention or to amend in any manner, is a blatant attempt to cover the actual purpose of such a call. Open your eyes. Oh, by the way. 178 Modification of Rules and Customs by President. Any rule or custom pertaining to the display of the flag of the United States of America, as set forth in section 171 to 178 of this title, may be altered, modified, or repealed. Or additional rules with respect thereto may be prescribed, by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States, whenever he deems it to be appropriate or desirable, and any such alteration or additional rule shall be set forth in a proclamation. So, dear ones, why would President Bush call for an amendment in such manner as projected upon you ill-informed citizens? Beware. The repeal of your entire Constitution is at hand, and its replacement written and waiting, all printed and in force, just awaiting the magic moment when you demand it in the name of crime stopping and whatever else of nonsense and irresponsibility you can muster. So be it your life, America. Walk carefully and gently, friends, for the road is washed out ahead and the bridge removed. God will guide thine feet in passage if ye will but ask, listen, and act. Salam. May this not be America's last celebration of independence, for your days are surely numbered. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 4. Rec number 1. Hayton. Thursday, July 5, 1990, 10:07 a.m. Year 3, Day 323. Current events mandating attention. Pandora's box is open, friends, and we must stand with our brothers that they do not need stand alone against your adversaries. Jim Tucker. First, we give honor and appreciation to a special investigator, James P. Tucker Jr., for he has now paid the price of his obtaining information from the Bilderberger meeting near White Plains, New York, May 10 to 12, 1985. Keep in mind that the Bilderbergers are not a congressional branch. They are the very ones who are out to destroy your Constitution and your country by any means possible. Their meetings are secret, and yet they, above all, control your world. Jim Tucker infiltrated the Bilderberger meeting and was given opportunity to view Senator Charles Mathias, RMD, portfolio, at least the portfolio which was assigned to the senator. He did not steal it nor take it from the senator's possession. It was only assigned to Mathias. Instant retaliation. Instantly upon revealing truth to the spotlight, your Congress stripped Mr. Tucker of his credentials as a congressional correspondent. Mathias brought immediate demand for the action. Mathias was angry because Tucker obtained viewing of the portfolio, which contained texts of speeches, private telephone numbers, and the confidential, as opposed to the public, list of the several hundred global power brokers attending the shadowy secret conclave. Information was confirmed to be accurate, and portions were printed in the spotlight on May 27, and some small portions were utilized in the story. However, most information put to press was gleaned simply from observation and connections with persons at the hotel who thought Tucker was a member of the Bilderberg group simply because he was there. Tucker has specialized in Bilderberg and Trilateral Commission coverage for over 10 years, and the service performed for you the people is beyond measure. The meeting was held behind the locked and guarded doors of the exclusive Arrowwood Hotel. Let us look at how the incident has been handled and then discern for yourselves the extent of control by these groups of secret elite. Word that Tucker had been found out and that his credentials as a member of the Congressional Press Galleries would be revoked came in an angry phone call from Roy L. McGee, superintendent of the Senate Periodical Press Gallery. McGee said he was acting on the complaint by Charles Mueller of New York, who heads the Bilderberg staff in the United States. McGee shouted, "They, the Bilderbergers, have a right to a private meeting. None of the other papers carried anything." Tucker countered, "This was not a private meeting, it involved elected officials and other high officials of the State Department and other agencies. The public has an overriding right to know when public business is conducted behind closed doors." McGee threatened to lift the credentials of all correspondents for the non-political publication Tucker was serving on a freelance basis unless Tucker surrendered his own credentials. The Congressional Press Galleries give credentials to publications, not individuals, so a writer serving several will be technically representing one. Tucker called his supervisor at the publication that had provided him the credentials, asked to be fired, and surrendered his credentials. "If not offending a senator is a condition of carrying the card, I don't want it. I have a lot more senators yet to offend," he said. The incident that enraged Mathias and his fellow Bilderbergers occurred after Tucker had entered the Bilderbergers' hotel meeting place. Once inside, Tucker spent considerable time interviewing hotel staff members, who were required to have at least 3 years service and promise secrecy, as well as Bilderberg members. Tucker also examined numerous secret in-house documents. Tucker saw a stack of simulated leather portfolios, each bearing the name of a participant, called a cab, explained that the senator needed a briefing and read the documents, then departed. It is assumed that a member of the Bilderberger staff discovered Tucker's identity in the brief moment when he flashed his press card as identification just prior to departing. It is closed meetings of these types attended by some of the world's most powerful individuals who chart the course for the entire world operation and control that McGee of the Senate Press Gallery defended, saying that these elitists have a right to a private meeting. At such private meetings, however, decisions are made over whether the Federal Reserve Board will generate inflation or deflation, refer to your Constitution as outlined earlier in this journal, profit-producing wars are ignited or heads of state toppled. Where is the ACLU when you need them? Well, they didn't rush to defend James Tucker, I assure you. They are part and parcel of the plan to pull your country down, making great distractions regarding incidents already well covered for attention within the Constitution. What has happened to your Constitution? What has become of the First Amendment? Where is the freedom of speech that your founding fathers bequeathed you? Without the First Amendment, or even that which is left of it, newspapers such as the National Educator, the Spotlight, Christian News, and the Justice Times, as well as scholarly publications like the Quarterly Journal of Historical Review, couldn't publish these stories that, if known by enough people, could turn world politics upside down, which, of course, is the point of the shutout. The Phoenix Journals and Express is a prime target, as is the scribe putting the information to paper. But they can't do much with us except effort to stop the press, for we don't need the investigators except as to give confirmation to you readers. It is most infuriating to the elite who will stop at nothing to shut us down. And what might be some of the stories in point? The drive to audit, reform and abolish the big banker-controlled private money monopoly known as the Federal Reserve System. The backstage maneuvering of the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations. Who killed John F. Kennedy and why? Rockefeller's secret ownership of a vast share of Japan Incorporated. This one thing should shout clue to all journal readers. The big boys are livid, furious, and irrational regarding our telling you of the counterfeit plates, etc., from the Antarctic. Now you can see how Rockefeller is rebounding from the coup against him set up in that region by the Brit/Falkland/Hague firing, and so on. The hidden truths about World War II history, such as the secrets of Pearl Harbor, Eisenhower's death camps, and the establishment's favorite myths about the Holocaust, and who really profited from communism since 1917. This alone is one very big and important subject, dear ones. The establishment press. All of these subjects are buried, distorted, and cover-up stories conjured by the establishment press that cover UPS are endless. Independent ideas and opinions and the facts are suppressed, distorted, or altogether ignored by the media monopoly in your country. It is, however, a fact that freedom of speech is fast becoming a dim memory of the past in all the democracies. In France, a man was sent to jail for committing a hate crime. His crime? Having in his possession a small pamphlet which claimed there were no gas chambers at Auschwitz. Well, there were no gas chambers in Auschwitz, not even for purposes of parasite control, which had to be handled in an outside area, but that is not yet our central subject. We will get to that one after we investigate your vanishing constitution. Can the First Amendment be trampled like that in America? Of course. Right now, well-organized groups such as the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, an unregistered foreign lobby for Israel, is pressuring your Congress to adopt similar measures to the incident above. This is, of course, the same ADL that once gave pornography kingpin Hugh Hefner the ADL's coveted Freedom of the Press Award. This is the same one who has offered false evidence and sent LaRouche and his staff to prison with life sentences. This is the same Zionist lobby, along with the World Zionist Organization, who sets up anybody who questions America's one-sided support of Israel's imperial aim, to be considered a danger to the community, to be guilty of a hate crime. If you take a stand of belief in any of the commandments as given in the Bible, you are bashing those who practice otherwise. This little law could include any of you. The U.S. Justice Department is already laying the groundwork for such legislation. And remember, the Israel lobby controls over 60% of your Congress hook, line, and sinker. Under a new law just passed by Congress, federal agencies are now compiling official annual statistics of so-called hate crimes and who is involved. Everything from a joke to speaking out against any area of perceived negative behavior. I speak not of criminal actions, I speak only of telling a joke or making a statement of opinion. The United Nations is working on a scheme that would allow that one world body to regulate the free press in every sovereign nation around the globe. The UN calls this a plan for a new world information and communications order. It is nothing more than another insidious ruse by the UN and their Bilderberger and trilateral backers to limit your freedom of speech, among other things. This conspiracy is not news, it has been in working form for years. What can you do? Study your constitution and know it. Then find groups with which to participate, as we are bringing to your attention. Choose up a favorite or get with them all and contribute whatever talent you have. There is one already established and fighting to protect your freedom of speech, the Foundation to Defend the First Amendment, FDFA, and is the only foundation of its kind. You must begin active participation in these groups or found your own, but it is easier to gain momentum if you work together in unison. At this particular time, July 1990, if you make even a $20 contribution, this group will send you, along with joining, a copy of the Bilderberg Trilateral Plan to Ban Free Speech that the UN has prepared, and also additional explanatory materials which reveal the origins of this incredible scheme and save me quite a lot of time. You need to see this document so that you can see for yourself the nature of this conspiracy hatched by these internationalists. Send it to Foundation to Defend the First Amendment, P.O. Box 70392, Washington, D.C. 20024, and please mention the Phoenix Journal/Express and ask for the document. I will be speaking on the matter later, but the thrust of this journal is regarding the Federal Reserve and I do not wish the distraction. Thank you for your attention. Chapter 5. Rec number 1, Hate on. Friday, July 6, 1990, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 324. Today. Be alert. You have just witnessed the selling of a world. As Mr. Bush and Mrs. Thatcher emerge with their broad smiles signaling to the world peace, they have just finalized the joint contracts and bindings with Soviet Russia, a major step in disarming your world, and now things will be moving rapidly into the final stages of fulfillment. It has been planned for years and years and came off without even a quarrel. May God have mercy on you blinded lambs. Dharma, let us go back to the beginning of the Federal Reserve so that you can see how it was. In the beginning. In the beginning of darkness upon your lands there came along one named Nelson Aldrich. On a special evening in November 22, 1910, a crowd of newspaper reporters gathered at the Hoboken, NJ, railway station. They had been tipped off that some very highly placed people were coming over to Hoboken from New York City to board a train and go away on a secret mission. What the mission might be, or who the personages involved, none of them knew, but they were certain that an extremely important event was in the making. Senator Nelson Aldrich was their proof of good copy. He was tied up with the powerful Rubber Trust and the Tobacco Trust. As one of the coalition of 5 Republican senators then ruling the Senate, Aldrich had used his elective position to enact a series of tariffs and laws favorable to his own interests, and had been denounced many times for his callous disregard of his oath of office as he devoted his power to the program of the international financiers. Aldrich had just recently returned from Europe with the National Monetary Commission, of which he was head. This was a commission appointed by Congress in response to public feeling against big bankers after the artificial panic of 1907. The commission had been charged to make a thorough study of financial practices before formulating banking and currency reform legislation for Congress. It was pointed out at the time that such legislation seemed unlikely to offer genuine reform under the leadership of a man with Aldrich's known sympathies and employment, but Congress was blithely impervious to this criticism. Senator Aldrich and the National Monetary Commission had spent nearly 2 years touring Europe at the American taxpayers' expense. He and his entourage had dissipated more than $300,000 of public money, and in those days that was a lot of money, although they had been wined and dined by all the important European financiers and seemed to live off the land wherever they traveled. Since his return to the U.S., Senator Aldrich had made no effort to report to Congress the outcome of his trip, nor had he yet offered any ideas as to banking reform. The nation waited for him to provide a cure for the recurring financial panics which had upset business and small fortunes continually since the Civil War. He had not come to any definite plan for such a cure. There was another person with Aldrich who was most important, also, A. Piatt Andrew, professional economist and Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, who had traveled with Aldrich to Europe as Special Assistant to the National Monetary Commission. They were followed by Aldrich's private secretary, and a number of reporters. Since they carried a lot of luggage, evidently they were going away for an extended time. The crowd of reporters, representing most of the great New York daily papers, were convinced that the secret mission must have some connection with the proposed financial reform. Aldrich, being an aloof elitist, dealt with the reporters by walking past them without answering any of the questions shouted at him, and his companions had obviously been instructed to not even acknowledge the reporters. This is how to win friends and influence people. It is also the assumption of silent conspiracy later to be labeled top secret which the public accepts without question. You see, the stage is always set in the most clandestine manner: a private train car, pull all the shades down and look mysterious and powerful mafia-like. And it always gets better as you look at the scenario from objective distance. The curiosity level rose when they saw 2 more bankers come into the station, followed by a group of porters. Here was Frank Vanderlip, who had risen from working as a farmhand to become president of the National City Bank of New York, the most powerful bank in the U.S., representing the Rockefeller oil interests and the railroad systems owned by the banking house of Kuhn, Loeb Company. Of course you have heard of them, and you will hear more as we move into rape, ravage, pillage and plunder of justice and legal murder by profession, the medical profession. I repeat, your world is owned and operated by a mere handful of elite. You will see the same names come up at the top every time, and only the hoods who enforce the laws of the elite change from time to time according to pecking order. The National City Bank had large interests in South America, and had been charged in 1898 with getting the U.S. to go to war with Spain. At any rate, the National City Bank came out of the Spanish-American War as the proprietor of Cuba's sugar industry. With Vanderlip was the austere Henry P. Davidson, senior partner of J.P. Morgan Company, and Charles D. Norton, president of Morgan's First National Bank of New York. These 3 financiers were dominant in the small group of New York bankers which had been accused of controlling the entire money and credit of the United States. In response to the reporter's question, Mr. Vanderlip declared that they were only going away for a quiet weekend in the country. These men controlled the oil, railroads, communications, and heavy industry of your entire country. What plan of action brought them skulking out of New York to board a private train on the other side of the river? Men as powerful as these had no reason to hide their comings and goings, and in the past they had been openly scornful of public opinion and public interest. No large new enterprise could be undertaken without coming to one or more of these men, and they saw to it that their advice and aid were well recompensed. They elected congressmen, appointed judges, and bought and sold newspapers and publishing houses whenever they needed a job done. One of their number had once earned a sort of fame by exclaiming, "The public be damned." These were the egotistical elite, and it was not in character that they should cloak themselves in such mystery. But the plot thickens, for the next person to appear was not so well known: Paul Moritz Warburg, a German immigrant who had been in your country less than 8 years, but who had so availed himself of the privileges of your land of opportunity that he was already a partner in the banking house of Kuhn, Loeb Company, New York, at a salary of $500,000 a year. His family house of M.M. Warburg Company, of Hamburg and Amsterdam, was the chief German representative of the great European banking family, the Rothschilds. Now you knew we wouldn't leave the Rothschilds out in the cold. Liberal amounts of Rothschild funds had enabled Jacob Schiff, yes, the pharmaceutical giant, to purchase a partnership in Kuhn, Loeb Company, and less than 20 years later achieve an unchallenged domination over the large railway systems in the United States. Some people are just incredibly multi-talented. Paul Warburg had not devoted much attention to business since he arrived in your country. Instead, he had spent much of his time writing and lecturing on the subject of monetary reform. This seemed to be in direct conflict with his personal interests and the interests of his employers, for a genuine monetary reform would certainly reduce their profits and power, it would appear. But his work along these lines brought him an increased income and even more time to advocate banking legislation which would set up a central bank in the U.S. similar to those of Europe. Warburg was already known as the banking brain of New York, and commanded large audiences among the city bankers when he spoke at the meetings of the chamber or other bankers' fraternal groups. With Warburg was Benjamin Strong, who had come to prominence on Wall Street during the Panic of 1907 as an able lieutenant of J.P. Morgan, when he demonstrated his ability to carry out orders. This was a money panic which had been called by Morgan to wipe out the competition of the Heinz-Morse Group in the banking, shipping, and iron industries. Strong's appearance as companion of Warburg was no accident, for the J.P. Morgan interests and Kuhn-Loeb interests had formed an alliance in 1901, known as the Northern Securities Company, which dominated the country ever since. This alliance had put Theodore Roosevelt in as President of the United States in 1904 to delay the prosecution of the Northern Securities Company by the Department of Justice. Roosevelt was successful in doing this, and the Morgan-Kuhn-Loeb alliance was able to work out a more complicated and much less vulnerable system. For this work, Roosevelt was given the name of Trust Buster, which story you probably should have herein. Northern Securities was the consolidation of the Rothschild Empire in America, J.P. Morgan and Company having become international agency in 1869, when J.P. Morgan and Anthony Drexel went to London and concluded an agreement with N.M. Rothschild Company that J.P. Morgan Company would henceforth act as their agent. Thus Drexel Company of Philadelphia, J.P. Morgan Company of New York, Grenfell and Company of London, and Morgan Harges and Company of Paris were able to hide under a less-known name. J.P. Morgan had been chosen for this high honor because of the affair of the Hall carbines during the Civil War, when he swindled his own government, your government, by selling to the Union Army from a federal arsenal carbines which the Army had condemned. Is it any wonder he destroyed Nikola Tesla? Further, J.P. Morgan's father, Julius S. Morgan, was a partner of George Peabody and Company, the financial agents of the federal government in London during the Civil War, and as such, had acted in the interests of the Rothschilds. Isn't this just the most conspiratorial collusion you ever read about since yesterday? Ah yes, truth is far, far stranger than any fiction. The truth will always outdo the fabrications. Warburg and Strong were silent as all the others, and the reporters just watched the train leave the station without so much as a quote from any of the bankers. Not a single metropolitan paper carried the story. First public reference was 6 years later. The first public mention of that mysterious mission appeared some 6 years later, 3 years after the Federal Reserve Act had been passed and was in operation. It is interesting to note names herein also. The reference was in an article by E.C. Forbes in Frank Leslie's magazine, a feature in praise of Paul Warburg which incidentally told a story called Jekyll Island, giving the first revelation of what happened in November 1910. Bit by bit, Forbes' account was enlarged upon during the next 30 years, in statements and biographies of the principal characters, until finally the entire story had come forth. So, what were they doing? Aldrich's private car, which had left Hoboken Station with drawn shades, had taken the financiers to Jekyll Island, GA, to the Jekyll Island Hunt Club, a very, very exclusive club owned by J.P. Morgan and a small group of influential New York bankers. The club was very isolated, and was used as a comfortable retreat far from the cares of the New York money market. Its advantageous location made it much in demand for pursuits other than hunting, and on such occasions members of the club were informed that they should not appear there for a certain number of days. When Aldrich's group left New York, the club's members had been notified that the club would be occupied for the next 2 weeks. The Aldrich group was not interested in hunting for they had their prey already well stalked. They had come to get a lot of work done, and they wanted to do that work in absolute secrecy. For that reason, the customary attendants at the club were given 2-week vacations, and new servants brought in for the occasion. The Aldrich group felt that it was imperative that their identity be kept secret, and allowed no visitors during the next 2 weeks. They were so anxious to prevent any knowledge of their mission leaking out that they never used last names, calling each other by their first names only, such as Henry, Ben, Paul, etc. This proved to be so satisfactory for all concerned that it was made more formal after their return to New York, when they organized the first named up and limited its membership to those who had been on Jekyll Island. Why all the secrecy? The Aldrich group went there to write the banking and currency legislation which the National Monetary Commission had been ordered to prepare. At stake was the future control of the money and credit of the United States, my dear friends, your future. If any monetary reform was passed by Congress which was not written by and for the New York bankers, their power would be ended. As the most technically informed of the bankers, Paul Warburg was charged with doing most of the drafting of the plan. Senator Nelson Aldrich was there to see that it came out in a form which could be gotten through Congress, and the other bankers were there to offer suggestions and help on banking problems. Instead of making a report to Congress or to the American people on the results of the National Monetary Commission's trip to Europe, Senator Aldrich went to Jekyll Island to write a bill which later was passed by Congress and signed by President Woodrow Wilson as the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The Jekyll Island group remained at the club for 9 days, working steadily to complete their job, for Congress was already complaining that the National Monetary Commission seemed to have no solution ready. Despite the common interests of all present, the work did not proceed without friction. Senator Aldrich considered himself the leader of the group, and, as the dictatorial type, could not help ordering everyone about. Aldrich also felt somewhat out of place as the only member who was not a professional banker. He knew very little about the technical aspects of financial operations, previously having been content to see to it that the country's laws took care of this business for him. Paul Warburg felt that every question demanded a lecture, and he never lost an opportunity to go into a long discourse or to impress the others with the extent of his technical knowledge of banking. This often seemed a waste of time, and drew many barbed remarks from Aldrich, so that it sometimes required all the diplomacy of Henry P. Davidson to keep them at their work. Also, Warburg's thick alien accent grated on them all. As the lone outsider in this clique of American aristocrats, he realized the delicacy of this position, but nevertheless quarreled on any occasion concerning technical problems, which he, of course, considered his personal field. Things and personalities change very little over the years, and yet the squeaking wheel always gets the grease, does it not? You once had best keep squeaking as much as you can. Monetary reform difficulties. One of the main difficulties in working out a monetary reform plan which could then be presented as the work of the National Monetary Commission was to keep hidden the obvious authorship of the bill. So great was popular resentment against bankers since the Panic of 1907 that no congressman would dare vote for a bill bearing the Wall Street taint, regardless of who paid his campaign expenses. The plan which was being worked out at Jekyll Island was a plan for a central bank. There was in American history a long tradition of war against inflicting a central bank on the finances of your country, and there had until 1896 been a continuous struggle against totalitarian domination of your financial resources. It had begun with Jefferson's fight against Alexander Hamilton's scheme for the First Bank of the United States. It had continued with Andrew Jackson's successful war against Nicholas Biddle's Second Bank of the United States. Biddle had been backed in that fight by James Rothschild of Paris, a fight which was a financial civil war, and it had resulted in the setting up of the independent sub-treasury system which supposedly had kept the United States funds out of the hands of the great bankers. Because your funds were in the sub-treasury system, the bankers had precipitated the money panics of 1873, 1893, and 1907, and so the tradition continues to the current day. This caused widespread suffering throughout the country and aroused the public to demand that Congress enact legislation to prevent the recurrence of artificially inspired money panics. Such monetary reform now seemed inevitable, and it was to head off and control such reform that the National Monetary Commission had been set up with the multimillionaire Nelson Aldrich at its head. The financiers' inner circle was now gathered at Jekyll Island to write banking legislation which would protect their interests, legislation which would he publicized as a people's banking bill. The main problem, so Paul Warburg informed his colleagues, was to avoid the name of central bank, and for that reason he had come upon the designation of Federal Reserve System. This would allay suspicion in the popular mind that the bill was a central bank plan. However, it would still function as a central bank, fulfilling the three main functions in that tradition, that is, it would be owned by private individuals who would draw profit from ownership of shares, and who could control the nation's issue of money. It would have at its command the nation's entire financial resources, and it would be able to mobilize and mortgage the United States by involving you in major foreign wars. Are any of you sick to your tummies yet? Do you still think an entire world cannot be fooled? Satan always has brilliant, secret ways, and it gets more horrendous as you move into the spiritual guidance of humanity. I mean really rotten. Concealed facts. The next principal consideration was to conceal the fact that the proposed Federal Reserve System would be dominated by the operators of the New York money market. The congressmen from the South and the West particularly could not survive a vote for a Wall Street plan. Farmers and small businessmen in these sections had suffered most from the repeated money panics, and there had been ever since the Revolutionary War a considerable amount of popular resentment against Eastern bankers. The private papers and letters of Nicholas Biddle, which were not publicly printed until nearly a century after his death, show that even at that time the Eastern bankers had to take into consideration the feeling against them. Paul Warburg had already worked out the primary deception which would keep the people from recognizing his plan as a central bank. This was the Regional Reserve System, an organization of 4, later passed as 12, branch reserve banks located in different sections of the country. No person unacquainted with the details of the nation's credit structure would be likely to realize that the present concentration of most of the nation's debt and money in New York made the operation of a regional service system farcical, since the regions would finally be dependent on the amount of money or credits available to them from New York. Most important of the provisions incorporated in the legislation drafted by the financiers was the selection of the administrators of the Federal Reserve System. Aldrich was the first to point out that the officials should be entirely appointive offices, and that Congress should not have anything whatever to do with them. As an experienced senator, he knew that any congressional control over the administration of the system would embarrass the Wall Street interests, because the hit congressmen would lose no opportunity to investigate irregularities and prove to their constituents that they were fighting the traditional enemies, the Eastern bankers. This was indeed an astute observation. Removal of the system from congressional control and supervision made the entire Federal Reserve proposition unconstitutional from its inception. Please allow me to repeat this. Removal of the system from congressional control and supervision made the entire Federal Reserve proposition unconstitutional from its inception. This was because the Federal Reserve would be a bank of monetary issue, and Congress is expressly charged in the Constitution with the issuance of money. Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 5, states that Congress shall have the power to coin money and regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin. The Supreme Court, in its great wisdom, has held that the delegation of the coinage prerogative to private banks is constitutional because Congress thought it necessary and proper to do so. Necessary and proper, says the court, means convenient. Of course, the most convenient method of handling a constitutionally delegated power is to abdicate that power to private interests. McCulloch vs. Maryland, 4 W 316, 4 L. ed. 579. Enactment of Warburg's Federal Reserve System meant that the legislative department of your government would lose its sovereignty, and that the system of checks and balances of power set up with so great a struggle by Thomas Jefferson in the Constitution would be destroyed. Administrators of the system would control future issue of the nation's money and credit, and would themselves be controlled by the executive department of government. The judicial department, Supreme Court, etc., already was controlled by the executive department through the wangle of appointive offices, and now the legislative department would be effectively castrated, making possible a rapid centralization of power behind the White House in Washington. First World War. 4 years after the passage of the Federal Reserve Act in 1913, the United States had been involved in the First World War, and was in the grips of an absolute dictatorship of 3 men, who imprisoned anyone who objected to them. A presidential candidate of the Socialist Party, Eugene Debs, was sent to Atlanta prison by Woodrow Wilson. Does this ring of LaRouche, my fair and just friends? Your heavy industry was under the dictatorship of Wall Street gambler Bernard Baruch. Yes, the same one sent forth to meet our contact craft, food and agriculture were under the dictatorship of Paul Warburg, chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, whose first allegiance was to his family banking house of M.M. Warburg Company of Hamburg. M.M. Warburg was at that time financing the Kaiser's war against you, and Paul Warburg's firm of Kuhn, Loeb Company had 5 representatives in the Treasury Department in charge of Liberty loans, thus financing your war against the Kaiser. Baruch's partner in the Alaska Juneau Gold Mining Company, Eugene Meyer, was head of the War Finance Corporation. Eugene Meyer collected commissions on the hundreds of millions of dollars of Liberty bonds which he bought from and sold to himself as head of the War Finance Corporation. This is real insider trading, to Eugene Meyer and Company, 14, Wall Street, New York. No wonder he bought control of the enormous chemical trust, the Allied Chemical and Dye Corporation, and became publisher in Washington, owner of the extremely left-wing Washington Post, the staunch defender of the traitor Alger Hiss. I apologize, readers, I realize that you precious ones have asked for less repetition, but there is no way to tell the story of your life without repeating the same ones are endlessly responsible for your nightmares while you slept on. Power. With this sort of power at stake, it is not to be wondered that the Aldrich Group traveled 1,000 miles in a sealed railroad car to prepare their plans for taking over this country. The writing of the plan, however, was only the first step. The first serious break in the work of the Jekyll Island Group came when Senator Nelson Aldrich declared that he could not let Warburg's proposed designation of Federal Reserve System be attached to the bill. His name had already been associated in the public mind with monetary reform, and he argued that it would arouse suspicion if a bill were put before Congress which did not bear his name. Warburg argued in vain that the use of Aldrich's name would certainly condemn the bill as representing the great Wall Street interests, for Aldrich was popularly known for his tariff bills in favor of the Tobacco Trust and the Rubber Trust. Aldrich, however, had made up his mind that the legislation must bear the name of Aldrich, and he would not hear any objection to it. Most of Warburg's suggestions had already been incorporated in the bill, and his colleagues saw in this disagreement a chance to defeat him on at least one point, so that Warburg found himself alone in his opposition to Aldrich. Predicting that the name alone would make their work in securing its passage much harder, if not impossible, he devoted himself to helping them polish up the bill, and, some 10 days after they had sneaked out of the city, they returned to New York with a completed financial act which would be presented to Congress under the name of the Aldrich Plan. The point which Warburg had most successfully gotten into the plan was the matter of a uniform discount rate, to be imposed on all the banks of the United States by the proposed system. This was the method employed by the big European central banks about which Warburg knew so much. A discount rate imposed by a central bank on the entire nation meant the power to create a money panic not only on the New York money market, as had been the case in the panics of 1893 and 1907, but also the power to make the money shortage a truly nationwide condition. Consequently, there occurred the agricultural depression of 1920-21, and the Great Depression of 1929-39, for both of which, as you shall see, the Federal Reserve System was directly responsible. Mr. Warburg was given credit. The Federal Reserve Act is the work of Mr. Warburg more than any other man in the country. This credit being given by many historians giving later accounts from direct participants. Senator Aldrich. With the return of the Jekyll Island Group to New York, the financiers now sponsored a nationwide propaganda movement to sell the people on the Aldrich Plan. All national banks were forced to contribute to a slush fund of $5 million, and the great universities were used as strongholds of propaganda, abetted by the university presidents and the professors of economics. This is the same type of tactics utilized by today's propaganda machines to sell the public on everything from gun control to world government. And over, the public repeats the same old mistakes and joins the hoopla with banners waving as they march to the sea cliffs as the lemmings to jump in, sink and drown. Woodrow Wilson, president of Princeton University, was the first prominent educator to speak in favor of the Aldrich Plan, a gesture which immediately brought him the governorship of New Jersey and later the presidency of the United States. During the Panic of 1907, Wilson declared that, all this trouble could be averted if we appointed a committee of 6 or 7 public-spirited men like J.P. Morgan to handle the affairs of our country. This plea for financial dictatorship had brought him favorable notice from the bankers, and he had been invited by Frank Vanderlip to a luncheon with James Stillman, then president of the National City Bank. Stillman afterwards remarked to Vanderlip that Wilson was not a great man. Nevertheless, the support of the National City Bank gave Wilson the presidency of the United States after Wilson promised to enact the Federal Reserve Act. Much of the bankers' campaign fund was spent under the auspices of an organization called the National Citizens League, which was not national and might properly have been called an economists' league, since it was made up principally of college teachers who wished to get on in the world. It was headed by J. Lawrence Laughlin, the most prominent gold standard economist in the country, and head of the Department of Economics at Rockefeller's University of Chicago. The league soon numbered among its members most of the economists and college presidents in the East and Middle West. The league printed and distributed many abstruse and technical volumes pointing out the need for a central bank and other features of monetary reform. The Aldrich Plan was presented to Congress as the result of 3 years of work, study, and travel of the National Monetary Commission, at an expense of more than $300,000. Actually, only 2 members of the commission had anything to do with the plan. Senator Aldrich and A. Piatt Andrew, who was not a member of the commission but a special assistant. The other members had a 2-year joyride around Europe and cheerfully signed everything which Aldrich asked of them. In 1911, the Aldrich Plan became the official platform of the Republican Party. This was a case of the broom riding the witch, for the Republican Party had, ever since the Civil War, fought bitterly all efforts at monetary reform up to 1910, and had spent the largest sum of money employed in a presidential campaign up to that time, in the campaign against William Jennings Bryan in 1896. Bryan was running on a campaign of monetary reform, and was arousing such response that international bankers here and in Europe poured money into a Republican fund and purchased votes by the millions. The amount of money spent in the campaign has never been determined with any degree of accuracy, but subsequent congressional investigations put the figure at from $6 to $16 million. The same bankers who had given money to fight monetary reform in 1896 were in 1911 giving liberal donations to see that reform legislation was enacted. The Republican Party had become identified as the representative of the conservative classes in money matters, and its sudden about-face on this issue caused some suspicion. Monetary reform had, until this time, been the preserve of the Democratic Party. William Jennings Bryan had very nearly secured the presidency on a bimetallism platform, although, as he remarked to the economist Arthur Kitson, free silver is only window dressing. The real issue is the control of the nation's money and credit. As the candidate of the Democratic Party, Bryan had made his famous Cross of Gold speech, in which he enjoined the New York bankers not to crucify the American citizen on a cross of gold. How picturesque is such a vision, but no one listened and the full intent was to thoroughly crucify the American citizen in any manner possible, at any rate. In 1911 there were still many independent and public-minded newspapers, whose editors were not in the pay of bankers and whose mortgages were not subject to foreclosure from New York. These editors saw in the Aldrich Plan its concealed threat to their communities, and began a forceful and vigorous campaign against it. They pointed out, as Paul Warburg had foreseen, that Senator Nelson Aldrich did not represent the common people of your country, or anyone else who had less than $1 million, and there was plenty of evidence to prove the fact. Consequently, a nationwide opposition sprang up against the Aldrich Plan. The outcry against it created an atmosphere favorable to passing the same plan under the sponsorship of Woodrow Wilson and the Democratic Party as the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The expose was underway, but nobody listened. Louis Bardius led the fight against the Aldrich Plan in the Harper's Weekly with a series of articles on the Great Money Trust. The period in literary history to be known as the muckraking period was then in full swing. Ida Tarbell wrote a series of articles in the American magazine exposing Senator Aldrich's illegal activities, and a definitive history of Rockefeller's Standard Oil, pointing out that Rockefeller's gigantic expansion would not have been possible without the funds advanced to him by the National City Bank and Kuhn Loeb Company. Miss Tarbell graphically described the poverty in which the workers in the Aldrich's factories lived, while he grew orchids in hothouses within sight of the slums. Aldrich had secured Senate approval for the great trusts formed in the last decade of the 19th century, and he himself was a partner in 2 of the largest of these corporations, the Tobacco Trust formed with Duke as its head, and the Rubber Trust, led by Rockefeller and Guggenheim. The technical aspects of handling these great mergers were perfected by a brilliant young financier named Bernard Baruch, who was just coming into prominence on Wall Street. Harper's Weekly of May 7, 1919, editorially commented that finance and the tariff are reserved by Nelson Aldrich as falling within his sole purview and jurisdiction. Mr. Aldrich is endeavoring to devise, through the National Monetary Commission, a banking and currency law. A great many 100,000 persons are firmly of the opinion that Mr. Aldrich sums up in his personality the greatest and most sinister menace to the popular welfare of the United States. Ernest Newman recently said what the South visits on the Negro in a political way, Aldrich would mete out to the mudtails of the North, if he could devise a safe and practical way to accomplish it. The Aldrich Plan was a safe and practical way to accomplish the desires of Aldrich and his class, as was the Federal Reserve Act. Aldrich was a dictator of the banker type which the communists, during the 1920s, were to make immortal the bloated capitalist of whom J.P. Morgan became the symbol. The organizers of the trusts had completed most of their work in the previous 20 years, and it was up to them now to secure their gains. This could be done only through control of money and credit, for, under your financial system, ownership of the trusts could not be maintained if somebody came along with more money to buy them. Rubber, steel, heavy industry, railways, and public communications were securely in the hands of a few family dynasties. The Guggenheims, Seligmans, Schiffs, Warburgs, Baruchs, Lehmans, and their satellites controlled banking and politics. It was certain that the power of these trusts could be attacked in only 2 ways, by uncontrolled money, and by uncontrolled popular movements which might gain a majority in Congress and force the oligarchy to give way. Thus, The movement for monetary reform coincided with the Great Reform movement, which was designed to corral and emasculate any popular protests against the international elements. Theodore Roosevelt provides an excellent example of this, accepting $500,000 in campaign funds from Schiff and Morgan in 1904 while he was stomping up and down the country bellowing about what he was going to do to the trusts. The trusts survived his term of office, however. The Sherman Antitrust Act and the Clayton Antitrust Act will begin our next chapter, Dharma. This has become too lengthy for adequate digestion. Let us leave this portion at this point. Thank you. Chapter 6. Rec number 1 Hayton. Saturday, July 7, 1990, 10:40 a.m. Year 3 Day 325. Slavery. Perhaps you once should understand slavery a bit better and you can better see how your freedom has been removed. You don't realize yourself a slave until you find out you can't do the things you wish or keep the things you have labored for. To label a nation free does not make it free. To be a slave is to be abused and have your God-given rights and things taken away by force and be abused and simply bear it, compelled by violence and power to suffer wrong. It is to see your government ship billions of dollars away to foreign lands and forgive billions of dollars of debt on money you have loaned, and your women, infants, and children's services don't meet starvation levels of giving care to nurture your own babies and you are helpless to stop of it. It is servitude and slavery to simply serve the unwise and, dear ones, there is no wisdom in your bureaucracy, there is only mockery and contempt from those you serve. And finally, it always happens when man has been enslaved in so subtle a manner as have Americans. He looks and ponders that which is incorrect, feels helpless, and finally loses everything to his chains, even the desire of escaping from them. The fact is that servitude and slavery debases men to the point where they end up liking it. Evil has spread across your lands and all spirits are enslaved which serve things evil. How long will you serve? Will you serve and relinquish until it is too late? It is soon too late. Man must rise above his selfishness but move into self-love as meant by God. To love self and revere self is holy, for man will honor in truth that which he esteems, and it must not be that man misdefines love and selfishness. Selfish persons are incapable of seeing anything other than through the eyes of how it affects them personally, as if the world rotates to simply annoy or impact self, as if no other spouse fails to pick up the dirty socks. All is personalized in a most negative manner. Human history is the sad result of each one looking out for himself, for selfish persons are incapable of loving others, but they are not capable of loving themselves, either. It is that living only for self is not living as one wishes to live, it is asking others to live as one wishes to live. It would be wise for all to look carefully at self, for if you had to tolerate in others all that you permit in yourself, life would become completely unbearable. And, in giving in to demands for indulgence to others, especially to children or loved ones, is in fact only self-indulgence under an alias to allow for quiet, and always the demands grow beyond satiability. Your government has grown beyond that point, and most of your populace look around at your own life circumstance and see that which you do. Populace look, keep peace at any cost. Indulgences, not fulfillment, is what the world permits you. Can you as a citizenry rise to meet the needs of this wondrous country who is your mother, your wife? What will you do to save and nurture her and reclaim her to her original health and status? Or, will you abide by the old saying, when a man steals your wife, there is no better revenge than to let him keep her? Well, it isn't going to be that way, in case you think, just let the nation go and I'll slide by. You will become the slave to the new couple and support them while they indulge in making a fool of you. You are already in that position and you hardly noticed, for the subterfuge was so subtle. Has it come to the point where all mankind censure injustice, fearing that they may be victims of it and not because they shrink from committing it? I remind you of something I have said to you before: an injustice which lasts for long years, especially through a century or longer, and exists among millions of people over thousands of square miles of territory, is no longer simply injustice, it is an accomplished fact of life. That is what has been staged for you, and if you act not, that which is planned will simply become a fact of life. Let no man say that I say nothing new, for what is new? I desire to say nothing new to you ones who are in confusion. The arrangement of the subject is new. Perhaps a symphony rearranged can be heard more sweetly within the mind. So be it, for if it appears that I repeat, and most especially if it seems I repeat that which another has spoken unto you, sick, why have you not heard it? Why have you failed to change your course? And, if you denounce and pull your brother from the word for these reasons, have you not committed double jeopardy? The word is simply that, the word. Manifestation is that which comes upon you according to the word. If evil and enslavement come upon you, it is because human beings have heard a word and acted upon it with manifestation, and therefore, to change the manifestation, action of like kind must be undertaken. The word alone will never do it. Truth shall set you free, for the word shall show you the way, actions will manifest the freedom. Faith without works shall avail you nothing. Let us continue with the subject in point of this journal. We are attempting to give you historical line of how you oozed into the mire of chaos. Specifically, in point, is the Federal Reserve System. You need the historical lineage so that you can see the connections to the conspirators' netting. If you do not know how a bomb is constructed, how can you defuse it? This bomb is said to explode momentarily. You better pay attention to the wiring, my friends. The Sherman Antitrust Act and the Clayton Antitrust Act. These acts were written by the oligarchy for the oligarchy. Oligarchy means a government in which a small group exercises control, especially for corrupt and selfish purposes, to prevent anyone else from breaking into the circle after things have been set up. The result of these antitrust laws was to render the big corporations secure from popular interference. The antitrust laws were the greatest encouragement to the forming of the great corporations, for it was already decided who would own the big corporations. This was due to the fact that only the giant aggregations of corporate interests could survive those legal entanglements created by government legislation. Small outfits, unable to afford the services of a large legal and administrative staff, were forced to sell out to the trusts. A new profession, that of corporation lawyer, sprang up to devise ways to make the government helpless to regulate the trusts. The Attorney General could bring suit against a corporation to dissolve a conspiracy in restraint of trade, but, by the time he had secured a court order and begun legal action, the corporation's lawyers would have worked out a new and more foolproof organization. Nowadays, the Attorney General simply starts on their side and changes the laws to suit the cause of the elite without even further bother of facade, and the public assume the actions to be lawful. Even back then, the Attorney General's dissolution of corporations and their subsequent reforming was usually a highly profitable event for the owners. This is why you ones must be clever and utilize the laws written for the big boys in your quiet, insignificant manner, and you come under the same security shelter. Just know what you are doing, keep small and insignificant, and you gain back your country the same way they stole it from you. You see, if you have enough power you need no laws, you make the rules and proclaim them legal, and that is what has happened. The reforming of the corporations meant that the stocks of the old corporation could be manipulated on Wall Street while action was pending, and the forming of a new organization meant a large issue of stock, most of which would be overcapitalization, so the net result of a Department of Justice action against a corporation often meant the reaping of more millions of dollars for the interests which the government pretended to attack. You win the game by sometimes not even issuing stock, and by having all stock relatively worthless even if you do. If a company never shows a profit, who will come to steal the profit from you? There are other ways to use the would-be profits and literally have profits for the participants, all the participants. You will be taking the old concepts and virtually reversing the procedures. Of course it will be a time-consuming procedure, for these ones have been at global control for centuries and millennia. You are only just catching on to the scheme. The era of the trust as a dynamic political force had been inaugurated in 1890, when New Jersey passed a law permitting corporations holding in corporations in New Jersey to hold the stock of other corporations, thus permitting the abuse of interlocking directorates, which allow a few men to exercise direct control in many corporations, some of which supposedly were competitors. There still is no competition, only collusion and manipulation, while the public thinks there is competition. The farcical nature of the reform presidents is shown by the record of the first of them, Theodore Roosevelt, who was even nicknamed Trust Buster. The facts are, however, that any Justice Department investigations of the trusts were started well before Roosevelt came into dictatorship, and did in fact take place without his approval. The reform movement, although principally bought out and corrupted, was not without honest spokesmen in Congress. But then, as now, you must have the masses take interest in support of the daring speakers who effort at change. For instance, how many of you even know what WICS stands for? Okay, Women, Infants and Children's Services. How many of you know there are congressional subcommittee meetings going on this week because the programs cannot meet even 30% of the needs of your citizens? How many know that the director of the program did not even petition for increased funding? How many of you know that the infant formula companies, pharmaceutical houses such as Schiff, etc., have been giving a rebate per can of formula of at least $1.25 and have now formed a conspiracy to only rebate 75 cents, moving to 50 cents? Worse, the industry, along with the physicians, convinces the public that an infant must have formula at 125 times the cost of milk, milk being the basic product of formula and or soybeans, which are even cheaper, and thusly your babies go malnourished and hungry. It is a drive to have slower responding children and thusly a more docile bunch of slaves. This is only one example from a daily list we could point out. Well, even before the Panic of 1907 the selling was full-blown. Jacob Schiff, senior partner of Kuhn Loeb Company, had said in a speech before the Chamber of Commerce of New York, "Unless we have a central bank with adequate control of credit resources, this country is going to undergo the most severe and far-reaching money panic in its history." The powerful banker's threat soon became a reality. The Panic of 1907, which occurred in a good crop year, when industry was productive and the country enjoyed a general prosperity, aroused public indignation and forced Congress to take a token action against a recurrence by passing the Aldrich-Vreeland Act of 1908. This act provided for the issuance of currency against securities in case of another money panic. Its provisions were put in use only during the last months of its being, in the early part of 1914, when the sudden withdrawal of large sums of European gold from your country, occasioned by the beginning of the First World War, caused a temporary money stringency. The Federal Reserve Act, although already law, was not yet in operation, and the Aldrich-Vreeland Act was used as the basis for issuing $400 million to cover a loan due the firm of J.P. Morgan Company from the Bank of England. Do you see how insidious? The real purpose of the Aldrich-Vreeland Act was the creation of a National Monetary Commission. Any prospective monetary legislation coming to Congress in the next few years would have to be referred to this body, which effectively prevented the public indignation from manifesting itself in any constructive form. 2 years and $300,000 later, under the leadership of Senator Nelson Aldrich, the National Monetary Commission advanced Paul Warburg's Federal Reserve Plan under the name of the Aldrich Plan. On March 2, 1911, the New York Chamber of Commerce officially adopted a plan of its Special Currency Committee, of which Paul Warburg was then chairman, for a central reserve bank. This was the same as the Aldrich Plan, except for the distribution of reserves. This plan openly provided for the centralized reserves to be kept in New York, and was immediately branded as the official Wall Street Plan, to divert attention from the Wall Street sympathies of the Aldrich Plan. The campaign for the Aldrich Plan was sincere, in that Aldrich and its supporters in the Republican Party honestly believed that they could win with it and get it enacted into law. More than likely they could have, had they had anyone less notorious than Nelson Aldrich as its head. The Federal Reserve Act, the official platform of Woodrow Wilson and the Democratic Party in 1912, was in all its essentials the same plan for a central bank, and was promoted by the same New York banking interests, arose by any other name. It was an alternate stratagem which made it impossible for the bankers to lose. No matter who won the election, they would get their central bank. It is like only having two kinds of bread to buy and they have the same ingredients. What difference in the label? The propagandists for the Aldrich Plan carried on their fight without regard for opposition. The opposition stated flat out that Aldrich would take from the people and give to the bankers the absolute control of the people's money. It was apparent that in such a body of bankers there would be no opportunity for the people, or their representatives, to make their wishes known effectively, if their wishes conflicted with those of the banking interests. This history of the Federal Reserve Board since 1914 shows clearly that there has never been a method or opportunity for a citizen to protect his interests when the board has decided upon a change of policy in the interest rate or in their open market operations. Here a little defensive argument as put forth by Carter Glass and Cordell Hull and other powerful Democratic congressmen in 1913 who fought all efforts to exclude or limit membership of bankers on the Board of Governors of the system. They pointed out that if some of the restrictions of members of the board were enacted, you would be turning over supervision of your banks to mechanics and farm laborers. This seemed a bit strange even then, for Glass was a congressman and mechanics and farm laborers voted to send him to Congress again and again for 30 years. Also, mechanics in their union and farm laborers in cooperative associations have done about as good a job in keeping up their credit as have most American bankers. Charles A. Lindbergh. Congressman Charles Lindbergh was one of the most forceful speakers against the Aldrich Plan. He spoke to the House of Representatives. The Aldrich Plan is the Wall Street Plan. It is a broad challenge to the government by the champion of the money trust. It means another panic, if necessary, to intimidate the people. Aldrich, paid by the government to represent the people, proposes a plan for the trusts, instead. It was by a very clever move that the National Monetary Commission was created. In 1907 nature responded most beautifully and gave this country the most bountiful crop it had ever had. Other industries were busy, too, and from a natural standpoint all the conditions were right for a most prosperous year. Instead, a panic entailed enormous losses upon us. Wall Street knew the American people were demanding a remedy against the recurrence of such a ridiculously unnatural condition. Most senators and representatives fell into the Wall Street trap and passed the Aldrich-Vreeland Emergency Currency Bill. But the real purpose was to get a monetary commission which would frame a proposition for amendments to our currency and banking laws which would suit the money trust. The interests are now very busy everywhere educating the people in favor of the Aldrich Plan. It is reported that a large sum of money has been raised for this purpose. Wall Street speculation brought on the panic of 1907. The depositors' funds were loaned to gamblers and anybody the money trust wanted to favor. Then when the depositors wanted their money, the banks did not have it. That made the panic. Can you see the rerun? Let us look at what happened back then and see if we can correlate it to today. Another senator, LaFollette, was another spokesman against the plan, and together he and Lindbergh had become rallying points for opposition to the Aldrich Plan in general. They had also aroused popular feeling against the power of the money trust, so that Congress was forced to consider taking action. Lindbergh pointed out that the government prosecuted other trusts, but supported the money trust. He said he had waited for several years for an opportunity to expose the false money standard, and to show that the greatest of all favoritism was that extended by the government to the money trust. Senator LaFollette charged that a money trust of 50 men controlled the nation. George Baker, partner of J.P. Morgan, simply said it was a sensational accusation and was absolutely in error. Does any of this sound the least bit familiar to you ones? But guess what the punchline and sick humor to the Baker story is? I know personally that not more than 8 men run the country. Negative impact. Despite the high-minded detachment, by and large, there did evolve plenty of evidence that the money trust exercised its influence for bad. Not only was it despoiling the natural resources of the United States at a very rapid rate, but it was not above the most ruthless application of gangster tactics, especially in politics. Congress finally made a gesture of appeasing popular feeling by appointing a committee to investigate the control of money and credit in the United States. This was the Pujo Committee, which conducted the famous money trust hearing in 1912, under the leadership of Congressman Arsene Pujo of Louisiana. The hearings dragged on for 5 months and the testimony given made 4 volumes of some 6,000 pages. The bankers, month after month, made the train trip down to Washington from New York, testified before the committee, and returned to New York. The hearings were extremely dull, and those who had expected that much startling information would be turned up at these examinations were sorely disappointed. The bankers solemnly agreed that they were bankers, insisted they operated in the public's interest, and claimed that they were animated by the highest ideals of public service, like the congressman. Insofar as the hearings were concerned, this seemed to be true. The bankers were asked few questions which were embarrassing, and nothing was brought out by which the public might have been excited. The newspapers played up the hearings, carrying headlines each day about the money trust, but the paragraphs below the headlines had little in them that was interesting in the least. The nature of the hearings may be better understood if you look at the man who single-handedly carried on the entire investigation, Samuel Untermeyer. Samuel Untermeyer. He was also one of the main contributors to Woodrow Wilson's campaign fund. Untermeyer was one of the wealthiest corporation lawyers in New York. In Who's Who. In American Jury of 1926, he stated that he once received a $775,000, can you even calculate the relative value today, fee for a single legal transaction, the carrying through of the merger of the Utah Copper Company and the Boston Consolidated and Nevada Company, a firm which had at that time a market value of more than $100 million. A man who could make nearly $1 million in one operation would not be likely to attack sincerely the wealthy men of his own class and profession. Neither Lindbergh nor LaFollette, who were responsible for the money trust hearings, was asked to testify or aid in the investigation. In fact, a concerted effort was set forth to silence them. A great deal of favorable publicity accrues to politicians associated with such hearings, and the bankers did not wish either of these men to be noticed by the public. Samuel Untermeyer was special counsel for the Pujo Committee. The congressional members of the committee, including its chairman, Arsene Pujo, seemed to have been struck dumb from the moment of the hearing's commencement to their conclusion. An examination of the thousands of pages of minutes reveals that these 11 congressmen did not ask a dozen questions apiece during the months of investigation. One of these silent servants of the public was James Burns, of South Carolina, who later achieved fame as Bernard Barrack's man in charge of the Office of War Mobilization during the Second World War. Ho-hum mm. Such delicate subjects as the system of interlocking directorates by which a few bankers controlled the nation's finance and heavy industry were not gone into at the Pujo Committee hearings, nor did Samuel Untermeyer see fit to dwell upon such items as international gold movements, the cause of money panics. Speaking of, how many of you know that all your gold stores have been removed? How many realize the gold from Ft. Knox is gone, or the international relationships between American bankers and European hankers? The international banking houses of Eugene Meyer, Lazard Frères, J&W Seligman, Spire Brothers, M.M. Warburg, and the Rothschild brothers, did not arouse Mr. Untermeyer's curiosity in the least, although it was known that all of these family banking houses either had branches or controlled banking houses in New York City. When Jacob Schiff appeared before the committee, Mr. Untermeyer's adroit questioning allowed Schiff to talk for some minutes without revealing information about the banking house of Kuhn, Loeb Company, which Senator Robert Owen had defined as the representatives of the European Rothschilds in New York. The aging J.P. Morgan, with only a few more months to live, came before the committee to justify a half-century of financial piracy. He stated for Mr. Untermeyer's edification that money is a commodity. Mr. Untermeyer did not quarrel with that statement. J.P. Morgan also declared that, in making a loan, he always considered a man's character before any other factor, even the man's collateral or his ability to repay were not as important. This astonishing observation startled the blasé members of the committee. Here was a banker who began his career by swindling his own government. He sold faulty rifles to the Union government at a great profit during the Civil War, collecting his money from the Treasury before he paid for his original purchase. He was charged with defrauding the United States. In 1895, he forced President Grover Cleveland to purchase $100 million worth of gold from the Rothschild brothers after threatening to paralyze the country with another money panic. Mr. Untermeyer, however, did not touch upon these incidents in the great man's career. The farce of the Pujo Committee finally ended. The country was convinced that the New York bankers did have a monopoly on the nation's money and credit. However, the bankers and their subsidized newspapers claimed that the only way to break that monopoly was to enact the banking and currency legislation then before Congress, the bill which was to be passed in the following year as the Federal Reserve Act. And so goes the cycle of frying pan to fire under the guise of a fire extinguisher. The New York monopoly was to be broken somehow by turning over administration of the system to the most powerful of the New York bankers, Paul Warburg. Let us leave this serial soap opera and take a rest, Dharma. We will take up the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, Woodrow Wilson's part, and let you ones realize you have seen the show before and failed to recognize the storyline, for the authors are exactly the same, the story is the same, and the prince of deceit and lies is the same. So be it. Chapter 7. Rec number 2, Hayton. Saturday, July 7, 1990, 4:25 p.m. Year 3, Day 325. Woodrow Wilson. The Pujo Committee was the last important publicity which the Federal Reserve Act received before being passed in December, 1913. The man who signed it was President Woodrow Wilson, who therefore is thought to be its author. Wilson was elected President of the United States in 1912 on a monetary reform platform. He promised the people of your country that he would give them a money and credit law which would be free from Wall Street influence. At last, he declared, you citizens are going to enjoy the benefits of your own credit, as Thomas Jefferson had intended and provided for in the Constitution. However good or bad were Woodrow Wilson's intentions, he was limited by the fact that he had been put into office by the biggest Wall Street banking house of them all, Paul Warburg's firm of Kuhn, Loeb Company. His campaign for the presidency had been entirely financed by Cleveland H. Dodge, of Kuhn, Loeb's National City Bank, Jacob Schiff, senior partner in Kuhn, Loeb Company, Henry Morgenthau, senior, Bernard Barrack, and Samuel Untermeyer. With such a background, as well as his earlier speeches in favor of the Aldrich Plan and his outspoken reverence for J.P. Morgan, the new, everyman's Woodrow Wilson smacked of ineffectuality, if not downright hypocrisy. Woodrow Wilson appeared before the people during his campaign with a monetary reform bill written by H. Parker Willis, and officially sponsored by the Democratic Party. A study of this new bill revealed a remarkable similarity to the Aldrich Plan. The more idealistic, and, to the bankers, unrealistic provisions of the bill, providing for others than bankers to administer it, were soon deleted by Carter Glass Banking and Currency Committee. Despite the apparently clean background of the Democratic Party's bill, known as the Federal Reserve Act, it was not favorably received by the country at large, and some newspapers were unkind enough to point out its close kinship to the discredited Aldrich Plan. With such popular opposition already manifesting itself against the people's choice, Wilson, Congress did not wish to pass the bill. It required all the political strength of William Jennings Bryan, the dominant power in the Democratic Party, to get Congress to pass the act. The Federal Reserve Act, although it was a brother to the Aldrich Plan, was ballyhooed as a people's plan. It promised the American people everything. First of all, it promised to liberate the farmer from his yearly needs for credit to get his crops harvested and send them to market. Heretofore, he had to go to the bank and mortgage his property for that money. According to the Act's proponents, he could get plenty of credit at the Reserve Bank. This was a bid to get the National Granges to come out in favor of the bill, but they did not rise to the bait. They refused to endorse it, pointing out that its control techniques were not likely to benefit anybody but the bankers, and this was proved when the Federal Reserve System caused the agricultural depression of 1920-21. The next benefit of the Federal Reserve Act, it was claimed, was that it would stabilize the monetary unit and give the dollar a consistent and balanced purchasing power. This was the provision insisted upon by Senator Robert L. Owen, co-author of the Owen-Glass Act, as the Federal Reserve legislation was known in Congress. Please let me believe that a few of you old-timers, at least, are familiar with these names firsthand and not heresy. Glass struck out the stabilization provision. Oh, so you thought that Bunch made glass and ceramic tiles for shuttlecrafts and worked with Corning and thus and so? Small world, isn't it? Senator Owen wrote, I was unable to keep this mandatory provision in the bill because of the secret hostilities developed against it, the origin of which at that time I did not fully understand. The Federal Reserve Act, as signed by Woodrow Wilson, contained no stabilization mechanism, but it did contain plenty of factors which would make stabilization impossible. Its manipulation of the discount rate to vary the amount of money in circulation, and its open market operations, dumping quantities of government securities on the New York Exchange or withholding them to create credit expansion or contraction, were the conditions directly responsible for the greatest disaster your country has ever suffered, the Great Depression of 1929-39. That, friends, is a whole decade of misery by manipulation. The hostility of the influences behind the Federal Reserve Act towards any kind of monetary stabilization has been expressed in the official publications and statements of the governors. Mariner Ecclesiastes, chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, issued a memorandum March 13, 1939, stating that the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System opposes any bill which proposes a stable price level. Another bit of propaganda for the Federal Reserve Act in 1913 was the claim that it would perform many banking services for the government without charge. At the Senate OPA hearings in 1941, Representative Wright Patman inquired of Mariner Ecclesiastes, Governor Ecclesiastes, when did the Federal Reserve System start charging the government agencies a service charge? He replied, I really couldn't say. Wasn't it intended when the Federal Reserve Act was passed that the Federal Reserve Bank would render this service without charge since under the Act the government would give them the use of the government's credit free? Asked Mr. Patman. Mr. Ecclesiastes replied, I wouldn't think so. To get the Federal Reserve Act made into law, the main lie used in the flood of speeches and writings poured out in favor of it was the claim that the nation's money and credit would be released from the domination of a few Wall Street bankers. The findings of the Pujo Committee were used to frighten the people into submitting to the monetary monster which had them at its mercy. You have got to save yourselves, the spokesman for the Federal Reserve Act declared, and our savior is this Federal Reserve System. These spokesmen, led by Representative Carter Glass of Virginia, said that they had devised the perfect way to emasculate the power of Wall Street, namely, the regional reserve system, which would divide the country up into 8 or 12 reserve bank districts, depending on whether Mr. Glass or Mr. Warburg made the final choice. Each of these districts would have equal power and equal representation in the administration of the entire reserve system. It was a completely democratic and almost perfect solution. Under the Glass, or Warburg, proposal, Kansas City or Denver would have as much control over the nation's money and credit as New York. Do you ones remember the new states? Do you think a thing has changed other than an increase in the power of your adversaries? There was only one thing which appeared wrong with Glass' system. It seemingly ignored the fact that the nation's money market was in New York. This was no small item to simply have overlooked. Even Mariner Ecclesiastes knew that, for he stated at the OPA hearings that, New York is the only money market you have in this country. This meant that these other reserve banks would have to go to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York whenever they wanted anything. Well, how about that? And, they would have to follow the wishes of the governor of that bank. Consequently, the Federal Reserve System was to fall into the hands of two men during the first 15 years of its existence, Paul Warburg of Kuhn, Loeb Company and Benjamin Strong of J.P. Morgan Company. Both of these men were at Jekyll Island when the banking legislation had been written, and both of them knew how to control it. Warburg was on the Board of Governors for 4 years, and for the 10 years after that he dominated the board by his position as president of the Federal Advisory Council and as president of the American Acceptance Council. Benjamin Strong was governor of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York from its opening in 1914 until his death in 1928, during a congressional investigation of the system. That is how Woodrow Wilson freed the nation's money and credit from New York bankers. The regional reserve system could not be anything but a farce. It was designed solely to convince the American people that control of your financial resources was being taken out of Wall Street hands, and once that was done, the congressmen could vote for the Federal Reserve Act without fear of reprisal from their constituents. A Democratic president and a Democratic Congress had been elected in 1912 to get this bill through. Representative Carter Glass of Virginia, chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, gets credit along with Wilson for finally passing the act, although all that Wilson did was to sign on the dotted line. Woodrow Wilson was regarded generally by the leaders of the Democratic Party as a newcomer and a stuffed shirt. Consequently, he enjoyed little power as president except for the patronage powers he possessed. He could do little towards actually getting Congress to pass the Federal Reserve Act. That job was done by the man who was the Democrat in the minds of the American people, William Jennings Bryan. He acted as Democratic whip to get the act passed, and he was rewarded by being made Secretary of State. He later wrote that, "In my long political career, the one thing I genuinely regret is my part in getting the banking and currency legislation enacted into law." Perhaps you might reread that statement before you move on. To further confuse the people. To confuse the American people still further and to blind them to the real purpose of the Federal Reserve Act, the chief proponents of the Aldrich Plan, Senator Nelson Aldrich and Frank Vanderlip, set up an enthusiastic hue and cry against the bill. You see this in action every day. In every instance, confusion is Satan's primary tool. These two turkeys, and I insult the turkey, gave interviews to reporters and politicians, anywhere they could find an audience, denouncing the Democratic Party's banking legislation as inimical to bankers and to good government. The old issue of inflation was raised because of the Act's provisions for printing Federal Reserve notes. Both Aldrich and Vanderlip spoke against fiat money, that is, enough money being put into circulation to assure proper distribution of goods and services among the people. Indeed, such was their enthusiasm in speaking against the Federal Reserve Act that they reversed themselves on several matters they had already plugged for in the Aldrich Plan, which brings to mind that adage about liars should have good memories. The Nation, on October 23, 1913, pointed out that Mr. Aldrich himself raised a hue and cry over the issue of government fiat money, that is, money issued without gold or bullion back of it, although a bill to do precisely that had been passed in 1908 with his own name as author, and he knew besides, that the government had nothing to do with it, that the Federal Reserve Board would have full charge of the issuing of such monies. I trust this sounds familiar? We need an amendment to prevent burning of the flag, when it is well covered in the Constitution. We must have balanced budget amendment, when it is absolutely and beautifully set forth in your Constitution. And now they are going to cut out crime against you by removing your defense. They are also going to get rid of drugs by making sure you have abundant supply of same. Further, they make you sicker with their sanctioned cures from the conspirators' pharmaceutical houses than you were with the diseases they created and thrust upon your society. Tacky as truth may appear, you better stop looking at your innocent government who is a victim, as Mr. Cooper says, of the little gray aliens. Does all this really sound like an innocent government doing the best they can to protect you? If it does, then you had best go look in the mirror and see who is there looking back at you. For if you believe they work in your behalf, you are indeed sick, my friend. Little gray aliens are not your enemy. The black dragon in the seats of power in human format right on your planet and in your nation are your enemy, and they are out to annihilate at least 2/3 of you by year 2000. If, as some of the UFO tout sheets project, could the aliens from outer space be coming to save you? Only in that we are going to certainly tell you the truth and what you must do to save yourselves. We aren't going to save anyone from anything. If you want it saved, you will save it. No more and no less. The Nation was the only public organ which pointed out that the issue of the money of the United States was being turned over to a body of men who were neither elected nor answerable to electors. Later, under Maurice Wertheim, it no longer pointed such criticisms. Aldrich and Vanderlip, in attacking the Federal Reserve Act on these grounds, were throwing up a smokescreen to make people think that the big bankers were afraid of the act. Paul Warburg discreetly remained silent during the campaign for and against this legislation. He had already arranged, through his private emissary to President Wilson, the ubiquitous Colonel House, that if the act were passed, Warburg would be chosen one of the first governors. Frank Vanderlip, however, threw himself into the comedy with such gusto that Senator Robert L. Owen, chairman of the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, openly accused him of carrying on a campaign of misrepresentation about the bill, as indeed he was. Owen pointed out that Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank of New York, was objecting to just those provisions in the reserve plan which he had fought for in the Aldrich Plan. Had Senator Owen known that both plans had originated during the secret expedition to Jekyll Island, he might have been even more vehement in denouncing Mr. Vanderlip. The first public reference to the Jekyll Island adventure, however, was not to appear for 3 more years, and no one in Washington mentioned it. Practically all the newspapers and magazines which had any considerable circulation favored the Federal Reserve Act, of course, because by this point they were either indebted to the bankers or were owned directly by the bankers. No economic journal dared to compare the act with the Aldrich Plan, but such comparison would show that, on most matters, including the introduction of trade acceptances into the country, there was no appreciable difference between the two plans, nor should there have been, since they were written by the same people as two apples of the same variety grown in different orchards owned by the same orchard owner. The editorial comments in 1913 agreed that if this bill became law, you would enter upon a period of general prosperity such as you had never known. The other extravagant claims for the Federal Reserve Act were its supposed benefits to the farmers, its purpose of stabilizing the integer of account, monetary unit, its functions of performing banking services for the national government without charge, and your complete emancipation from Wall Street domination. All above have been shown to be lies by the events of the last 60 years. The Federal Reserve System has done none of these things, but the biggest lie was that it would end money panics and business depressions. You were to have no more bank failures, no more farms seized by mortgage holders, no more factories closing down or unemployment. I don't know about you, but I am ready to throw up. The Federal Reserve System could have done a great deal towards ending these things, but it has exerted its influence in the opposite direction because it was set up to enslave your population and it has succeeded. The record of the Federal Reserve System proves that it double-crossed the farmers of America at a secret meeting on May 18, 1920, when it raised the rate to 7% on agricultural paper and precipitated the agricultural depression of 1920-21. It proves that the Board of Governors met with the heads of the great European central banks to make agreements which brought on the Great Depression of 1929-39, after most of your money had been poured into Wall Street because of the easy money policies and credit expansion activities of the system. Where do you sweethearts think you sit with all your wondrous credit cards and indebtedness? Could those cards be bank cards, perchance? To whom do you owe your soul? Do you begin to think you might have bargained with the devil, perchance? Have you? It won't be God who forecloses on you, dear hearts. The central bank mechanism of the Federal Reserve System involved you in the First World War, the Second World War and all the little non-wars in between, all over your entire globe, and it is making the Third World War inevitable. I suggest you take the matter of shelter systems most seriously indeed. What of Carter Glass? Despite the growing publicity for the Federal Reserve Act and the influence of William J. Bryan on the Democratic Congress, many senators and representatives who were familiar with the banking and currency legislation's import were not yet willing to wreck the Constitution and double-cross their constituents by voting for such a bill. The Senate Banking and Currency Committee was ready to write its own version of the Owen Glass bill, which Representative Carter Glass, chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, was ready to send them, but Owen's contribution to the bill, the stabilization of the monetary unit, integer of account, had already been stricken out of the act. The hearings before the two committees dragged on for many weeks. Many of the same bankers who had come down from New York to tell all before the Pujo Committee now appeared before Congress to speak in favor of the Federal Reserve Act, a coincidence which the newspapers let pass unnoticed. Andrew Frame stated before the House Committee that the plan still smacked too much of the government monarchies of Europe, and that it was not in accord with your institutions. This was as close as anybody came to calling the act unconstitutional, which it was, since it proposed to remove Congress's power of issuing money and credit and turn it over to an appointed body. Frank Vanderlip declared before the Senate Committee that he now favored the act, a second reversal of policy in as many months read his lips. He had come to the conclusion, he said, that the plan would proceed along democratic lines, since the president would appoint all board members for 10-year terms. Senator Weeks inquired of him, should the Federal Reserve hearings be public, as these hearings are before this committee? No, replied Mr. Vanderlip, they are not exactly hearings, they are official meetings. The president of the National City Bank evidently felt that democracy was all right, but that it had to stop somewhere. Carter Glass agreed with him and said, the meetings of the Federal Reserve Board are bank board meetings, and neither the public or reporters should be present. Neither Vanderlip nor Glass appears to consider the fact that these bank board meetings would be making decisions which would have a more important and more direct impact on the welfare of the American people than the decisions of Congress, and not one confounded thing has changed, except to worsen. Now it isn't just your money, it is your very lives? Senator Root also raised the charge of inflation, claiming that under the Federal Reserve Act, circulation would always expand indefinitely, causing great inflation. The history of the Federal Reserve System refutes this charge. The system has, if anything, kept the note circulation below the amount needed to carry on business and commerce in your country, except during the two world wars, when it did double and triple the circulation. Even after the Great Depression of 1929-39, when so much of the circulating medium had been withdrawn that the American people had to print their own money on wood and paper, the Federal Reserve System did not increase the amount of notes in circulation. At the House Committee on Banking and Currency hearings of 1913, Mr. Paul Warburg testified as follows. I am a member of the banking firm of Kuhn, Loeb Company. I came over to this country in 1902, having been born and educated in the banking business in Hamburg, Germany, and studied banking in London and Paris, and have gone all around the world. In the panic of 1907, the first suggestion I made was let us get a national clearing house. The Aldrich Plan contains some things which are simply fundamental rules of banking. Your aim in this plan, the Owen Glass Bill, must be the same centralizing of reserves, mobilizing commercial credit, and getting an elastic note issue. What do you suppose Mr. Kissinger would say in a situation like that? Do you think he would tell you all about his connections with Oliver North et al., the KGB et al., China et al., and every Zionist elitist and on and on and on? I personally expect not. Paul Warburg was the most clever of the important New York bankers. In all his writings and speeches and testimonials before Congress, he never made a misstatement. For instance, He did not bother to mention at this appearance that the banking business he had been brought up in Hamburg, Germany, was his own family banking house of M.M. Warburg Company, a fact which might have been brought up later when he was nominated for the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Warburg's term mobilization of credit was no accident either, for the First World War was due to begin in a few months as carefully planned, and the first big job on the docket for the system would be to finance the Allies in their war against Germany along with the Germans in their war against U Allies. Leslie Shaw, banker from Philadelphia, dissented with most of the other witnesses at these hearings when he testified that under the Aldrich Plan the bankers are to have local associations and district associations, and when you have a local organization, the centered control is assured. Suppose we have a local association in Indianapolis, can you not name the 3 men who will dominate that association? And then can you not name the 1 man who will dominate the 3? The same is true in Richmond and everywhere else. When you have hooked the banks together, they can have the biggest political influence of anything in this country, with the exception of the newspapers. Mr. Shaw, of course, did not know that many newspapers were already owned by or mortgaged to big banks, or that Frank Munsey, agent for J.P. Morgan Company, sometimes bought newspapers to promote a single big stock issue, and sold these periodicals as soon as the stock was unloaded. Dharma, allow us to close this portion please, and we will finish the subject of the beginning on the morrow. It has been too long a day at the writing and I would have once digest material before moving forward to simply get through the material. This is your life, dear ones, what will you do with it? Salut, I bid you a good day and a restless sleep while you confront the circumstance and decide which way ye shall go. Aho. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 8. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, July 8, 1990, 7:36 a.m. Year 3 Day 326. Continued controversy. The most fiery of the opponents to the Federal Reserve Act was a lawyer from Cleveland, Ohio, named Alfred Crozier, who was the most outspoken critic of the Wall Street banking fraternity. Yes, there are honorable attorneys, in fact, most attorneys, be they not Zionists pushed into the prostitution profession for purposes of the protocols, begin most honorable indeed, so it is also with physicians who are truly healers of mankind. Remember the intent always, remember the intent. Alfred Crozier, S.O. Mr. Crozier wrote about the Act of 1908, a few years later, U.S. Money versus Corporation Currency, 1912, which attacked the Aldrich-Vreeland Act as a Wall Street instrument and pointed out that when your government had to issue money based on privately owned securities, you would no longer be a free nation. The Federal Reserve System allowed the issue of notes on the privately owned shares of the Federal Reserve banks. Crozier presented to the Senate committee that it should prohibit the granting or calling in of loans for the purpose of influencing quotation prices of securities and the contracting of loans or increasing interest rates in concert by the banks to influence public opinion or the action of any legislative body. Within recent months, the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States was reported in the open press as charging specifically that there was a conspiracy among certain of the large banking interests to put a contraction upon the currency and to raise interest rates for the sake of making the public force Congress into passing currency legislation desired by those interests. The so-called administration currency bill grants just what Wall Street and the big banks for 25 years have been striving for, that is, private instead of public control of currency. It does this as completely as the Aldrich bill. Both measures rob the government and the people of all effective control over the public's money, and vest in the banks exclusively the dangerous power to make money among the people scarce or plenty. The Aldrich bill puts this power in one central bank. The administration bill puts it in 12 regional central banks, all owned exclusively by the identical private interests that would have owned and operated the Aldrich Bank. President Garfield, shortly before his assassination, declared that whoever controls the supply of currency would control the business and activities of all the people. Thomas Jefferson warned us 100 years ago that a private central bank issuing the public currency was a greater menace to the liberties of the people than a standing army. I would suppose that most of you now can understand the need for the murder of Mr. Garfield. Contrary to what is being touted by one such as Mr. Cooper in his material, the assassination of John Kennedy involved several deliberate causes, from mafia lessons, CIA/FBI takeout, etc. The major reason he had to be taken out was his attitude regarding interest-bearing versus non-interest-bearing currency, and he was getting ready to change it. So far, everyone with enough perceived power to make radical changes away from the banking cartel are slaughtered. Now, they are trying to assassinate God and get rid of all opposition, although most of mankind would pull the gun trigger for them for less than 30 pieces of silver. Almost anyone in the military, ordered to do so, would do the job and feel himself a patriotic and blessed American doing his duty and saving his nation. Am I not right, Colonel Gritz? Representative Carter Glass. As the House spokesman for the Democratic Party, Representative Carter Glass took occasion to make public the stormy record of the Republican organization, the National Monetary Commission, in its failure to prepare adequate banking and currency legislation. His House report in 1913 said, Senator McVeigh fixes the cost of the National Monetary Commission to May 12, 1911, at $207,130. They have since spent another $100,000 of the taxpayers' money. The work done at such cost cannot be ignored, but, having examined the extensive literature published by the Commission, the Banking and Currency Committee finds little that bears upon the present state of the credit market of the United States. We object to the Aldrich Bill on the following points. Its entire lack of adequate government or public control of the banking mechanism it sets up. Its tendency to throw voting control into the hands of the large banks of the system. The extreme danger of inflation of currency inherent in the scheme. The insincerity of the bond refunding plan provided for by the measure, there being a barefaced pretense that the system was to cost the government nothing. The dangerous monopolistic aspects of the bill. Our committee at the outset of its work was met by a well-defined sentiment in favor of a central bank, which was the manifest outgrowth of the work that had been done by the National Monetary Commission. Representative Glass' denunciation of the Aldrich Bill as a central bank ignored the fact that his own Federal Reserve System would fulfill all the functions of a central bank, that is, its stock would be owned by private stockholders who could use the government's credit for their own profit. Since they would have the privilege of note issue on the government's credit, it would have control of the nation's money and credit resources, and it would finance the government by mobilizing credit in time of war. The Federal Reserve System was acknowledged by economists in 1913 to be a bank issue like the European central banks. The Federal Reserve Act, as Carter Glass presented it, was passed by the House virtually intact. It then went to the Senate Committee on Banking and Currency, where such provisions of the Aldrich Bill as were deemed necessary were restored to it. In the Senate debate on the bill, Senator Stone said on December 12, 1913, "The great banks for years sought to have and control agents in the Treasury to serve their purposes. Let me quote from this World article. Just as soon as Mr. Mikado came to Washington, a woman whom the National City Bank had installed in the Treasury Department to get advanced information on the condition of banks, and other matters of interest to the big Wall Street group, was removed. Immediately the Secretary and the Assistant Secretary, John Skelton Williams, were criticized severely by the agents of the Wall Street group. I myself have known more than one occasion when bankers refused credit to men who opposed their political views and purposes. When Senator Aldrich and others were going around the country exploiting this scheme, the big banks of New York and Chicago were engaged in raising a munificent fund to bolster up the Aldrich propaganda. I have been told by bankers of my own state that contributions to this exploitation fund have been demanded of them and that they had contributed because they were afraid of being blacklisted or boycotted. There are bankers of this country who are enemies of the public welfare. In the past, a few great banks have followed policies and projects that have paralyzed the industrial energies of the country to perpetuate their tremendous power over the financial and business industries of America." Infamous Colonel House. The Federal Reserve Act, as altered by the Senate, was finally passed on December 22, 1913, and strangely enough, the alterations only further enforced the power of the bankers. Then it went to Woodrow Wilson for his signature. Colonel House's connection with Warburg and the Act are revealed in a volume called The Intimate Papers of Colonel House. This journal contains the following notes which are worthy of presentation herein. December 19, 1912. I talked with Paul Warburg over the telephone regarding the currency reform. I told of my trip to Washington and what I had done there to get it in working order. I told him that the Senate and the congressmen seemed anxious to do what he desired, and that President-elect Wilson thought straight concerning the issue. March 13, 1913. Warburg and I had an intimate discussion regarding currency reform. March 27, 1913. Mr. J.P. Morgan, Jr., and Mr. Denny of his firm came promptly at 5. Mikado came about 10 minutes afterward. Morgan had a currency plan already printed. I suggested he have it typewritten, so it would not seem too prearranged, and send it to Wilson and myself today. October 13, 1913. Paul Warburg was my first caller today. He came to discuss the currency measure. There are too many features of the Owen Glass bill that he does not approve. I promised to put him in touch with Mikado and Senator Owen so that he might discuss it with them. November 17, 1913. Paul Warburg telephoned about his trip to Washington. Later, he and Mr. Jacob Schiff came over for a few minutes. Warburg did most of the talking. He had a new suggestion in regard to grouping the regional reserve banks so as to get the units welded together and in easier touch with the Federal Reserve Board. Colonel House was often referred to as the unofficial Secretary of State. It would be more appropriate to call Mr. House your unofficial president during the Wilson years, for it was House who was representing you at Versailles. When Wilson went over, the European politicians laughed at him for his self-importance. They knew who pulled his puppet strings. Mr. House also wrote in his memoirs that he and Wilson knew that in passing the Federal Reserve Act they had created an instrument more powerful than the Supreme Court. The Federal Reserve Board of Governors is a Supreme Court of Finance, and it forced the Supreme Court to its knees in 1935 when the justices were made to approve the criminal conspiracy of Roosevelt, Morgenthau, and the international gold dealers to alter the price of gold. If the justices had disapproved, writes Secretary of the Treasury Morgenthau, we were ready to rush through an alternate policy. Warburg's plan to get the units welded together was merely an indication of his anxiety to get them under as tight control as possible. House's papers also reveal it was he who gave Warburg's name to Wilson as candidate for governor of the first Federal Reserve Board. Wilson approved the choice because of Warburg's interest and experience in currency problems under both Republican and Democratic administrations. You see, the more egotistical a man, the more probable will be his own wondrous diary of activities, and thereby history can be rebuilt. Today, of course, it is voice tapes which will contain the documentation. Evil men always write the historical plays for the stage of life, for honorable men, with ego under control instead of controlling them, care not about the wondrous exploits, for the honor and truth are most natural to them and certainly nothing to be noted in documents. Woodrow Wilson had been piqued by the consistent opposition to the Federal Reserve Act in Congress, and he was haunted by the fear that he would not be able to deliver the goods to his employers. When the bill finally reached him, on December 23, 1913, he refused at first to sign it because of the provisions for the selection of Class B directors. Bernard Baruch, relates William L. White in his biography of that great man, a principal contributor to Wilson's campaign fund, hurried over to the White House and told Wilson it did not matter. That could be fixed up later, the main thing was to get the thing signed into law. With this reassurance, Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act on December 23, 1913. On that day the Constitution ceased to be the governing covenant of the American people and your liberties were handed over to a small group of international bankers. That same day Representative Moore of Kansas said, on the floor of the House of Representatives, "The President of the United States now becomes the absolute dictator of all the finances of the country. He appoints a controlling board of 7 men, all of whom belong to his political party, even though it is a minority. The Secretary of the Treasury is to rule supreme whenever there is a difference of opinion between himself and the Federal Reserve Board. And only one member of the board is to pass out of office while the President is in office." The 10-year terms of office of the members of the board, lengthened by the Banking Act of 1935 to 14 years, meant that these dictators of finance, although not elected by the people, held office longer than any elected official. Now, they may hold office longer than 3 presidents. Congressman Charles A. Lindbergh. It remained for Congressman Lindbergh to make the final statement on the swindle which had been perpetrated on the American people. Speaking after Representative Moore on that day of December 23, 1913, he said, "This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the President signs this bill, the invisible government by the monetary power will be legalized. The people may not know it immediately, but the day of reckoning is only a few years removed. The trusts will soon realize that they have gone too far even for their own good. The people must make a declaration of independence to relieve themselves from the monetary power. This they will be able to do by taking control of Congress. Wall Streeters could not cheat us if you senators and representatives did not make a humbug of Congress. The division of Congress into political parties is a crime. The main object of the bosses in both political parties is to get offices and grant special favors at the people's expense. This is inherently a national government, and that is why party government is unsuccessful in dealing with economic problems. If we had a people's Congress, there would be stability. The greatest crime of Congress is its currency system. The worst legislative crime of the ages is perpetrated by this banking and currency bill. The caucus and the party bosses have again operated and prevented the people from getting the benefits of their own government. Yes, of course, this opposition is what eventually resulted in the death of his grandson who was kidnapped and held for ransom and silence." Lindbergh was overly optimistic in thinking that the trust dictatorship of the United States would last only a few years. The American people were kept from rising against oppression at home by being sent abroad to fight in 2 world wars in which you as a people had no immediate political or economic stake. Between wars, 2 Great Depressions kept your people scrambling for your daily bread. You simply have not really had the time to object to anything, and worse, they made sure you didn't know you had anything to which to object. Even you who are reading this book, less than 100% of the readers have any notion about the Federal Reserve System and certainly have no notion as to how it came about. You will not find it taught at any level of growth within the political academia. Lindbergh's theory that party government is unsuccessful in dealing with economic problems could neither be proved or disproved, because party government has not dealt with economic problems since the days of Jefferson and Adams. The architects and contrivers of the economic inequalities and instabilities existing in your country are the leaders and owners of the major political parties. They will not move to improve them, they are placed there to ensure their continuance until such time as they can be cemented within the pages of a new constitution which will lock the door of your prison cell forevermore. Who of you are willing to raise your voice against this dragon? How many of you will claim to be doing the work of God and stand silent because Satan is telling you, God wouldn't mingle in Caesar's world? Caesar does not have a world, he has stolen yours, that which was gifted by Creator for your use. Creator is come forth again in truth of the word which is to reclaim his property, who will stand with us, the hosts and guardians. So be it. How many do you know who have read almost none of the journals, pronounce their judgment based upon denouncement of another or from fear, and resume the cursing and floundering in helpless wonderment about what to do? How many? How many, based just on the perusal of one W.M. Cooper who has neither read the journals nor cares to participate in truth, only his projection of furthering the lie? How many of you know ones who cast aside truth through statements made against the scribe from the gatehouse in Sedona? Do you actually believe, oh you have so little faith, that your father/mother Creator would leave you without resource of instructions during this time of transition and tribulation upon your planet? Satan leaves you in blindness and without recourse, not God. Satan will pronounce that he will do it for you. God will not. God will tell you how, and you will do of it in your own free will. If you care not enough to rise and stand for self, brother, nation, and planet, then ye shall deserve whatever shall be thine harvest. Today is the day of planting and the growing season is almost finished. What kind of harvest shall ye reap? Amen. Louis T. M. C. Fatton, R.Pa. Dharma, allow us a rest please. This man is great enough to devote at least 2 chapters to this great energy. He made a speech to the House of Representatives on June 10, 1932, and it is worthy of complete reproduction herein, and so shall it be. I shall await your return to the keyboard. The pressures are great on you ones, Dharma, but you shall be sustained, and light of truth shall be your legacy to a darkened land and people. You do not walk alone, and those who have come before and brought forth truth shall be honored, for the day of the Lord is at hand. Glory and truth in the freedom of that which is shall again shine across the lands. Take my hand and I shall show you the way, is the promise. Ye shall do of the fulfilling. So be it in the power of that which I am. Chapter 9. Rec number 2 Hayton. Sunday, July 8, 1990, 10:11 a.m. Year 3, day 326. Told like it is. Representative Louis T. McFadden rose from office boy to become cashier and president of the First National Bank, Canton, PA, before being elected to the U.S. Congress. There he served with distinction for 20 years, including 12 years as chairman of the Committee on Banking and Currency, making him one of the foremost financial authorities in America. Relentlessly he fought for fiscal integrity and a return to constitutional government. On June 10, 1932, in the midst of the Great Depression, he addressed the House of Representatives. His historic speech was included in his testimony later before the Rules Committee, in connection with his Herculean efforts to obtain a sweeping investigation of the entire Federal Reserve System, and has been widely reprinted since then. Unfortunately, it seems to have made little impact on the populace, who have since stopped reading. Well over 65% of the American public do not even read one book a year. How many have you read this year? And, how about that one you have been trying to get to read these journals? Well, relax, for it was planned that way by your adversaries against the day this information would flow forth, for the remaining media is totally controlled, as are almost all publishing outlets. To get to the top of the bestseller listing, you the people will have to demand it be put there, because the word has gone forth from the powers that be to ban publication and distribution of the Phoenix journals. It shall not happen. The instructions and truth of God shall go forth throughout the lands, and the lands shall be reclaimed unto his kingdom. So shall it come to pass, and it shall be within this generation that it shall be made, or broken, the covenant with God. For you researchers and confirmists, it will be found on pages 12,595 to 12,603 of the Congressional Record. Quote. Mr. McFadden. Mr. Chairman, at the present session of Congress we have been dealing with emergency situations. We have been dealing with the effect of things rather than with the cause of things. In this particular discussion I shall deal with some of the causes that lead up to these proposals. There are underlying principles which are responsible for conditions such as we have at the present time, and I shall deal with one of these in particular, which is tremendously important in the consideration that you are now giving to this bill. Mr. Chairman, we have in this country one of the most corrupt institutions the world has ever known. I refer to the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. The Federal Reserve Board, a government board, has cheated the government of the United States and the people of the United States out of enough money to pay the national debt. The depredations and the iniquities of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks acting together have cost this country enough money to pay the national debt several times over. This evil institution has impoverished and ruined the people of the United States, has bankrupted itself, and has practically bankrupted our government. It has done this through the defects of the law under which it operates, through the maladministration of that law by the Federal Reserve Board, and through the corrupt practices of the moneyed vultures who control it. Some people think the Federal Reserve Banks are United States government institutions. They are not government institutions. They are private credit monopolies which prey upon the people of the United States for the benefit of themselves and their foreign swindlers, and rich and predatory money lenders. In that dark crew of financial pirates there are those who would cut a man's throat to get $1 out of his pocket, there are those who send money into states to buy votes to control our legislation, and there are those who maintain an international propaganda for the purpose of deceiving us and of wheedling us into the granting of new concessions which will permit them to cover up their past misdeeds and set again in motion their gigantic train of crime. Those 12 private credit monopolies were deceitfully and disloyally foisted upon this country by bankers who came here from Europe and who repaid us for our hospitality by undermining our American institutions. Those bankers took money out of this country to finance Japan in a war against Russia. They created a reign of terror in Russia with our money in order to help that war along. They instigated the separate peace between Germany and Russia and thus drove a wedge between the Allies in the World War. They financed Trotsky's mass meetings of discontent and rebellion in New York. They paid Trotsky's passage from New York to Russia so that he might assist in the destruction of the Russian Empire. They fomented and instigated the Russian Revolution, and they placed a large fund of American dollars at Trotsky's disposal in one of their branch banks in Sweden so that through him Russian homes might be thoroughly broken up and Russian children flung far and wide from their natural protectors. They have since begun the breaking up of American homes and the dispersal of American children. It has been said that President Wilson was deceived by the attentions of these bankers and by the philanthropic poses they assumed. It has been said that when he discovered the manner in which he had been misled by Colonel House, he turned against that busybody, that holy monk of the financial empire, and showed him the door. He had the grace to do that, and in my opinion he deserves great credit for it. President Wilson died a victim of deception. When he came to the presidency, he had certain qualities of mind and heart which entitled him to a high place in the councils of this nation, but there was one thing that he was not and which he never aspired to be: he was not a banker. He said that he knew very little about banking. It was, therefore, on the advice of the others that the iniquitous Federal Reserve Act, the death warrant of American liberty, became law in his administration. Mr. Chairman, there should be no partisanship in matters concerning the banking and currency affairs of this country, and I do not speak with any. In 1912 the National Monetary Association, under the chairmanship of the late Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, made a report and presented a vicious bill called the National Reserve Association Bill. This bill is usually spoken of as the Aldrich Bill. Senator Aldrich did not write the Aldrich Bill. He was the tool, but not the accomplice, of the European-born bankers who for nearly 20 years had been scheming to set up a central bank in this country and who in 1912 had spent and were continuing to spend vast sums of money to accomplish their purpose. The Aldrich Bill was condemned in the platform upon which Theodore Roosevelt was nominated in the year 1912, and in that same year, when Woodrow Wilson was nominated, the Democratic platform, as adopted in the Baltimore Convention, expressly stated, "We are opposed to the Aldrich plan for a central bank." This was plain language. The men who ruled the Democratic Party then promised the people that if they were returned to power there would be no central bank established here while they held the reins of government. 13 months later that promise was broken, and the Wilson administration, under the tutelage of those sinister Wall Street figures who stood behind Colonel House, established here in our free country the worm-eaten monarchical institution of the King's Bank to control us from the top downward, and to shackle us from the cradle to the grave. The Federal Reserve Act destroyed our old and characteristic way of doing business. It discriminated against our one-name commercial paper, the finest in the world. It set up the antiquated two-name paper, which is the present curse of this country, and which has wrecked every country which has ever given it scope. It fastened down upon this country the very tyranny from which the framers of the Constitution sought to save us. One of the greatest battles for the preservation of this republic was fought out here in Jackson's day, when the Second Bank of the United States, which was founded upon the same false principles as those which are exemplified in the Federal Reserve Act, was hurled out of existence. After the downfall of the Second Bank of the United States in 1837, the country was warned against the dangers that might ensue if the predatory interests, after being cast out, would come back in disguise and unite themselves to the executive, and through him acquire control of the government. That is what the predatory interests did when they came back in the livery of hypocrisy and under false pretenses obtained the passage of the Federal Reserve Act. The danger that the country was warned against came upon us and is shown in the long train of horrors attendant upon the affairs of the traitorous and dishonest Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Look around you when you leave this chamber and you will see evidences of it on all sides. This is an era of economic misery, and for the conditions that caused that misery, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks are fully liable. This is an era of financed crime, and in the financing of crime, the Federal Reserve Board does not play the part of a disinterested spectator. It has been said that the draftsman who was employed to write the text of the Federal Reserve Bill used the text of the Aldrich Bill for his purpose. It has been said that the language of the Aldrich Bill was used because the Aldrich Bill had been drawn up by expert lawyers and seemed to be appropriate. It was indeed drawn up by lawyers. The Aldrich Bill was created by acceptance bankers of European origin in New York City. It was a copy and in general a translation of the statutes of the Reichsbank and other European central banks. $500,000 was spent on one part of the propaganda organized by those same European bankers for the purpose of misleading public opinion in regard to it, and for the purpose of giving Congress the impression that there was an overwhelming popular demand for that kind of banking legislation and the kind of currency that goes with it, namely, an asset currency based on human debts and obligations instead of an honest currency based on gold and silver values. Dr. H. Parker Willis had been employed by Wall Street bankers and propagandists, and when the Aldrich measure came to naught and he obtained employment from Carter Glass to assist in drawing a banking bill for the Wilson administration, he appropriated the text of the Aldrich Bill for his purpose. There is no secret about it. The text of the Federal Reserve Act was tainted from the beginning. Not all of the Democratic members of the 63rd Congress voted for his great deception. Some of them remembered the teachings of Jefferson, and, through the years, there has been no criticism of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Bank so honest, so outspoken, and so unsparing as those which have been voiced here by Democrats. Again, although a number of Republicans voted for the Federal Reserve Act, the wisest and most conservative members of the Republican Party would have nothing to do with it and voted against it. A few days before the bill came to a vote, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, of Massachusetts, wrote to Senator John W. Weeks as follows. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. New York City, December 17, 1913. My dear Senator Weeks, throughout my public life I have supported all measures designed to take the government out of the banking business ****. This bill puts the government into the banking business as never before in our history and makes, as I understand it, all notes government notes when they should be bank notes. The powers vested in the Federal Reserve Board seem to me highly dangerous, especially where there is political control of the board. I should be sorry to hold stock in a bank subject to such domination. The bill as it stands seems to me to open the way to a vast inflation of the currency. There is no necessity of dwelling upon this point after the remarkable and most powerful argument of the senior senator from New York. I can be content here to follow the example of the English candidate for Parliament who thought it enough to say ditto to Mr. Burke. I will merely add that I do not like to think that any law can be passed which will make it possible to submerge the gold standard in a flood of irredeemable paper currency. I had hoped to support this bill, but I cannot vote for it as it stands, because it seems to me to contain features and to rest upon principles in the highest degree menacing to our prosperity, to stability in business, and to the general welfare of the people of the United States. Very sincerely yours, Henry Cabot Lodge. In the 18 years which have passed since Senator Lodge wrote that letter of warning, all of his predictions have come true. The government is in the banking business as never before. Against its will it has been made the backer of horse thieves and cart sharps, bootleggers, smugglers, speculators, and swindlers in all parts of the world. Through the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks the riffraff of every country is operating on the public credit of the United States government. Meanwhile, and on account of it, we ourselves are in the midst of the greatest depression we have ever known. Thus the menace to our prosperity, so feared by Senator Lodge, has indeed struck home. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, our country has been ravaged and laid waste by the evil practices of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks and the interests which control them. At no time in our history has the general welfare of the people of the United States been at a lower level or the mind of the people so filled with despair. Recently in one of our states 60,000 dwelling houses and farms were brought under the hammer in a single day. According to the Reverend Father Charles E. Coughlin, who has lately testified before a committee of this House, 71,000 houses and farms in Oakland County, Michigan, have been sold and their erstwhile owners dispossessed. Similar occurrences have probably taken place in every county in the United States. The people who have thus been driven out are the wastage of the Federal Reserve Act. They are the victims of the dishonest and unscrupulous Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. Their children are the new slaves of the auction block in the revival here of the institution of human slavery. In 1913, before the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, Mr. Alexander Lassen made the following statement. But the whole scheme of a Federal Reserve Bank with its commercial paper basis is an impractical, cumbersome machinery, is simply a cover, to find a way to secure the privilege of issuing money and to evade payment of as much tax upon circulation as possible, and then control the issue and maintain, instead of reduce, interest rates. It is a system that, if inaugurated, will prove to the disadvantage of the states. It will mean continued shortage of actual money and further extension of credits, for when there is a lack of real money people have to borrow credit to their cost. A few days before the Federal Reserve Act was passed, Senator Elihu Root denounced the Federal Reserve Bill as an outrage on our liberties and made the following prediction. Long before we wake up from our dreams of prosperity through an inflated currency, our gold, which alone could have kept us from catastrophe, will have vanished and no rate of interest will tempt it to return. If ever a prophecy came true, that one did. It was impossible, however, for those luminous and instructed thinkers to control the course of events. On December 23, 1913, the Federal Reserve Bill became law, and that night Colonel House wrote to his hidden master in Wall Street as follows. Colonel House, again. I want to say a word of appreciation to you for the silent but no doubt effective work you have done in the interest of currency legislation and to congratulate you that the measure has finally been enacted into law. We all know that an entirely perfect bill, satisfactory to everybody, would have been an impossibility, and I feel quite certain fair men will admit that unless the President had stood as firm as he did we should likely have had no legislation at all. The bill is a good one in many respects, anyhow good enough to start with and to let experience teach us in what direction it needs perfection, which in due time we shall then get. In any event you have personally good reason to feel gratified with what has been accomplished. The words unless the President had stood as firm as he did we should likely have had no legislation at all, were a gentle reminder that it was Colonel House himself, the holy monk, who had kept the President firm. The foregoing letter affords striking evidence of the manner in which the predatory interests then sought to control the government of the United States by surrounding the executive with the personality and the influence of a financial Judas. Left to itself and to the conduct of its own legislative functions without pressure from the executive, the Congress would not have passed the Federal Reserve Act. According to Colonel House, and since this was his report to his master, we may believe it to be true, the Federal Reserve Act was passed because Wilson stood firm, in other words because Wilson was under the guidance and control of the most ferocious usurers in New York through their hireling, House. The Federal Reserve Act became law the day before Christmas Eve in the year 1913, and shortly afterwards the German international bankers, Kuhn, Loeb & Co., sent one of their partners here to run it. In 1913, when the Federal Reserve Bill was submitted to the Democratic caucus, there was a discussion in regard to the form the proposed paper currency should take. The proponents of the Federal Reserve Act, in their determination to create a new kind of paper money, had not needed to go outside of the Aldrich Bill for a model. By the terms of the Aldrich Bill, banknotes were to be issued by the National Reserve Association and were to be secured partly by gold or lawful money and partly by circulating evidences of debt. The first draft of the Federal Reserve Bill presented the same general plan, that is, for banknotes as opposed to government notes, but with certain differences of regulation. The legacy of William Jennings Bryan. When the provision for the issuance of Federal Reserve notes was placed before President Wilson he approved of it, but other Democrats were more mindful of democratic principles and a great protest greeted the plan. Foremost amongst those who denounced it was William Jennings Bryan, the Secretary of State. Bryan wished to have the Federal Reserve notes issued as government obligations. President Wilson had an interview with him and found him adamant. At the conclusion of the interview Bryan left with the understanding that he would resign if the notes were made bank notes. The President then sent for his secretary and explained the matter to him. Mr. Tumulty went to see Bryan and Bryan took from his library shelves a book containing all the Democratic platforms and read extracts from them bearing on the matter of the public currency. Returning to the President, Mr. Tumulty told him what had happened and ventured the opinion that Mr. Bryan was right and that Mr. Wilson was wrong. The President then asked Mr. Tumulty to show him where the Democratic Party in its national platforms had ever taken the view indicated by Bryan. Mr. Tumulty gave him the book, which he had brought from Bryan's house, and the President read very carefully plank after plank on the currency. He then said, I am convinced there is a great deal in what Mr. Bryan says, and thereupon it was arranged that Mr. Tumulty should see the proponents of the Federal Reserve Bill in an effort to bring about an adjustment of the matter. The remainder of the story may be told in the words of Senator Glass. Concerning Bryan's opposition to the plan of allowing the proposed Federal Reserve notes to take the form of banknotes and the manner in which President Wilson and the proponents of the Federal Reserve Bill yielded to Bryan in return for his support of the measure, Senator Glass makes the following statement. The only other feature of the currency bill around which a conflict raged at this time was the note issue provision. Long before I knew it, the president was desperately worried over it. His economic good sense told him the notes should be issued by the banks and not by the government, but some of his advisors told him Mr. Bryan could not be induced to give his support to any bill that did not provide for a government note. There was in the Senate and House a large Bryan following which, united with a naturally adversary party vote, could prevent legislation. Certain overconfident gentlemen proffered their services in the task of managing Bryan. They did not budge him. When a decision could no longer be postponed, the president summoned me to the White House to say he wanted Federal Reserve notes to be obligations of the United States. I was for an instant speechless. With all the earnestness of my being I remonstrated, pointing out the unscientific nature of such a thing, as well as the evident inconsistency of it. There is not, in truth, any government obligation here, Mr. President, I exclaimed. It would be a pretense on its face. Was there ever a government note based primarily on the property of banking institutions? Was there ever a government issue not $1 of which could be put out except by demand of a bank? The suggested government obligation is so remote it could never be discerned, I concluded, out of breath. Exactly so, Glass, earnestly said the president. Every word you say is true, the government liability is a mere thought. And so, if we can hold to the substance of the thing and give the other fellow the shadow, why not do it, if thereby we may save our bill? Shadow and substance. One can see from this how little President Wilson knew about banking. Unknowingly, he gave the substance to the international banker and the shadow to the common man. Thus was Bryan circumvented in his efforts to uphold the democratic doctrine of the rights of the people. Thus the uphold blur upon the bill was perpetrated. The unscientific blur, however, was not the fact that the United States government, by the terms of Bryan's edict, was obliged to assume as an obligation whatever currency was issued. Mr. Bryan was right when he insisted that the United States should preserve its sovereignty over the public currency. The unscientific blur was the nature of the currency itself, a nature which makes it unfit to be assumed as an obligation of the United States government. It is the worst currency and the most dangerous this country has ever known. When the proponents of the act saw that democratic doctrine would not permit them to let the proposed banks issue the new currency as banknotes, they should have stopped at that. They should not have foisted that kind of currency, namely, an asset currency, on the United States government. They should not have made the government liable on the private debts of individuals and corporations and, least of all, on the private debts of foreigners. The Federal Reserve note is essentially unsound. As Demeter says, the Federal Reserve notes, therefore, in form have some of the qualities of government paper money, but, in substance, are almost a pure asset currency possessing a government guarantee against which contingency the government has made no provision whatever. They are obligations of the government for which the United States has received nothing and for the payment of which at any time it assumes the responsibility looking to the Federal Reserve Bank to recoup itself. If the United States government is to redeem the Federal Reserve notes when the general public finds out what it costs to deliver this flood of paper money to the 12 Federal Reserve banks, and if the government has made no provision for redeeming them, the first element of their unsoundness is not far to seek. Before the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, while the Federal Reserve Bill was under discussion, Mr. Crozier, of Cincinnati, said, "M.R. Crozier again. In other words, the imperial power of elasticity of the public currency is wielded exclusively by these central corporations owned by the banks. This is a life and death power over all local banks and all business. It can be used to create or destroy prosperity, to ward off or cause stringencies and panics. By making money artificially scarce, interest rates throughout the country can be arbitrarily raised and the bank tax on all business and cost of living increased for the profit of the banks owning these regional central banks, and without the slightest benefit to the people. These 12 corporations together cover the whole country and monopolize and use for private gain every dollar of the public currency and all public revenues of the United States. Not a dollar can be put into circulation among the people by their government without the consent of and on terms fixed by these 12 private money trusts." In defiance of this and all other warnings, the proponents of the Federal Reserve Act created the 12 private credit corporations and gave them an absolute monopoly of the currency of the United States, not of Federal Reserve notes alone, but of all the currency. The Federal Reserve Act provided ways by means of which the gold and general currency in the hands of the American people could be obtained by the Federal Reserve banks in exchange for Federal Reserve notes, which are not money but merely promises to pay money. Since the evil day when this was done, the initial monopoly has been extended by vicious amendments to the Federal Reserve Act and by the unlawful and treasonable practices of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. Mr. Chairman, when a Chinese merchant sells human hair to a Paris wigmaker and bills him in dollars, the Federal Reserve banks can buy his bill against the wigmaker and then use that bill as collateral for Federal Reserve notes. The United States government thus pays the Chinese merchant the debt of the wigmaker and gets nothing in return except a shady title to the Chinese hair. Mr. Chairman, if a Scotch distiller wishes to send a cargo of Scotch whiskey to the United States, he can draw his bill against the purchasing bootlegger in dollars, and after the bootlegger has accepted it by writing his name across the face of it, the Scotch distiller can send that bill to the nefarious open discount market in New York City, where the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks will buy it and use it as collateral for a new issue of Federal Reserve notes. Thus the government of the United States pays the Scotch distiller for the whiskey before it is shipped, and if it is lost on the way, or if the Coast Guard seizes it and destroys it, the Federal Reserve banks simply write off the loss and the government never recovers the money that was paid to the Scotch distiller. While we are attempting to enforce prohibition here, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks are financing the distillery business in Europe and are paying bootleggers' bills with the public credit of the United States government. I will interrupt this dissertation at this point, please. I ask that all you readers fully understand the contents of this speech, for it is the truth in outline and detail of that which has destroyed your nation and pulled down your people. Please look most carefully at these parables, for in seeing the truth, you can slay the dragon. Your nation, your populace, your constitution, and your planet are now in final death throes. What will you do? There will be no knights in shining armor, no space cadets to whisk you away aboard ships of silver to save your assets. You are going to save yourself from this entangled net of imprisonment and impoverishment, or ye shall perish as a nation and peoples within its death grip. So be it, and Sela Salom. Chapter 10. Rec number 3, Hayton. Sunday, July 8, 1994, 50 p.m. Year 3, day 326. McFadden's speech continued. Mr. Chairman, if a German brewer ships beer to this country or anywhere else in the world and draws his bill for it in dollars, the Federal Reserve banks will buy that bill and use it as collateral for Federal Reserve notes. Thus, they compel our government to pay the German brewer for his beer. Why should the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks be permitted to finance the brewing industry of Germany, either in this way or as they do by compelling small and fearful United States banks to take stock in the Eisenbeck brewery and in the German Bank for Brewing Industries? Mr. Chairman, if Dynamit Nobel of Germany wishes to sell dynamite to Japan to use in Manchuria or elsewhere, it can draw its bill against its Japanese customers in dollars and send that bill to the nefarious open discount market in New York City, where the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks will buy it and use it as collateral for a new issue of Federal Reserve notes, while at the same time the Federal Reserve Board will be helping Dynamit Nobel by stuffing its stock into the United States banking system. Why should we send our representatives to the disarmament conference at Geneva while the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks are making our government pay Japanese debts to German munitions makers? Mr. Chairman, if a bean grower of Chile wishes to raise a crop of beans and sell them to a Japanese customer, he can draw a bill against his prospective Japanese customer in dollars and have it purchased by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks and get the money out of this country at the expense of the American public before he has even planted the beans in the ground. Mr. Chairman, if a German in Germany wishes to export goods to South America or anywhere else, he can draw his bill against his customer and send it to the United States and get the money out of this country before he ships or even manufactures the goods. Mr. Chairman, why should the currency of the United States be issued on the strength of Chinese human hair? Why should it be issued on the trade whims of a wigmaker? Why should it be issued on the strength of German beer? Why should it be issued on a crop of unplanted beans to be grown in Chile for Japanese consumption? Why should the government of the United States be compelled to issue many billions of dollars every year to pay the debts of one foreigner to another foreigner? Was it for this that our national bank depositors had their money taken out of our banks and shipped abroad? Was it for this they had to lose it? Why should the public credit of the United States government and likewise money belonging to our national bank depositors be used to support foreign brewers, narcotic drug vendors, whiskey distillers, wig makers, human hair merchants, Chilean bean growers, and the like? Why should our national bank depositors and our government be forced to finance the munitions factories of Germany and Soviet Russia? Mr. Chairman, if a German, in Germany, wishes to sell wheelbarrows to another German, he can draw a bill in dollars and get the money out of the Federal Reserve banks before an American farmer could explain his request for a loan to move his crop to market. In Germany, when credit instruments are being given, the creditors say, "See you, it must be of a kind that I can cash at the reserve." Other foreigners feel the same way. The reserve to which these gentry refer is our reserve, which, as you know, is entirely made up of money belonging to American bank depositors. I think foreigners should cash their own trade paper and not send it over here to bankers who use it to fish cash out of the pockets of the American people. Mr. Chairman, there is nothing like the Federal Reserve pool of confiscated bank deposits in the world. It is a public trough of American wealth in which foreigners claim rights equal to or greater than those of Americans. The Federal Reserve banks are the agents of the foreign central banks. They use our bank depositors' money for the benefit of their foreign principals. They barter the public credit of the United States government and hire it out to foreigners at a profit to themselves. All this is done at the expense of the United States government, and at a sickening loss to the American people. Only our great wealth enabled us to stand the drain of it as long as we did. I believe that the nations of the world would have settled down after the World War more peacefully if we had not had the standing temptation here, this pool of our bank depositors' money given to private interests and used by them in connection with illimitable drafts upon the public credit of the United States government. The Federal Reserve Board invited the world to come in and to carry away cash, credit, goods, and everything else of value that was movable. Values amounting to many billions of dollars have been taken out of this country by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks for the benefit of their foreign principals. The United States has been ransacked and pillaged. Our structures have been gutted and only the walls are left standing. While this crime was being perpetrated, everything in the world could rake up to sell us was brought in here at our own expense by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks until our markets were swamped with unneeded and unwanted imported goods priced far above their value and thus made to equal the dollar volume of our honest exports and to kill or reduce our favorable balance of trade. As agents of the foreign central banks, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks try by every means within their power to reduce our favorable balance of trade. They act for their foreign principles and they accept fees from foreigners for acting against the best interests of the United States. Naturally, there has been great competition among foreigners for the favors of the Federal Reserve Board. What we need to do is to send the reserves of our national banks home to the people who earned and produced them and who still own them, and to the banks which were compelled to surrender them to predatory interests. We need to destroy the Federal Reserve Pool, wherein our national bank reserves are impounded for the benefit of foreigners. We need to make it very difficult for outlanders to draw money away from us. We need to save America for Americans. Mr. Chairman, when you hold a $10 Federal Reserve note in your hand, you are holding a piece of paper which sooner or later is going to cost the United States government $10 in gold, unless the government is obliged to give up the gold standard. It is protected by a reserve of 40% or $4 in gold. It is based on Limburger cheese, reputed to be in a foreign warehouse, or on cans purporting to contain peas but which may contain no peas but salt water instead, or on horse meat, illicit drugs, bootleggers' fancies, rags and bones from Soviet Russia, of which the United States imported over $1 million worth last year, on wine, whiskey, natural gas, on goat or dog fur, garlic on the string, or Bombay ducks. If you like to have paper money which is secured by such commodities, you have it in the Federal Reserve note. If you desire to obtain the thing of value upon which this paper currency is based, that is, the Limburger cheese, the whiskey, the illicit drugs, or any of the other staples, you will have a very hard time finding them. Many of these worshipful commodities are in foreign countries. Are you going to Germany to inspect her warehouses to see if the specified things of value are there? I think not. And what is more, I do not think you would find them if you did go. Immense sums belonging to our national bank depositors have been given to Germany on no collateral security whatever. The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks have issued United States currency on mere finance drafts drawn by Germans. Billions upon billions of our money has been pumped into Germany by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Her worthless paper is still being negotiated here and renewed here on the public credit of the United States government and at the expense of the American people. On April 27, 1932, the Federal Reserve outfit sent $750,000, belonging to American bank depositors, in gold to Germany. A week later, another $300,000 in gold was shipped to Germany in the same way. About the middle of May, $12 million in gold was shipped to Germany by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Almost every week there is a shipment of gold to Germany. These shipments are not made for profit on exchange, since German marks are below parity against the dollar. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the national bank depositors of the United States are entitled to know what the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks are doing with their money. There are millions of national bank depositors in this country who do not know that a percentage of every dollar they deposit in a member bank of the Federal Reserve System goes automatically to the American agents of foreign banks, and that all of their deposits can be paid away to foreigners without their knowledge or consent by the crooked machinery of the Federal Reserve Act and the questionable practices of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Mr. Chairman, the American people should be told the truth by their servants in office. In 1930 we had over $500 million outstanding daily to finance foreign goods stored in or shipped between foreign countries. In its yearly total, this item amounts to several $billion. What goods are those upon which the Federal Reserve Banks pledge several $billion of the public credit of the United States? What goods are those which are hidden in European and Asiatic storehouses and which have never been seen by any officer of this government, but which are being financed on the public credit of the United States government? What goods are those upon which the United States government is being obliged by the Federal Reserve Banks to issue Federal Reserve notes to the extent of several $billion a year? The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks have been international bankers from the beginning, with the United States government as their enforced banker and supplier of currency. But it is nonetheless extraordinary to see those 12 private credit monopolies buying the debts of foreigners against foreigners in all parts of the world and asking the government of the United States for new issues of Federal Reserve notes in exchange for them. I see no reason why the American taxpayers should be hewers of wood and drawers of water for the European and Asiatic customers of the Federal Reserve Banks. I see no reason why a worthless acceptance drawn by a foreign swindler as a means of getting gold out of this country should receive the lowest and choicest rate from the Federal Reserve Board and be treated as better security than the note of an American farmer living on American land. The magnitude of the acceptance racket, as it has been developed by the Federal Reserve Banks, their foreign correspondents, and the predatory European-born bankers who set up the Federal Reserve Institution here and taught our own brand of pirates how to loot the people, I say the magnitude of this racket is estimated to be in the neighborhood of $9 billion a year, 1932. In the past 10 years it is said to have amounted to $90 billion. In my opinion, it has amounted to several times as much. Coupled with this you have, to the extent of billions of dollars, the gambling in United States securities, which takes place in the same open discount market, a gamble upon which the Federal Reserve Board is now spending $100 million a week. Federal Reserve notes are taken from the United States government in unlimited quantities. Is it strange that the burden of supplying these immense sums of money to the gambling fraternity has at last proved too heavy for the American people to endure? Would it not be a national calamity if the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks should again bind this burden down on the backs of the American people and, by means of the long rawhide whips of the credit masters, compel them to enter upon another 17 years of slavery? They are trying to do that now. They are taking $100 million of the public credit of the United States government every week in addition to all their other seizures, and they are spending that money in the nefarious open market in New York City in a desperate gamble to re-establish their graft as a going concern. They are putting the United States government in debt to the extent of $100 million a week, and with this money they are buying up our government securities for themselves and their foreign principals. Our people are disgusted with the experiments of the Federal Reserve Board. The Federal Reserve Board is not producing a loaf of bread, a yard of cloth, a bushel of corn, or a pile of cordwood by its check-kiting operations in the money market. A fortnight or so ago, great aid and comfort was given to Japan by the firm of H. Early & Sons, of New York, an importing firm, which bought $16 million worth of raw silk from the Japanese government. Federal Reserve notes will be issued to pay that amount to the Japanese government, and these notes will be secured by money belonging to our national bank depositors. Why should United States currency be issued on this debt? Why should United States currency be issued to pay the debt of Early & Sons to the Japanese government? The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks think more of the silkworms of Japan than they do of American citizens. We do not need $16 million worth of silk in this country at the present time, not even to furnish work to dyers and finishers. We need to wear homegrown and American-made clothes and to use our own money for our own goods and staples. We could spend $16 million in the United States of America on American children, and that would be a better investment for us than Japanese silk purchased on the public credit of the United States government. Mr. Speaker, on the 13th of January of this year I addressed the House on the subject of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. In the course of my remarks I made the following statement. In 1928 the member banks of the Federal Reserve System borrowed $60,598,690,000 from the Federal Reserve banks on their 15-day promissory notes. Think of it. $60 billion payable upon demand in gold in the course of one single year. The actual payment of such obligations calls for 6 times as much monetary gold as there is in the entire world. Such transactions represent a grant in the course of one single year of about $7 million to every member bank of the Federal Reserve System. Is it any wonder that there is a depression in this country? Is it any wonder that American labor, which ultimately pays the cost of all the banking operations of this country, has at last proved unequal to the task of supplying this huge total of cash and credit for the benefit of stock market manipulators and foreign swindlers? Mr. Chairman, some of my colleagues have asked for more specific information concerning this stupendous graft, this frightful burden which has been placed on the wage earners and taxpayers of the United States for the benefit of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. They were surprised to learn that member banks of the Federal Reserve System had received the enormous sum of $60,598,690,000 from the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks on their promissory notes in the course of one single year, namely, 1928. Another member of this House, Mr. Beatty, the honorable gentleman from Maine, has questioned the accuracy of my statement and has informed me that the Federal Reserve Board denies absolutely that these figures are correct. This member has said to me that the thing is unthinkable, that it cannot be, that it is beyond all reason to think that the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks should have so subsidized and endowed their favorite banks of the Federal Reserve System. This member is horrified at the thought of a graft so great, a bounty so detrimental to the public welfare as $60.5 billion a year and more shoveled out to favored banks of the Federal Reserve System. I sympathize with Mr. Beatty. I would spare him pain if I could, but the facts remain as I have stated them. In 1928, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks presented the staggering amount of $60,598,690,000 to their member banks at the expense of the wage earners and taxpayers of the United States. In 1929, the year of the stock market crash, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks advanced $58 billion to members' banks. In 1930, while the speculating banks were getting out of the stock market at the expense of the general public, the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks advanced them $13,022,782,000. This shows that when the banks were gambling on the public credit of the United States government as represented by Federal Reserve currency, they were subsidized to any amount they required by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. When the swindle began to fail, the banks knew it in advance and withdrew from the market. They got out with whole skins and left the people of the United States to pay the piper. On November 2, 1931, I addressed a letter to the Federal Reserve Board asking for the aggregate total of member bank borrowings in the years 1928, 1929, 1930. In due course, I received a reply from the Federal Reserve Board, dated November 9, 1931, the pertinent part of which reads as follows. My dear Congressman, in reply to your letter of November 2, you are advised that the aggregate amount of 15-day promissory notes of member banks during each of the past 3 calendar years has been as follows. 1928. $60,598,690,000. 1929. $58,046,697,000. 1930. $13,022,782,000. *******. Very truly yours. Chester Morrill, Secretary. This will show the gentleman from Maine the accuracy of my statement. As for the denial of these facts made to him by the Federal Reserve Board, I can only say that it must have been prompted by fright, since hanging is too good for a government board which permitted such a misuse of government funds and credit. My friend from Kansas, Mr. McGudgeon, has stated that he thought the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks lent money by Reedy's counting. So they do, but they lend comparatively little that way. The real Reedy's counting that they do has been called a mere penny in the slot business. It is too slow for genuine high flyers. They discourage it. They prefer to subsidize their favorite banks by making these $60 billion advances, and they prefer to acquire acceptance in the notorious open discount market in New York, where they can use them to control the prices of stocks and bonds on the exchanges. For every dollar they advanced on rediscounts in 1928, they lent $33 to their favorite banks for gambling purposes. In other words, their rediscounts in 1928 amounted to $1,814,271,000. Jealous, do you hear this? And this was in 1928. What think you it is today, while their loans to member banks amounted to $60,598,690,000. As for their open market operations, these are on a stupendous scale, and no tax is paid on the acceptances they handle, and their foreign principals, for whom they do a business of several $billion every year, pay no income tax on their profits to the United States government. This is the John Law swindle over again. The theft of Teapot Dome was trifling compared to it. What king ever robbed his subjects to such an extent as the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks have robbed us? Is it any wonder that there have lately been 90 cases of starvation in one of the New York hospitals? Is it any wonder that the children of this country are being dispersed and abandoned? The government and the people of the United States have been swindled by swindlers deluxe, to whom the acquisition of American gold or a parcel of Federal Reserve notes presented no more difficulty than the drawing up of a worthless acceptance in a country not subject to the laws of the United States, by sharpers not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States courts, sharpers with a strong banking fence on this side of the water, a fence acting as a receiver of the worthless paper. Coming from abroad, endorsing it and getting the currency out of the Federal Reserve banks for it as quickly as possible, exchanging that currency for gold, and in turn transmitting the gold to its foreign confederates. We shall continue with this speech in the upcoming chapter, taking up with the exploits of Ivar Kreuger. Thank you, Dharma. It has indeed been a very long day of work this Sunday. Let us continue on the morrow. Good day and peace walk with you, Keela. Aho. Chapter 11. Rec number 2, Hayton. Monday, July 9, 1999, 51 a.m. Year 3, Day 327. What happens when a country forsakes its constitution and gives its sovereignty over the currency to private interests? Congressman McFadden's speech continued. Ivar Kreuger. Continue quote. Such were the exploits of Ivar Kreuger, Mr. Hoover's friend, and his hidden Wall Street backers. Every dollar of the billions Kreuger and his gang drew out of this country on acceptances was drawn from the government and the people of the United States through the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. The credit of the United States government was peddled to him by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks for their own private gain. That is what the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks have been doing for many years. They have been peddling the credit of this government and the signature of this government to the swindlers and speculators of all nations. That is what happens when a country forsakes its constitution and gives its sovereignty over the public currency to private interests. Give them the flag and they will sell it. The nature of Kreuger's organized swindle and the bankrupt condition of Kreuger's combine was known here last June when Hoover sought to exempt Kreuger's loan to Germany of $125 million from the operation of the Hoover moratorium. The bankrupt condition of Kreuger's swindle was known here last summer when $30 million was taken from American taxpayers by certain bankers in New York for the ostensible purpose of permitting Kreuger to make a loan to Colombia. Colombia never saw that money. The nature of Kreuger's swindle and the bankrupt condition of Kreuger was known here in January when he visited his friend, Mr. Hoover, at the White House. It was known here in March before he went to Paris and committed suicide there. Mr. Chairman, I think the people of the United States are entitled to know how many billions of dollars were placed at the disposal of Kreuger and his gigantic combine by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks, and to know how much of our government currency was issued and lost in the financing of that great swindle in the years during which the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks took care of Kreuger's requirements. Mr. Chairman, I believe there should be a congressional investigation of the operations of Kreuger and Toll in the United States and that Swedish match, international match, the Swedish-American Investment Corporation, and all related enterprises, including the subsidiary companies of Kreuger and Toll, should be investigated, and that the issuance of United States currency in connection with those enterprises and the use of our national bank depositors' money for Kreuger's benefit should be made known to the general public. I am referring, not only to the securities which were floated and sold in this country, but also to the commercial loans to Kreuger's enterprises and the mass financing of Kreuger's companies by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks and the predatory institutions which the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks shield and harbor. A few days ago the President of the United States, with a white face and shaking hands, went before the Senate on behalf of the moneyed interests and asked the Senate to levy a tax on the people so that foreigners might know that the United States would pay its debts to them. Most Americans thought that it was the other way around. What does the United States owe to foreigners? When and by whom was the debt incurred? It was incurred by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks when they peddled the signature of this government to foreigners for a price. It is what the United States government has to pay to redeem the obligations of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. Are you going to let those thieves get off scot-free? Is there one law for the looter who drives up to the door of the United States Treasury in his limousine and another for the United States veterans who are sleeping on the floor of a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Washington? The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad is here asking for a large loan from the people and the wage earners and the taxpayers of the United States. It is begging for a handout from the government. It is standing, cap in hand, at the door of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, where all the other jackalls have gathered to the feast. It is asking for money that was raised from the people by taxation, and it wants this money of the poor for the benefit of Kuhn, Loeb & Co., the German international bankers. Is there one law for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and another for the needy veterans it threw off its freight cars the other day? Is there one law for sleek and prosperous swindlers who call themselves bankers and another law for the soldiers who defended the United States flag? Mr. Chairman, some people are horrified because the collateral behind Kroger and Toll debentures was removed and worthless collateral substituted for it. What is this but what is being done daily by the Federal Reserve banks? When the Federal Reserve Act was passed, the Federal Reserve banks were allowed to substitute other like collateral for collateral behind Federal Reserve notes, but by an amendment obtained at the request of the corrupt and dishonest Federal Reserve Board, the act was changed so that the word like was stricken out. All that immense trouble was taken here in Congress so that the law would permit the Federal Reserve banks to switch collateral. At the present time behind the scenes in the Federal Reserve banks there is a night and day movement of collateral. A visiting Englishman, leaving the United States a few weeks ago, said that things would look better here after they cleaned up the mess at Washington. Cleaning up the mess consists in fooling the people and making them pay a second time for the bad foreign investments of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. It consists in moving that heavy load of dubious and worthless foreign paper, the bills of wig makers, brewers, distillers, narcotic drug vendors, munitions makers, illegal finance drafts, and worthless foreign securities out of the banks and putting it on the back of American labor. That is what the Reconstruction Finance Corporation is doing now. Hayton, is this not exactly that which the Resolution Trust Corporation is doing right now to your populace? Perhaps you might explain it to me otherwise if you disagree. They talk about loans to banks and railroads, but they say very little about that other business of theirs which consists in relieving the swindlers who promoted investment trusts in this country and dumped worthless foreign securities into them and then resold that mess of pottage to American investors under cover of their own corporate titles. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation is taking over those worthless securities from those investment trusts with United States Treasury money at the expense of the American taxpayer and wage earner. Note that they didn't even bother to change the title hardly at all, and they derived great humor in so doing. The room was rocking with laughter as they put that one over on you Americans. One of your great senators said, "The suckers will never even notice. It will take us 20 years to redeem our government, 20 years of penal servitude to pay off the gambling debts of the traitorous Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks, and to earn again that vast flood of American wages and savings, bank deposits, and United States government credit which the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks exported out of this country to their foreign principals." The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks lately conducted an anti-hoarding campaign here. Then they took that extra money which they had persuaded a trusting American people to put into the banks and they sent it to Europe along with the rest. In the last several months, they have sent $1,300,000,000 in gold to their foreign employers, their foreign masters, and every dollar of that gold belonged to the people of the United States and was unlawfully taken from them. Is not it high time that we had an audit of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks and an examination of all our government's bonds and securities and public monies, instead of allowing the corrupt and dishonest Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks to speculate with those securities and this cash in the notorious open discount market of New York City? Mr. Chairman, within the limits of the time allowed me, I cannot enter into a particularized discussion of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. I have singled out the Federal Reserve currency for a few remarks because there has lately been some talk here of fiat money. What kind of money is being pumped into the open discount market and through it into foreign channels and stock exchanges? Mr. Mills of the Treasury has spoken here of his horror of the printing presses and his horror of dishonest money. He has no horror of dishonest money. If he had, he would be no party to the present gambling of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks in the nefarious open discount market of New York, a market in which the sellers are represented by 10 great discount dealer corporations owned and organized by the very banks which own and control the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks. Fiat money, indeed. After the several raids on the Treasury, Mr. Mills borrows the speech of those who protested against those raids and speaks now with pretended horror of a raid on the Treasury. Where was Mr. Mills last October? The United States Treasury needed $598 million of the taxpayers' money which was supposed to be in the safekeeping of Andrew W. Mellon in the designated depositories of Treasury funds, and which was not in those depositories when the Treasury needed it. Mr. Mills was the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury then, and he was at Washington throughout October, with the exception of a very significant week he spent at White Sulphur Springs closeted with international bankers, while the Italian minister, Signor Grandi, was being entertained and bargained with at Washington. What Mr. Mills is fighting for is the preservation whole and entire of the bankers' monopoly of all the currency of the United States government. What Mr. Patman proposes is that the government shall exercise its sovereignty to the extent of issuing some currency for itself. This conflict of opinion between Mr. Mills as the spokesman of the bankers and Mr. Patman as the spokesman of the people brings the currency situation here into the open. Mr. Patman and the veterans are confronted by a stone wall, the wall that fences in the bankers with their special privilege. Thus the issue is joined between the hosts of democracy, of which the veterans are a part, and the men of the King's Bank, the would-be aristocrats, who deflated American agriculture and robbed this country for the benefit of their foreign principles. Mr. Chairman, last December I introduced a resolution here asking for an examination and audit of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks and all related matters. If the House sees fit to make such an investigation, the people of the United States will obtain information of great value. This is a government of the people, by the people, for the people, consequently nothing should be concealed from the people. The man who deceives the people is a traitor to the United States. The man who knows or suspects that a crime has been committed and who conceals or covers up that crime is an accessory to it. Mr. Speaker, it is a monstrous thing for this great nation of people to have its destinies presided over by a traitorous government board acting in secret concert with international usurers. Every effort has been made by the Federal Reserve Board to conceal its power, but the truth is the Federal Reserve Board has usurped the government of the United States. It controls everything here, and it controls all our foreign relations. It makes and breaks governments at will. No man and no body of men is more entrenched in power than the arrogant credit monopoly which operates the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. These evildoers have robbed this country of more than enough money to pay the national debt. What the national government has permitted the Federal Reserve Board to steal from the people should now be restored to the people. The people have a valid claim against the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. If that claim is enforced, Americans will not need to stand in breadlines or to suffer and die of starvation in the streets. Homes will be saved, families will be kept together, and American children will not be dispersed and abandoned. The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks owe the United States government an immense sum of money. We ought to find out the exact amount of the people's claim. We should know the amount of the indebtedness of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks to the people, and we should collect that amount immediately. We certainly should investigate this treacherous and disloyal conduct of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Here is a Federal Reserve note. Immense numbers of these notes are now held abroad. I am told they amount to upward of $1 billion. They constitute a claim against our government and likewise a claim against the money our people have deposited in the member banks of the Federal Reserve System. Our people's money to the extent of $1,300,000,000 has within the last few months been shipped abroad to redeem Federal Reserve notes and to pay other gambling debts of the traitorous Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. The greater part of our monetary stock has been shipped to foreigners. Why should we promise to pay the debts of foreigners to foreigners? Why should our government be put into the position of supplying money to foreigners? Why should American farmers and wage earners add millions of foreigners to the number of their dependents? Why should the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks be permitted to finance our competitors in all parts of the world? Do you know why the tariff was raised? It was raised to shut out the flood of Federal Reserve goods pouring in here from every quarter of the globe, cheap goods produced by cheaply paid foreign labor on unlimited supplies of money and credit sent out of this country by the dishonest and unscrupulous Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Go out in Washington to buy an electric light bulb and you will probably be offered one that was made in Japan on American money. Go out to buy a pair of fabric gloves and inconspicuously written on the inside of the gloves that will be offered to you will be found the words made in Germany, and that means made on the public credit of the United States government, paid to German firms in American gold taken from the confiscated Hank deposits of the American people. The Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks are spending $100 million a week buying government securities in the open market and are thus making a great hit for foreign business. They are trying to make rates so attractive that the human hair merchants and distillers and other business entities in foreign lands will come here and hire more of the public credit of the United States government and pay the Federal Reserve outfit for getting it for them. Mr. Chairman, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, the people of the United States did not perceive that a world system was being set up here which would make the savings of an American schoolteacher available to a narcotic drug vendor in Cacao. They did not perceive that the United States was to be lowered to the position of a coolie country which has nothing but raw materials and heavy goods for export, that Russia was destined to supply manpower, and that this country was to supply financial power to an international superstate, a superstate controlled by international hankers and international industrialists acting together to enslave the world for their own pleasure. The people of the United States are being greatly wronged. If they are not, then I do not know what wronging the people means. They have been driven from their employments. They have been dispossessed of their homes. They have been evicted from their rented quarters. They have lost their children. They have been left to suffer and to die for the lack of shelter, food, clothing, and medicine. The wealth of the United States and the working capital of the United States has been taken away from them and has either been locked in the vaults of certain banks and great corporations or exported to foreign countries for the benefit of the foreign customers of those banks and corporations. So far as the people of the United States are concerned, the cupboard is bare. It is true that the warehouses and coal yards and grain elevators are full, but the warehouses and coal yards and grain elevators are padlocked and the great banks and corporations hold the keys. The sacking of the United States by the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks and their confederates is the greatest crime in history. Mr. Chairman, a serious situation confronts the House of Representatives today. We are the trustees of the people and the rights of the people are being taken away from them. Through the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks, the people are losing the rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution. Their property has been taken from them without due process of law. Mr. Chairman, common decency requires us to examine the public accounts of the government to see what crimes against the public welfare have been and are being committed. What is needed here is a return to the Constitution of the United States. We need to have a complete divorce of bank and state. The old struggle that was fought out here in Jackson's day must be fought over again. The independent United States Treasury should be re-established and the government should keep its own money under lock and key in the building the people provided for that purpose. Asset currency, the device of the swindler, should be done away with. The government should buy gold and issue United States currency on it. The business of the independent bankers should be restored to them. The state banking systems should be freed from coercion. The Federal Reserve districts should be abolished and state boundaries should be respected. Bank reserves should be kept within the borders of the states whose people own them, and this reserve money of the people should be protected so that international bankers and acceptance bankers and discount dealers cannot draw it away from them. The exchanges should be closed while we are putting our financial affairs in order. The Federal Reserve Act should be repealed and the Federal Reserve Banks, having violated their charters, should be liquidated immediately. Faithless government officers who have violated their oaths of office should be impeached and brought to trial. Unless this is done by us, I predict that the American people, outraged, robbed, pillaged, insulted, and betrayed as they are in their own land, will rise in their wrath and send a president here who will sweep the money changers out of the temple. End quote. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The only comment I shall make prior to closing this chapter is to request that you go back and read every paragraph of this speech again and mentally add the burden of increased tampering and total control for 60 years and ask yourself, where are we today? You are in all but irreversible circumstances, dear ones, for you have waited too long for action. Your gold, for instance, is all gone, moved away, confiscated. What have you done with your wondrous one nation, under God, indivisible with liberty and justice? You have sold it, including your souls, to the devil. Salut, and may God grant you wisdom and power to reclaim that which is your birthright. Chapter 12. Rec number 3 Hayton. Monday, July 9, 1990, 2 p.m. Year 3 Day 327. So, how could all the gold be confiscated? For years your government has kept its vast hoard of all the monetary gold in the United States buried under the ground at Fort Knox and in other treasury depositories. This gold is carefully guarded day and night by every protection that human strength, ingenuity, and electronic systems can afford against theft, or is it? Not one of the 400-ounce gold bars in this hoard can be moved without the authorization of the United States government, nor without massive security precautions being taken during an actual gold transfer, or can it? You American people, whenever you stop to think about it, derive a deep sense of security from the knowledge that this gold backing, or solid base, for your money is somehow safe on American soil, guarded by every device known to your security experts. No one would deceive or mislead you, would they? It is safely buried there, isn't it? You are sure of that, are you? What does authorization mean? Isn't military security adequate? This is the land of the United States of America where, according to Mr. Cooper, all the government has to worry about is the fact that some nebulous little gray aliens in secret underground bases are somehow holding your government hostage. Is this not so? Not even little gray aliens have need of the Fort Knox gold. Gold is one thing easily come by in any society advanced enough to come onto your primitive planet. This is the party line of the government, is it not? This is why ones like Cooper go about telling the lie, isn't it, to make you feel secure? What else might your helpless little governmental officials have done to you? Secret. How well have they kept all these other secrets to the point your world has been decimated and societies destroyed? Little gray aliens from somewhere out there did you in? I think not, little dreamers. You should be so lucky, for the aliens of the cosmos have honor and adhere to cosmic laws. I would ask M.R. Cooper to produce just one of those little guys to show me. You ones always want proof. I suggest you begin to prove a thing or two to us. No little gray aliens, my cellists, just bankers and elitists in gray banker suits and terrorist Zionists. Sorry, no little gray aliens. Any aliens coming to your place have been so badly abused that you had better think carefully in prayerful thanks to the honor of universal travelers. Ever since the time the Treasury demanded and secured all gold privately held by individuals or banks, and Congress made private possession of the precious metal a crime, except in the form of newly mined or placer gold, the American people have regarded this buried treasure as a secure protection behind the paper tokens called dollars. How could any portion of this great treasure be lost, when by law the government of the United States is pledged to preserve it, and every possible kind of protection is placed around it? It would be unthinkable, you will say, to have such doubts about the gold you were forced to give over to your government to have and to hold. Nevertheless, the gold, most of which is not even longer held within your country, is no longer yours, legally at any rate. Only a fraction belonged to your government as recently as the 1960s, and now it has been lost to you in any manner you care to name. Why? Because, even though Americans may not exchange their paper money or checks for gold, claimants outside the United States can demand gold for their paper money or silver if they wish. And they have wished. These claimants include foreign central banks, the depositors and customers of those banks, Americans living or doing business abroad, and international agencies, such as the United Nations, the International Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other United Nations subsidiaries. This gold hoard is now outside your government's keeping, and any remaining, at any rate, is earmarked for international ownership. No American can own gold in your country or abroad except for use in jewelry making, dental work, and in certain arts and sciences, coins, etc., but any foreign trader, any foreign government receiving American dollars as foreign aid, any international agency receiving grants in dollars from the United States, can turn his dollars into gold on demand. It is a privilege not to be an American citizen. The drain upon your gold hoard was due to these foreign claims being cashed in by their owners, many thousands of transactions set up for the sole purpose of removing the gold from your country in full light of day. Let us look at the end of 1960, for they still had the right to withdraw more than $20 billion of the total. Their dollar claims rose higher every day. In 1961, none of the gold bars in your government's carefully guarded vaults theoretically belonged to you. The loss has not been stopped, it was only beginning at that time, in real intent to denude the vaults. You see, many of the governmental employees and bankers, industrialists, and so on, plan to simply skip out on you and move into safety in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, etc. They have intentionally left you with no assets, and they plan for you to have no weapons, and no safety shelters, so that all they need do is announce to you that you are now dead, or, you shall be in short order. We have had a very bad morning here in this room. Dharma saw the handwriting as it laid forth the truth, and for a while, she refused to write further. I wish I could offer you some little gray aliens, for the truth is all but impossible to confront. Your very father and mother who pledged to care for you and nurture this land have set you before the firing squad, with empty pockets, empty grain silos, empty fuel supplies, empty dairy reserves, a managed atmospheric control system to devastate you further, and when you stand against them they may very well shoot you with pulse beams and neutron bullets. Little gray aliens. No, dear brothers, the ones you so lovingly followed and in whom you placed your trust, the ones who have goaded you into moral decay, disease, and emotional destruction, these are the ones who have slain you while you slept on. Today they meet in Houston, the economic world leaders, to discuss economies, restructuring, environmental matters, and so on ad nauseum. No, it is not for you they meet. They are finishing the contracts with Satan, and you will applaud them when they come forth to save your planet. Weep for your loss, America, express your agony, America, and then, yes, sons of God, get off your backsides and throw the termites, tapeworms, and poison rats and serpents from your halls of justice and government. How can you face this fact? With the strength that birthed America and joined hands with the natives who awaited you in this place of God. How many times does mankind have to be shown that greed and love of money will destroy everything good and godly? Can you bear the truth? You can if you take your brother's hand and demand thine God-given rights and demand thine constitutional laws. Will you do it? It remains to be seen, does it not? But the law said the gold was. The American people gave up their gold in trust to the government. They worked hard and produced abundantly to maintain the national economy and the honor of the dollar. But the fine print in the law permitted a few venal individuals to establish preemptive claims to the metal backing of your money. It has been left baseless and the world bankrupt, for you know as well as do I, where the gold presently is in keeping. That gold was supposed to back your total money supply. But what has happened? Your gold hoard has been depleted while the total working supply of paper money and credit has been ever growing larger. By law, you are supposed to have gold reserves in safekeeping to cover at least 1/4 of all currency in circulation and in member bank reserves held within the Federal Reserve System. This served as the hardcore of the total of bank credit, which may go up to 6 times the value of the bank deposits held by the Federal Reserve System. Your gold backing should represent at least 4%, or $23,120,000,000, of all obligations, with $33 billion in currency, the $255 billion in bank deposits, plus a debt of $290.60 billion, a total of $587,600,000,000. These figures were in late 1967 and do not include Veterans Administration or Social Security obligations, not to even mention pension plan devastations, savings and loans debacles, and the other endless list of things such as hundreds of billions of foreign ship-outs. I am not going to repeat all the current data, for it has been covered in general manner in prior journals. It is quite true that most foreign owners of US dollars do not turn them in for gold. The role of gold is similar to that of insurance, that when and in times of emergency, it should be available as a reserve commodity. Therefore, in time of stress, you need more gold, not less. The crisis which looms ahead of you comes from a larger danger. The foreigners are losing confidence in the American dollar, for they know the stores are all but depleted, for things get around in other circles. The above top secrets are only from you, the people, dear hearts. The secrets are kept from you. When a government tinkers with its money, it may fool its own people for a long time, but it cannot fool hard-headed financial experts in other countries. A shaky money system can easily be toppled by foreign experts who refuse to believe fairy tales. Oh, but you will say, Hayton, you said this is a lot about British banks, etc., and they got rid of a lot of their banks and the Japanese have bought banks and thus and so. So be it. And meanwhile the largest owners of the United States in order, England, Canada, Australia, Holland, and then finally, Japan. They are not worried about the banks, my friends. They have it very well covered. Indeed, the US is still the coveted land of plenty, and they intend to have it along with your wealth. Sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings, little sleepyheads. The intent is to pull this all off right under your noses, and it is all but finished. Is it too late then, and why bother? No, not if you will join firmly together and recall your Constitution. It can be demonstrated that by simple correction within your financial system it would be possible to correct your faulty operations. If this had been instigated in the 70s and 80s, you would be stabilized and prepared for whatever could be thrown at you. It becomes harder with every passing day, for treaties are being consummated daily on a mammoth scale without your knowledge. Once your Constitution is replaced as intended, then the end shall come very shortly indeed. Enslavement of all mankind. For more than 75 years we the people have received a daily barrage from the press and pulpit, warning you that the only road to world peace lies in the submission of your liberties to the dictates of world government, and we must all sacrifice. The time has come for you to stop and consider how far down the path of destruction this giant conspiracy has carried your nation. The time has come, also, when you must take a long hard look at how many of your basic liberties have been usurped through fraud and deceit. Before you can achieve an awareness of the scope of this plot against your country, you must first arrive at a definition of the phrase "we the people." A society where a man would be the master of his own destiny, free to think, to reason, to act, and to worship according to the dictates of his own conscience, with regards to the rights of other men, has long been the dream of freedom-loving men everywhere. For it is within this framework of freedom, where each man is free to serve his own self-interest, that the spirit of cooperation is born. That we, the framers of your Constitution, were aware of these truths is seen by the words of the preamble, which I might remind you are: we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. In not one line of the preamble is there mention of self-interest, but rather an effort to establish a heritage of freedom, justice, welfare, and liberty for their posterity. You see, at the time of the founding of your nation of the United States, it was the last land in perfection. You have no other continent to conquer and form a perfect government. You only have the choice of destruction or reclamation. Further, it is noticed that this is a government of we the people, not the states. It is a union conceived by the consent of the governed and deriving its power from that source. So who formed this government? The people, the highest authority known to your system, from whom all your institutions spring, and on whom they depend, formed it. It is this truth, that it is we the people and not the states or federal government who are sovereign, that has made illegal much of the legislation of the past 70 years. It was the Supreme Court in 1905 which said the federal government has no right to barter away the sovereign rights of the people without the consent of the people. But, how many of you have consented, if not openly certainly through apathy and perceived acquisitions for self? When did the sovereign people of the United States give to its elected representatives the power to surrender their sovereign rights to a world government or any other international body? It is this fundamental right of the American people to be free that has borne the brunt of attack of the proponents of world government. For without destroying this freedom, all their other efforts are in vain. The ill-treated American natives might well have the right to rejoice to see the cycle bringing back unto the white man that which was stolen from him, but that would be foolish indeed, for multiple wrongs do not begin to make a right. You are going to gather together now, as brothers, and move as one unified in truth, or you are going to fall, pure and simply the way of it. Can man join against a common cause? The government hopes so, for they are planting the seeds of fear against cosmic brothers that you will be distracted and demand even more weapons in the belief they will be used against a common enemy. You have herein met your enemy. Your enemy is right among you, not in silver spaceships from the cosmos. Aho. The number one enemy with real power that operates from behind the scenes, dictating to other powers, including the United Nations, what can and cannot be done. International Monetary Fund and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In 1944, much like today in Houston, delegates from 44 countries attended the so-called United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference at Bretton Woods, NH, on July 1 to 22. At that conference was the architect of the International Fund, Harry Dexter White, Under-Secretary of the Treasury during Roosevelt's administration, and one of the three most important communist spies in the United States. The proposal of Bretton Woods was to take effect when 65% of the quota set forth in its Schedule A had been signed and deposited, but in no case before May 1, 1945, or after December 31, 1945, and shortly thereafter became law, dispelling forever the notion that the fund and the bank were creations of the United Nations, although Harry Dexter White has been reported to have been the mastermind behind all three operations. While Congress approved the proposal with only a few minor changes in its original form, upon closer examination it becomes obvious these changes strengthened, rather than lightened, the stranglehold upon the American people. Let us take a closer look at that proposal and see what sovereign power it left the United States after it was ratified by we, the people sovereign. First, it is most interesting to note that Article 2 of the proposal is worded so that the original members of the fund are not the nations, but the individuals of the countries represented at the conference. International Monetary Fund. The International Monetary Fund, which was to have precedence over the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, was to have, what say yet? You don't recognize the term ever here of the World Bank, a capitalization of $8.8 billion, divided into 8.8 million shares with a PAR value of $1,000 each. The second organization was to be capitalized at $9.1 billion, with 9.1 million shares at a PAR value of $1,000, making in all a total of $17.9 billion in capitalization, of which the United States was to subscribe more than $5.9 billion, payable in not less than 25% or gold, and the balance in each member's currency expressed in terms of gold as a common denominator or in terms of US dollars of the weight and fineness, in effect July 1, 1944. Section 8 of Article 4 provides for the maintenance of the gold value of the fund's assets. When it is considered these assets may consist of both the currencies and the obligations of the member nations, it would be difficult even to approximate the amount of gold that would have to be paid into the fund to maintain such value. Section 6 of Article V provides that any member seeking to acquire the currency of another can do so by purchasing it from the fund for gold. Section 7 of Article V permits members to purchase any part of the fund's holdings for gold, but makes no mention of any contract by which it may subsequently require a member to do so in order to obtain the fund's favor. Thus it becomes abundantly clear that in spite of the Supreme Court's decision in the famous gold cases, which held that a gold standard money system, or any money measured in gold, is against the public interest and is unconstitutional because it destroys your constitutional power to regulate, and your own individual right to contract to your intentions, the purpose of the fund is to accumulate the gold of the nations of the world and then return them to the gold standard. But 'twould be from a United Nations control and not sovereignty of individual. And, besides, who would have all the gold? I thought you might begin to see light under the basket. Constitution says. The Constitution of the United States provides that the Congress shall have the right to coin money and regulate the value thereof. However, The provisions of the International Fund, in direct defiance of the Constitution, would allow the reimposition of the gold standard on your country. It would even give it the power to order your government to call in all currency in circulation in exchange for a new currency at a ratio of new for old. Heard anything like that in the last couple of years? Wash out those airs, Chelis. The fund would have the power to destroy your constitution, negate the decisions of your Supreme Court, and virtually make or break all private industry at will. It would, in effect, take from we the people sovereign your hard-earned savings and put you at the mercy of another international banker-made depression as you are now in and cannot yet see it. Because the Supreme Court has held the gold standard to be unconstitutional, and rest assured the internationalists are aware of that fact, it will require a constitutional amendment, approved by we the people sovereign to make it legal or slip it in along with the Constitutional Convention to stop flag burning and balance some so-called budget. Thus it is for a proposal to amend the Constitution, by an act of we the people sovereign, in such a way as to permit the re-establishment of the gold standard monetary system, that you must remain ever vigilant. Oh, you say, but you thought a gold standard was advantageous. Not if all your gold has been taken away and no way to get some more. A further understanding of the sovereignties, immunities, and privileges of the Fund's Board of Governors is necessary to realize fully the magnitude of this conspiracy against the American people. Oh gosh, another interruption? Yes, I have an instant solution to your problems. Just shoot all the criminals, with the ones in government and the banks first, but I doubt you plan to do that, so let us go on with our suppositions and enlightenment. I think you are getting a pretty good picture by now as to who are the traitors and treasonists. Benedict Arnold, as a matter of fact, was a pure saint in comparison, for you ones have lost your ability to discern relative treason. Section 1. Article 9, provides that the fund, in order to fulfill its functions, shall have the status, immunities, and privileges of this article within the territories of its member nations. Section 2, Article 9, provides that the fund shall possess full juridical personality, and, in particular, the capacity, 1. To contract, 2. To acquire and dispose of immovable and movable property, 3. To institute legal proceedings. It is in this one article that the fund gains the power to judge, determine their status and enforce their own decisions, while reducing this and other member nations to the status of policemen. To make doubly certain of its power over its member nations, the fund, in Section 10 of Article 9, directs each nation to enforce the principles of the article in terms of its own law, and report the action taken to the fund. Section 3, Article 9, prohibits the fund from being sued in the courts of any state or country where it is located, except where it expressly waives that immunity. Now, how many of you think they would ever waive that immunity? Further protection for its nefarious scheme is granted the fund by Section 4, Article 9, which states, the property and assets of the fund, wherever located and by whomsoever held, shall be immune from search, requisition, confiscation, expropriation, or any other form of seizure by executive or legislative action. Any of you sick yet? And, in a further effort to extend its control over member nations, Section 6, Article 9, provides, to the extent necessary to carry out operations provided for in this agreement, all property and assets of the fund shall be free from restrictions, regulations, controls, and moratoria of any nature. In addition, while the fund is granted immunity from investigation while systematically robbing the American people of their liberty and property, it is also granted by Section 7, Article 9, the same diplomatic immunity as any other nation with consular representation in your sovereign territory, with the exception that you can ask the representative of other nations to leave. Of course, if they say no, you may not force them to go. If, at this point, there is still some doubt in the reader's mind that this is indeed an alien conspiracy, and we don't mean little gray space aliens, then Section 8, Article 9, relating to the immunities and privileges of officers and employees, should forever dispel any such naive notions. Part 2 of the section states, all governors, executive directors, alternates, officers, and employees not being local nationals shall be granted the same immunities from immigration restriction, alien registration requirements and national service obligations, and the same facilities as regards exchange restrictions, as are accorded by members to the representatives, officials, and employees of comparable rank of other members. The Articles of Agreement of the Fund contain yet another set of provisions so powerful as to threaten the very existence of your free enterprise system and bring about the total collapse of the bond and investment market in the United States. Sections 1 and 9 of Article 9 exempt from taxation all assets, property, income, operations, and transactions, as well as the salaries and emoluments paid by the fund to executive directors, alternates, officers, and employees of the fund, who are not local citizens, local subjects, or other local nationals. Also exempt from taxation is any obligation or security issued by the fund, including any interest or dividend. In open competition to private industry and in an attempt to steal away the wealth of your nation and use it to build the resources of other nations, whether they be friend or foe, the fund may issue and sell the securities of any nation, tax-exempt and execution-free, to American investors. As history has thus recorded, when the great civilizations fell into ruins, never to rise again, the wealth of these civilizations was in the hands of a few. Today only a tiny portion, less than 1% of the people, control 99% of the wealth of your United States of America. What will history say of you, this generation of the transition? Would you allow it to say that you truly secured the blessings of liberty to yourselves and your posterity, ever mindful of the words of Meyer Amschel Rothschild, permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes the laws? Well, That portion is done, for this is a directed legacy of M.R. Rothschild. So be it, Dharma, allow us to take time at this point for all ones to go and be ill and check their temperatures, for I would hope you have built quite a head of steam by now. I salute you, brothers, for that which you are about to do in the traditions of your forefathers for the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness under God, with liberty and justice for all. Ask and ye shall receive, for with the Creator God the call compels the answer. Salom. Hayton to clear, thank you. Appendix A. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, July 11, 1990, 10:15 a.m. Year 3 Day 329. Hayton in light, to give a few interim instructions regarding this journal. I request, please, that the portion on the bankers be next in sequence with the following notation. The following section will cover material from prior journals, but for those who have not been exposed, it is critical that you understand the system as it functions right down through the entire banking system. It is not enough to know about the Federal Reserve, you must understand how it gets to you the people. Please note that today, July 11, 1990, Mr. Greenspan has just announced that, even though he hates to address it, it appears there is great need for a constitutional amendment to require balancing of the federal budget. It can't get more obvious than that, readers. It coincidentally came at the close of an economic summit wherein all joined hands in prayerful glee and offered to bail out Russia. It is not only coming down quickly, it is now on tidal wave course. Beware. I can only urge you once to restudy information for privacy and actions which might help you, from prior journals. If you fail to take action, it is going to flood over you. I, Hayton, have recently been challenged to get out of your way, and this, by ones who claim to be uncovering cover UPS and out to save the Constitution and inform the public. Who asked you to butt in? I was challenged. Well, some 4.5 billion people have asked us in, and by sheer honor of intent to have assistance from God and the Master Christos are their petitions honored. Let us just handle the point in pure earth democratic vote, as you ones are so pleased to always practice. The petitioners win some 1,000,000 to 1. Oh, you say, that cannot be true, for millions are not Christians. Aren't they? They just don't call themselves Christians, and many of those who call themselves by other labels at least practice Christian behavior. Sorry about that, you corruptors. Man does want peace and he does not want enslavement. If America can be reclaimed, so shall the world. So be it. I and my colleagues come at the authority of a much higher source than any upon your placement, including the Prince of Satan. Dharma, allow the Master presence, please. Behold, ye shall see me as the bright and golden star, and my people shall rise up as the eagles, and there shall again be peace upon my lands. I come that man may walk anew in beauty and godness in that which is his birthright. I am sent from my Father, for I have received the fullness of my inheritance, and I bear the name of God, which is Sananda, the Word. First there was the Word, and then there was all else of his creations, and I am sent with mine hosts to reclaim that kingdom which is mine. I am that one for which ye have awaited in joy. If ye be of God's people given into light, if ye be of darkness in service unto the king of Satan, ye had best fear my presence, for the earth shall be reclaimed and brought again into order, and she shall be healed of her wounds, and evil shall be cast out of this kingdom while she heals and births anew. My tribes shall rise up as on wings of angels and stand forth against those who would corrupt and revile my places of creation. The reaping time is at hand, and the thistles shall be sorted, and then the chaff from the wheat, and mine people shall prevail. I come this time not as a martyr to be butchered, but as God to reclaim that which man has debased in his corruption. Whither thou goest is your choice in free will, but the time of choosing is at hand. Ye have played out the string of the old times, and through the latter days you will enter the 4th year of the new cycle on August 17th, in your manner of counting. You will be in the joining of the new, or ye shall be left to exist in the enslavement of the old, which will bear destruction of the physical life form as she rolls in her birth. Which shall it be, my brothers? Which shall it be? Ye will not longer martyr mine people who are sent before me to prepare you as citizens of the human species upon that tiny orb of darkness. Satan was given reign of your planet, and few stood against him but chose to follow the ways of evil. Now is the time for turning about to God with his armies, or ye shall only find separation from God. You can walk from the lie if you choose to do so, but that choice is yours alone, each one. You ones who deny the truth of these writings had better study your world condition most carefully, and then carefully read the passages, for it is serious indeed. You have been pitifully lied to in all matters on all subjects all. At this time I am sent in response to the call of you who have petitioned to be shown the way and to awaken the masses unto their plight. After the sorting then shall I confront my brother of darkness, and this wondrous creation shall be cleansed. This is the clarion call the trumpet is sounding. If ye turn from God, ye shall be released unto thine fate to walk in the void with thine chosen leader. These things shall come to pass shortly in thy counting. I suggest you cease your bickering, picking and misinformation mongering, for all men are immortal, but immortality bears many dimensions, and some are quite unpleasant indeed. You who think you serve the power of your nations and cartels must realize you are but expendables, the throwaways, and your destruction is also planned by those who lead you into the ultimate holocaust. Ponder these words carefully, indeed the life you save might be thine own. So be it, for it shall be so, for I have placed mine seal upon the word, and you sorely try me. I am Sananda of God. I am that one called Christos by whatever name, from pale prophet to the Christ. I am now Sananda, come to bring my people home and reclaim my kingdom, to rejoin the community of the cosmos in rightful placement and perfection. Ye who have wreaked havoc and destruction on my peoples shall reap that which ye have sowed. The harvest is at hand, and I suggest you heed the call while the trumpet yet sounds. You have all but played out the prophecies, and it ends not as Satan has projected unto you. So be it, and Selah. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you, sir, I am humble in your presence, but you give great strength unto our workers who are estranged on a hostile placement and weary in the journey. We salute you and eagerly await in service unto perfection. We stand ready, sir, and shirk not our duty. Salom. Yes, Dharma, all else seems trite and trivial in the mighty presence, but we shall move on with our appointed task at hand. I will herein quote something from the Wall Street Journal, July 10, 1990. A federal judge in Arkansas ruled that the Resolution Trust Corp can't override state laws to sell insolvent thrifts and their branches to banks. The ruling, handed down by Judge Stephen Reasoner, contradicts a ruling last month by a federal judge in Santa Fe, NM, and is sure to be appealed by the RDC. The RDC claims that it has the right under a regulation that became effective June 1, to ignore certain state laws, including those restricting banks' abilities to operate branches. Arkansas, New Mexico, and 10 other states impose varying branch restrictions. But Judge Reasoner decided that the RDC overstepped its authority in adopting the override regulation and declared it unlawful, null, and void. There is no doubt that the RDC can more effectively carry out its mandate, to sell thrifts, if it is allowed to override state law and receive better bids from purchasers, the giant banks, Judge Reasoner wrote. Congress, had it so intended, could have given such authority to the RDC. Well, not lawful under the Constitution, but I suppose legally under current practice of riding over everyone in the path. The entire plan was always to have the SNLS fail, gather up all the properties in the nation, if possible, and then be absorbed into the giant banks. Now how can they do all that? By causing all the smaller banks to fail also, and preparations are already laid for that also, as banks are falling to the right and to the left just as outlined. You will find notices now appearing in envelopes with local bank statements concerning the insurance handling in such cases. Mr. Bush is getting ready to put on his show for you, and spokesmen are coming forth such as Cornelius Schurz of a leading New York securities firm. There is the growing realization among senior officials that we are not just facing a savings and loan bust, we are approaching a major national bank crisis. May I take this a bit further, please? We shall simply overlook the young Bush's involvement in Silverado and move on to a general overview of hearings and convictions and the old sidestep dance when queried, even by the controlled press. Attorney General Richard Thornburg appeared on a network interview show on the morning of June 24. Why can't the press get an answer to a simple question, which I know I've been trying to get for 5 days now? How many indictments in the SNL scandal have there been since George Bush became president? Asked CBS correspondent Leslie Stahl. Somebody says there's been only one. Now, is that true? Thornburg denied it, but without conviction. Let me just address something a little more important than the numbers, Leslie, and that's the commitment. The administration is pulling its punches, Wall Street sources say, in part because it wants to avoid panic. The public knows by now the thrifts are busted, says a senior editor at a major New York financial weekly, but most people don't realize that the crisis has gone beyond the savings banks. They are not being told that during the past 6 weeks, May-June, Moody's, the authoritative credit rating service, has downgraded the credit of 28 U.S.-based commercial megabanks, an unprecedented fall for the entire depository industry. Now you ones watch the sleight of hand and cover-up and misleading facade personified. Among the major money centers stripped of their solid credit rating are the Chase Manhattan Bank, the financial flagship of the Rockefeller dynasty, along with well-known megabanks such as Manufacturers Hanover, Chemical, and the Patrician Bank of Boston. And, if your own bank is not yet on our warning list, that may mean only that we have not yet caught up with its losses. What do you suppose, Chellis, that they are setting up? And now, you really better take warning for Mr. Greenspan is going to blow off again. Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, who was personally involved in the Charles Keating/Lincoln savings and loan scandal, has warned President Bush that further deterioration in the public's already skeptical and pessimistic attitude toward banks and in the ability of politicians to reform financial abuses is likely to trigger a run on the entire banking system. This is what White House sources say. Justice Department prosecutors argue, on the other hand, that failure to go after the thrift crooks who have plundered taxpayer-insured deposits to the tune of some $500 billion will set off an anti-administration backlash. Bush is caught between a rock and a hard place, concluded Schurz. The one sure bet is that he will have to make a move soon, for the entire financial system hangs in the balance. And where are you the people caught? Somewhere between the cross and the poorhouse? Well, you don't really have any reserves left for you the people to go to any poorhouse. That was in your social security system, which funds have been put into the general treasury – remember? One last little quote from an enclosure with a bank statement. Any bank statement, USA, will do. Important information from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. What you should know about the new deposit insurance rules. On April 30, 1990, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, adopted new rules for deposit insurance coverage that begin taking effect July 29, 1990. Isn't it comforting to realize they can change the rules at a whim, at the same time negating other rules you might have been depending upon? Most depositors will not be affected by the changes. The basic coverage that protects individual accounts for up to $100,000 and joint accounts for up to an additional $100,000 remains the same. Your insured deposits also continue to be backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. Of course, there is no full faith or credit remaining. However, Depending on the types of accounts you have and the amounts you have on deposit, you may be affected by some of the changes. This is to notify you of the changes and help you determine whether your accounts may be affected. You should be aware that deposit insurance only becomes a factor in the event that an institution where you have funds on deposit becomes insolvent and is closed. Typically, the FDIC is able to sell all the deposits of the failed institution to a healthy institution and service to customers is uninterrupted. If the FDIC cannot find a buyer for the failed institution, depositors will be paid up to the insurance limit of $100,000. The effect of the new insurance rules described below will be apparent only when the FDIC cannot find a buyer and has to reimburse depositors for their insured funds. If after studying the new insurance rules you believe that some of your funds on deposit at any one institution are not fully insured, you should consult your institution to confirm that this is your situation. You may wish to consider ways to obtain full coverage, such as simply transferring the excess funds to another institution. Doesn't that make you feel secure? Well, let me remind you that another institution means exactly that a branch or subsidiary bank will not qualify. There are some 5 pages of confusing prattle about various and sundry accounts, and I shall ask that you see for yourselves. In a totally bankrupt system, who is going to pay these sums? Dear ones, if you can get yourselves out of those banks, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Let us close this portion, for there are incredibly numerous volumes which can be written, and yet, what more can be said? It is as it will be, and it is up to you, the people. I request that the sample, example, petition forms and documents for useful information resource be appended. They are self-explanatory, and simply because they may bear the name of a county or state it matters not. Adjust the forms to suit the location and needs. They are provided only as guidelines. Thank you for your attention, and may wisdom be your password. Salut. The Gray Men Tape. This is an edited transcription of a lecture taped April 23, 1988. The information is valid and, if anything, more easily recognized today. Hayton. I will be utilizing this information again when I speak of economics, but for now, I will modify from the audio tape to save time and repetition. Let us call the group which has elaborate, and successful, plans to rule your nation and your world, the internationalists. When I refer to the internationalists, I am referring to a very elite group of about 12 to 13 families. These families hold your purse strings, the zipper and lock, to all the bags of money in your world. Sound impossible? Nay, it is not only possible, it is extremely easy to visualize after I have explained it to you. As I move along, I will give you some names and places whereby you can check it out on an individual basis. I wish never to place any human at risk, however, so in all instances I will only refer to those already having come forth with public statements or information. I will also have to explain a few terms used to have any sense of continuity. Therefore, as we move along, forgive me of any digression in attempt to give definition, i.e., fractional banking. First, you must fully come into understanding that there truly are the elite few, with plans well foundationed and functioning, who control both the world financial markets and ultimately will control all peoples of the world. Do not err in your thoughts by thinking I am speaking of someone else in the world. I speak more for the United States of America than I do of the remainder of your world. As I pull portions of the puzzle together for this document, I shall again be referring to such groups as the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Bilderbergers. Forgive me if I am repetitious. I may need to be repetitious in order to fit the pieces in proper perspective. You must know that there are certain families, literally, that control the hard currency. The countries wherein these families abide are known as hard currency countries. These 13 families have control of the policy making and the decision making of the central banks of those countries. They are owners, these families, of the majority of the stock of the regional banks of the Federal Reserve System. Federal Reserve would indicate to the more uninformed that this is a federal governmental branch. This is untrue. The Federal Reserve System is not a branch of your federal government. Just as these families control the regional banks of the Federal Reserve System, they also control the currencies that are not allowed to fluctuate. Note here that the American dollar is the standard against which all other currency is measured. All other nations are affected according to the changing values of the dollar. Not only do these families control the currencies, but they likewise control the banks. This, friends, is in all the leading nations of your world. For ease of understanding, let us just consider the industrialized nations at this point. I will also need to explain fractional banking to you, because without understanding the lending system you cannot get the picture properly. All of the banks under control of these families practice fractional banking, and beyond, sometimes there is no hard money present at all. But, let us explain by example on a personal level. This is actually referred to as fractional reserve banking. Lenders are allowed to loan a maximum of up to 20 to 1. This is perfectly legal, practiced by every lending institution in America and elsewhere. Example, Mr. A goes to his friendly banker, Mr. B, and deposits $1,000 into Mr. B's bank. Mr. B's bank is a savings and loan, so Mr. A puts the $1,000 into his own savings account. The savings and loan is required by your laws to keep only 5% in reserve. They are allowed to loan out 95% of the money invested or 95% of that which is placed into savings accounts. This means of $1,000 there is $950 which is available to be loaned out. In turn, the savings and loan takes the $950 and loans it to Mr. C to do some home repairs, let us say. This gentleman takes his borrowed $950 and goes to the local hardware/lumber company and purchases supplies, lumber, nails, etc. The lumber company carries on regular banking and therefore, he goes to his bank with the $950 for deposit. To Bank D. Bank D is now required to keep 5% but can loan out 95%, which would be $902.50. Bank D now loans that to Mr. X, who in turn filters it back into the economy, let us suppose, through the grocery store and other business stores. He spends it and now we are going to have that money end up in the Bank Z. Bank Z is required to keep 5%. That means that Bank Z can loan out $857.37. It is again loaned and filtered back into the economy. This is continued right down to zero. With your $1,000 deposit, those bankers using fractional reserve banking are now allowed to loan out $20,229.60. This is practiced by every lending institution in America and elsewhere. The amounts above do not include interest on the money borrowed, only the principal amount. You must now keep it in mind that this results in an increase in the money supply through the Federal Reserve System. Your big boys simply turn up the speed of your money presses and run them a little faster and faster in order to pump more into the economy just to boost up the fractional reserve banking. Let me remind you to keep in mind that the 13 families control all of the hard currencies of the world and are allowed to practice this fractional reserve banking. This will be important as we move along. We will now talk about something referred to, on your planet, as System 2000, which is a global creditor's unilateral plan. This plan went into effect somewhere about the early 1970s. At that time, a Pentagon official and several other officials visited Nigeria. They went to the Prime Minister and they paid him $50 million, to raise the price of his oil to more than double. Nigerian oil is light crude of quality such as it is almost pure enough to burn immediately, without distillation, in automobiles. This type of oil sets the price of oil for the entire world. The $50 million was cash across the board with no repayment requirements if Nigeria would double the price of light crude. We will refer to this as light oil. There are only 2 locations in the world that have this light oil and, of course, it is the most valuable oil in your world, therefore, it is the standard against which all other oil in the world is measured. So, whoever controlled the price of the light oil at that time controlled the price of all of the oil in the world. At this point, let us bring the Arabs into the scenario. This will also bring in the Trilateral Commission that also includes Mr. Bush. It was now time to bring pressure and persuasion to OPEC. What most of you Americans do not remember is that the United States of America is a member of OPEC. It is kept most low profile. At that time a deal was cut with the Middle Eastern oil producers and this is how it went. All buyers were prepared to pay significantly higher prices for the oil provided all Middle Eastern nations supported the United States of America, by investing the revenues into the big banks in America. To make this picture clear, you must remember that the Arabs, who are wealthy sheiks today, had been wandering around on camelback in a very big desert. They were nomads and they were certainly most unsophisticated in business affairs. Years earlier when the international bankers found out there was oil in their countries, they went forth and persuaded the Arabs to allow them to produce the oil by financing the oil fields, drilling, rigging all supplies including expertise. After the bankers financed the oil fields they then charged the Arabs usury fees for building the oil supply systems along with refineries. The usury was quickly repaid because the Arabs became very rich, very quickly. Way back then you were only paying about 30 cents per gallon in your gasoline stations. Let us now take it further, you go to Nigeria and pay them to double the price of light crude. Unbeknownst to the Arabs, those ones who had become wealthy overnight and didn't know zero about business, much less international finance, the camel nomads, you call them together and say, we will take the price of crude just as high as you want it to go if you will deposit an established portion of the funds that you get from this new profit rise in 30-year time certificates in certain major U.S. banks. Perhaps you ones can now understand the problems you experienced in your early 1970s. Remember the gas lines and the prices of oil skyrocketing? It was because the international bankers, who hold the purses of the world, knew that the increase in the price of oil that was going to the Arabs would come rushing right back to their bank in 30-year time certificates of deposit. Turn now to the 30-year time deposits and let us examine the bankers' plans. Back in the late 70s and early 80s Sheikh Imani and his bunch had no idea that there was a connection between those banks, or that they were the same people that had the controlling interest of the major oil companies. Do you see what has been woven here? After all, how could the camel-riding nomads realize the international bankers were having them hook, line, and up to the fishing pole? How could they possibly know that what was happening through these oil companies was that the monies were being cycled right back into the selected, no exceptions, banking system? They couldn't and they didn't. Going a long ways back now, in the 1870s the Rockefellers set up something called a joint stock trust. Here I will add, this was just a brief period of time before the American government declared these trusts illegal. But, you see, these ones could function forever under what you call a grandfather clause. That, brothers, is the ultimate controlling factor in America of the prime banks and the Federal Reserve Board. That trust is in the control of the Rockefeller Foundation, and, in turn controls the Federal Reserve Bank and is the method whereby the internationalists are able to gain control of the currency of the USA. Does it begin to become reasonable that those New York banks are showing all-time record earnings? Yet, all around the rest of your country of the US, banks and savings and loans are going broke and failing. That, friends, means you are being manipulated right along with the Arabs and equally as blindly with no recourse. Let us come back now, and speak of the deal which was cut. Your ones in power love that term, with the Saudi Arabians and ones of the Middle East. These ones were required to put their money into the prime banks. Keep in mind that they did not know that the prime banks were able to lend in amounts of 20 to 1. 20 to 1 was quite a while ago, it is higher at present. All they were receiving was the interest on the money they had deposited. Worse for them, in some of these countries it is unacceptable to receive interest for religious reasons, so they might wait 30 years to get any money from their certificates of deposit. In other words, they did not know that this fractional type of banking could be done, but through this, the bankers of the world were able to gain control of the money of the Arab world, and in turn, the Arab world only received back part of the interest from the money that they placed into the international banking system under these 30-year time deposit certificates. Through the money gained from the Arabs through the manipulation of the price of oil, and taking the price of gasoline from, let us say, 30 cents a gallon to $1.25 a gallon, there is a lot of money being made. Now, with that money returning into the international banks at 20 to 1, I think you can see the staggering profits. Let us face facts, friends, that money originally came from you. Because the bankers had locked in the deposits, they were then, in turn, able to make loans to third world nations. Think back 15 or 20 years ago when the international bankers started investing in third world country loans. Look very closely at the countries which are going bankrupt, completely broke, today. It was fully intended that those countries go broke, and I will explain that in a little bit. You might wonder how I know so much. Well, I have the best computer system in the universe, and all I have to do is key it up and it is spread out before me. My computers rarely reflect errors, only changes in probabilities and perturbations in human action and reactions. I am sorry, friends, your friendly bankers set it up deliberately so that the third world countries would go broke. You have to pay attention to history and look back to the time when those third world countries were beginning to gain independence and setting up independent governments. It was at such times that these bankers loaned the upstarts great sums of money which actually had come to them through the Arabs, basically. The international bankers not only wanted, but ensured, that these borrowing countries would misuse the fundings. It was fully intended that those countries would go broke. It was prearranged that the funds could be mismanaged through greed and simply be squandered. You must remember that the leaders of these countries had never governed anything or anybody. They knew nothing about government. They had been colonies under the governorship of other larger countries. The international bankers knew that the leaders were bound to squander the funds. It was known they would have no way to know what to do with them, and they were massive, and so the cycle goes. They were actually squandering money taken from you through the Arabs through high oil prices, etc. Let us now follow it on through. I will hereby digress to a story from Dharma's Earth home state Texas. Most of you have heard of it. Let us go back some years, not too many, to jog some memories. Do you remember someone named John Connally, who was governor of Texas? Do you recall that he was also in the vehicle and was injured during John Kennedy's assassination? Well, Mr. Connally was also Under Secretary of the Treasury. He was a lot of things and titles. These ones with Mr. Connally did a most fascinating thing. They planned to implement a new currency for the state of Texas. You see, Texas is a part of the Union only through a renewable treaty. The treaty is automatically renewed every year, but it isn't necessary that it be renewed. That means, friends, that the U.S. only has a treaty with Texas to keep it in the Union of States. It was not voted in as were your other states. Texas was at one time, I believe your term might be, filthy rich. The state was wealthy and there were many very, very wealthy individuals. Rich individuals such as the Hunt brothers, who actually had nothing originally, but became extremely wealthy, overnight, by oil. That was all the way back when oil was first struck and became so very popular. I am truly going to tie all this together, but you must bear with me for there are so many facets. I must make it clear what I am going to say. I will explain to you why, if you don't already know, it was so very important to ones of the opposition, and why there was an assassination attempt against Mr. Connally's life as well as Kennedy's. Why are those men broken today and a state in severe financial trouble? It is because the internationalists learned of what the Hunt brothers and Mr. Connally were trying to do. Texas, a state by treaty, can legally secede from your union. The Hunt brothers and Mr. Connally knew that Texas had the ability to set up their own country and have their own currency. That is why they could be solvent and not be under the dictates of the Federal Reserve System. Or, simply stated, under the control of the international bankers. At about the same time they were in the process of gaining a corner on the silver of the world. This was in order to finance a process whereby they could overcome the international bankers, and it was at that point the Hunt brothers were smashed. John Connally was almost killed, and Texas, which could have been the only state in the Union to fulfill breaking out of the trap, has been punished with some extremely major problems. Today, portions of Dallas and Fort Worth, Houston, and other wealthy cities have gone on to resemble ghost towns in your Old West. Ones who had grown rich in the oil industry have been severely punished. The Hunts and Connally are bankrupt. The internationalists became so incensed, so angry, at what these Texans had done that they broke the back of the oil industry, and the major oil producers of Texas. It was a well-designed plan and executed in perfection. When ones attempt to interfere with the plans of the international bankers, you can see what the results can be. The Hunt brothers were working directly with the Shah of Iran, on the above plan. Immediately thereafter one of the Texas bankers was killed. the Shah of Iran was deposed, and the Hunt brothers were forced into bankruptcy. There are many ways the international bankers can get revenge on ones who attempt interference with their overall plan, through murder, or you might well be placed into a mental institution and locked away permanently, or you can have trumped-up charges brought against you whereby you are locked away indefinitely in prison. This latter has also happened to numerous ones in the investigation circles who find and bring forth truth. It is exactly what happened to Colonel Wendell Stevens. Colonel Stevens probably has investigated more UFO incidents than any other one individual. Further, an assassination plot was arranged and attempted while Colonel Stevens was incarcerated. Strangely, the perpetrator, who dressed as a religious leader, was caught in the act, turned over to the FBI, and has never been heard from again. So be it. If you will recall, the Shah of Iran was in perfect health when he was deposed and departed Iran. He was only declared to be sick after he reached the United States. You were told he was being held in protective custody at a military base. There, you were also told, he was being treated for his illness which was not present at the time of his arrival. He died anyway, didn't he? Face it, his death was planned and the murder executed. In your present months there is an international uproar over the use of chemical and germ warfare utilized by Iran and Iraq. Some of the viruses cannot be traced nor, in such above instances, would anyone dare to pursue it. Who would question a man becoming ill, being treated and then expiring unexpectedly? Certainly no one in the United States would question it. It was uncomfortable enough just having the man in your country. Death can most effectively be brought about in any number of non-traceable ways, one of which is through microdots and variations of vibration frequencies, as well as through viruses. This is exactly what happened to Dharma, in her own dwelling causing cardiac arrest. We just happen to have her under constant monitoring for she is a receiver of several of us in this higher frequency dimension, therefore, we can catch these attempts and can counter them. Doesn't do much for the mental relaxation of the victim, however. You can get verification of these little stories from Senator John Hanson of your own government. I am going to speak of Iran and your people who were taken hostage. I doubt many of you have heard the truth of the matter. Senator Hanson was in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. He knew what was happening in Iran and requested permission to go to Iran and investigate. Congress refused. Mr. Hanson then purchased his own private airline ticket and proceeded to Iran anyway. When Senator Hanson arrived, the one Khomeini proffered an audience. Guess what the Khomeini said? He said, "We don't want these hostages, certainly not any more than you want us to have them." As a matter of fact, Khomeini continued, "I'd like to give you these hostages, at least half of them anyway, and you can take them home with you tomorrow morning. That is, Mr. Hanson, if you will promise to begin an investigation into the relationship between the Shah of Iran, Chase Manhattan Bank, Mr. Henry Kissinger and your President Carter." At this point, Senator Hanson was most delighted. He rushed to call back to the U.S. to someone who could give authorization and said, "Hey, I can bring half of the hostages home tomorrow. How shall I arrange it?" The person on the other end of the line said, "Well, I will call you back tomorrow and let you know." Now please guess what happened on the following morning? When the call was placed back to Mr. Hanson, he was told the following: "Get yourself on the next airplane coming to America. Come home immediately. Do not bring hostages. Do not do any negotiating. You have no right to speak on the part of the Congress of the United States of America even if you are a congressman. Get home immediately with no further discourse." Here is what he found upon his return to Washington: that the incident was entered into the congressional record. Further, he found that President Carter knew the hostages were going to be taken and further knew that they were there for a reason and he was not to interfere. Now, you ones, get yourself ready for a bomb if you have not already had access to this expose. The release of the hostages in Iran was negotiated by a negotiator of Chase Manhattan Bank in New York, USA. All outside overt and covert attempts to gain release was a facade. Ask any Marine who was involved in the military efforts thereof. Is it really any wonder to you ones that Iran is all ticked off at you today? Those hostages, and America, were held in terror while bankers got the Shah's money safely into their banks before the Shah was killed and then, in turn, got much of the money belonging to Iran. A pretty wicked way to get Iran's money into the Chase Manhattan Bank so it could remain solvent and be one of the wealthiest institutions in the entire world. The international banks formed bank holding companies so that they could not be held responsible. The Chase Manhattan, Chemical Bank, and J.P. Morgan's Bank were the predominant banks for money deposited by the Arabs. The holding companies were formed in order to loan out money to the third world countries while knowing full well that the third world countries were going to go broke. After the Shah had been destroyed and the money was safely in the banks, there were massive amounts of money loaned to third world countries. These notes were shifted from the banks to the bank holding companies in anticipation of the eventual bankruptcy of the borrowing countries. One holding company was for the purpose of loaning money to the third world countries. The purpose of the second holding company was to borrow money from the international bank in order to purchase agricultural lands. That means your farms and also certain corporations in the United States. The farms and businesses will probably continue to make some money, but the third world countries are designated to go down. This is ongoing, dear ones, not a passing fancy. Here things began to happen rapidly and with sleight of hand. There have followed myriads of liquidations, foreclosures, and bankruptcies which were effected by the FDIC and FSLIC, which are under the total control of the Federal Reserve Board. Literally dozens of banks all over America quickly were, and are, being bought up. But the big question is by whom? Who has the money in sufficient amounts to make such purchases? Further, where could such sums of money originate? The great sums come from the higher oil price money that goes to the Arabs, then deposited into the international bankers' banks. The banks being purchased are then intentionally closed. Some of those banks are still solvent. They are also buying up farmland throughout America through the farmers who are now being put into bankruptcy because of the high American dollar, in relationship to foreign currency. At least this is the way it was up to a year or so ago. It is fluctuating somewhat at the present time, for other heinous things are underway which are the next step in the plan. I shall not go into those things in this document, for I intend to do a document relative to your economies. First, let us consider what is happening now and has been. For your past few years a lot of things are being done now through the Oriental communities. Also, we are going to now consider currency on a world basis. We will also point out why some of the monetary plans and money-making formats are valid and viable. Let us speak a bit about Mr. Marcos, who was recently deposed from the Philippines. This is most typical, friends, so watch the hands closely. A representative of the International Bankers Bank went to those ones and said, "Mr. Marcos, we will note all your loans and offer you alternatives. We will forgive all of your loans. You cannot pay them back, you cannot pay back the interest, you can't pay back the principal, but we would like to make you a bargain. We will just forgive the loans." Digress time. Remember, who did that money belong to that they loaned out to these third world places? It was not the bankers. Well, of course, it was that Arab money, because of the higher prices that the people all over the world had paid. So, back to what the bankers say, we'll just forgive your loans, the principal and the interest, and you never have to pay it back if, always the if. The if goes about as follows: you have to do away with your national currency, whatever it is. The dollar will be your currency basis of value. You will be set up with a type of debit card system instead of the usual currency system. Then, 2. You must give us perpetual rights to all of the natural resources in your country. Interestingly enough, it was right after that little gift gesture, that friendly little suggestion, that Mr. Marcos was deposed. Why do you suppose that happened? Well, Mr. Marcos was pretty feisty, and he told the international bankers where they could go right after they got immediately out of his country. He had no intention of giving them sovereignty over his country, and look what happened. Everyone in that country found that suddenly their social security number was synonymous with their credit number. Further, their central bank was to act as a wholesaler for credit, which in turn was extended to it by the new super bank which was announced by your Mr. Paul Volcker in the fall of 1985. That was ratified immediately by President Reagan. Just a fun aside for you who love to play with numbers and speculate about coincidence: the names and numbers, the digits, added up to 6. Lots of things around Mr. Reagan add up to 6s, even his retirement home address. I take very little stock in these things, but many of you seem to like the game. Also, because a president is not re-elected does not mean he is vanquished from the fray. A further contingent condition of the benevolent gift, if you will, of the International Monetary Fund, was that in order to help the economy of those countries, the IMF was going to nominate external, non-domestic corporations to properly engineer, exploit and excavate the minerals of those said countries who had just put those same mineral resources up as collateral. This would all, thereby, supposedly bring prosperity to those striving nations. Mr. Marcos was a bit sharper up front, however, and he pinpointed on the word perpetual in the contract. He realized that quite obviously he would be signing away the sovereignty of his nation. I make no comment or judgment regarding Mr. Marcos as a person, nor do I make comment about any individual. Those ones are of human format, not mine. I am just telling you the way it is and how some things happened. In the case of the Marcoses, it was only a matter of weeks before the bankers brought down the guillotine blade. Riots were financed by, and originated through, ones of the international bankers groups. It is never humanly wise to cross these ones. You see, Mr. and Mrs. Marcos were exploiting the people well enough on their own and did not wish to share. Let us not forget those holding companies of which I spoke. Remember holding companies 1 and holding companies 2? The second group was receiving credit from the first group of holding companies to purchase assets and liabilities from the prime banks. The only liabilities they would purchase were liabilities represented by certificates of deposits of the Arab nations. The assets they were buying were loans made to the debtor nations. Remember, it was designed that third world countries would default on the loans, which would bankrupt the holding companies which had purchased the Arab CDs from the banks. At such a point, the international bankers say to the Arabs, "Okay fellows, sorry, but all those billions of dollars in 30-year term deposits that you have been depositing all these years are gone. They were sold to a holding company, unattached to us, which loaned the money to third world countries which are bankrupt, broke, gone kaput. Sorry Mr. Arab, but as of today you are bankrupt. Just like that, all gone." You might ask, is it possible for the Arab world to go bankrupt? Really now, the richest people in the world with all that oil? It is a little bit shocking, isn't it? Poor souls, they didn't even know those CDs had been sold to those holding companies. They had deposited the money right into the New York bank as required. How could they possibly know they were transferred out and into bankruptcy-destined companies? How could they understand the inner manipulations of international financiers? They were nomads, they didn't know anything about business. One cannot even consider them foolish. How much of this intrigue do you know, much less understand? The Arabs could not know what they were up against. But now let us look at what has happened. Before the end of 1986, the Arab world became a bit aware of what was happening to them. The word went out that before May 1, 1987 millions and millions had to be transferred out of the Arab world into America, to start preparing for doomsday. Money was to be shifted into any kind of securities that were even halfway decent. Why do you think this was so? It was so that when the Arab sheiks came to the point of bankruptcy they could be sure the people under them, those millions of people of the Arab countries who have literally been kept by giveaway programs, could not get at them. They would have a place to run to and, hopefully, hide. Well, when this all comes down that these Arab countries have literally been sold out, innocently or knowingly, there will be uprisings, turmoil, and literally, massacres abounding. It is going to happen, friends, right in the Arab nations. This is why they have purchased, and set in place, silkworm-type missiles from China. Long-range, nuclear-capable, and they have the nuclear devices to arm them. Could it be they will be needed against their own peoples? The people are going to be quite irritated when they are no longer receiving anything from the oil revenues, that their own country is bankrupt and that further, they were sold out by their own leaders. At that point there will be mass migration of sheiks headed for America where they have already transferred the most of their assets. The Arabs were trying to make the big purchases by May of 1988, it is now a year and a half later. Do you not think things might be starting to come down pretty soon? Could it be relatively correlated in timing to savings and loan problems and private pension plan troubles and failing economy and dash? I continue to see problems as I look upon my scanners. The probability of you making it into your 1990 before a major depression is not reflected there. I see no way for you to make it past your fall season. You only need a couple more countries to default and your monetary system will collapse. You sit on the target for several methods of pulling you down into collapse. Well, back to the original story. We are talking of holding companies in trouble. The international bankers have removed responsibility from themselves. They passed the notes, etc. onto the holding companies who in turn made the bad loans. All that money belonging to the Arabs has been passed on into the holding companies. All the international bankers have to do is say to the Arabs, you are broke. As of today all gone. When the Arabs demand payment of the 30-year term notes, the holding companies are insolvent, simple as that, no funds broke. Do you see now, that this group made people some years back and now they can break them with equal speed and efficiency without being accountable? I fear, friends, it is not very different from what is being done unto you dear ones. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk 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 but, that is another story. What happens next after this point in insolvency and negotiations, is that the assets would have to be liquidated. The Arabs now have to liquidate. They bought farmland, for instance, all over America. Likewise they bought stocks in a lot of corporations as well as a lot of bonds and some other kinds of real estate. In fact, they have controlled a large portion of the New York Stock Exchange. Keep in mind the Japanese control a large portion, also. Let us look at the morning following the notice of bankruptcy. The Arabs will dump their stocks onto the New York Stock Exchange and what is going to happen when billions of dollars worth of their stock comes on the market? I am talking billions and billions of dollars and, suddenly, there it all is to be sold. What happens to farmland that is already depressed? In 1987 prime farmland that had been worth $3,000 an acre was less than $700 per acre because of deflation and the inability to repay farm loans. Now you have added drought and all sorts of other bad dreams. By the way, this deflation was brought about by your Federal Reserve System. Well, the Arabs don't want that farmland, they have all the problems they can handle. What happens to the price of the farmland? It is going right to the floor, isn't it? Brothers, when that happens with the value, what does it mean? It means it has no collateral value any longer. With no collateral value, how can a farmer borrow money next year for his crops? In turn, what happens to the crops? Who is going to feed the people? What is going to happen in the grocery markets? The results, of course, equates to hunger and scarce supply. Sad, brothers, but it is a well laid out plan working to perfection. It all boils down to control and how do you ever recover. Further, let us look at your stock situation. What is going to happen when these multitudes of stocks are dumped on the stock market? Chaos. What will be the result of catastrophic chaos? It has been designed to throw the American stock exchanges, private corporations, private business, American real estate and quite frankly, the people in general into a state of total confusion. Let me finish the plan for you. At the time of total confusion and inability to function, those benevolent bankers are going to come through with a save the world proposal. They are going to be prepared to eliminate cash because of its collapse. Secondarily, they must then stop drug trafficking. Then, they must also push to stop tax cheating. Now, what self-respecting American citizen can possibly be against such noble efforts? They, the bankers, have set up and orchestrated all of these programs and now will pretend to stop them. What will the average American do when your television says, look at what those dirty Arabs have done to you? What would you do? You are going to believe what they tell you, aren't you? You are going to be right up there in front saying, sure they did it to us. Those Arabs want to control the world. Pretty soon it will be, the Japanese want to control the whole world, and then, the Chinese want to control the whole world. You will join the chant that says, look, they bought up all of this major part of America. Look at all the money we have given them, and see what they have done. They have collapsed our stock market, etc., and so on. Aha, But here come your benevolent bankers and they are going to say to you, you have got to have a new currency, and then the next thing we will do is use that new currency to stop this dope trafficking. You know, that which is coming in from Central America and those other countries. Then, of course, we are also going to have a debit card to stop people from tax cheating because, after all, Mr. Public, if we don't do this we will never get ourselves back on our feet. So, brothers, if you'll just turn everything over to us benevolent bankers we will take care of everything and straighten out the whole mess. You know what, brethren? You will hop on that bandwagon and agree to your imprisonment like babes to candy. You will not only agree to it, you will demand it. For you will forget to hear the big if. You will get all this done for you if you will just take a debit card for you individually with our little old number on it. You will have just fallen for the old identification card scheme. How can this happen to you? Because you have never been told the truth, friends, and will you believe it now as I give it to you? No, most of you will discount me as a figment of some nut's wild imagination. So be it, for I am greatly saddened for you as a species. This has been a scenario about the Middle East. Where do you think you are today, and what do you think you will be when you have this new currency? It will only devalue the old dollar to zero. It is planned already and named already, the Phoenix. A little prior to this, there is a plan to bring forth an international credit card ID. Let us refer to it as a government ID card with your social security number on it, which would be, and get this because the next is important, satellite link through the Star Wars system. Does any of this sound familiar to you? This program of Star Wars is at least 60% geared towards this very purpose and only 40% for the claimed defense systems, etc. This major space link-up will facilitate the transmission of banking information throughout the world instantly. This would be a debit card with a number which would be required for you to do business, and friends, if you know anything at all about your biblical prophecies, God has already told you it will take place. Further, it will be done in such a clever way that you Christians who say you will never sign up nor participate will never see it hit you, and you will have joined the program without even realizing it. How else are you going to survive? Let us not be foolish in our claims, for you are dealing with most clever planners who have outthought you completely up to this date. Now, I hope you will believe me when I tell you that the Star Wars program of satellite systems is in place. Satellites are up there, friends. We of other planets are allowed to stop nuclear warheads. We are not permitted to touch satellites which are not geared to some type of nuclear detonation. Well, all those wonder-filled bits of technology called eyes in the sky and spy satellites for your security are really for the purpose of transfer of the very banking and income information which I have just been describing. It can set up immediate transfer of funds from all over the entire world, from the debit card, that the internationalists will see to it are established with every living person. You will be on the system whether you know it or not. In fact, you who are old enough to read these words, and every child is already entered therein. All information will be entered into a central computer, and from that place the world will come under instant financial control. So, dear Americans, you have just paid your hard-earned money to finance that program to initiate the banker's international credit card system and number system that will be implemented whether or not you choose of it. It is done, brothers, IT is in place, done. Don't tell me you will not participate. You are already a participant, dear little ones. Oh yes, what of your defense system? Doesn't look too good, does it? Well, we are not going to let those nuclear warheads out here in our space past 150 miles anyway. That is our prerogative, and we stop them or dismantle them. Do you not see, brothers, that this is the way the prophecies are coming into your focus? It is happening all about you, but you don't seem to know what it is you look for. Please, all I want you to do at present is hear me. There is naught you can do about it to any great extent as it stands. You who will hear me and mine own groups, hear me. You must utilize all of the remaining time to its maximum efficiency, for we will have to continue to work under the new systems. Our projects will never be less than excellent investments, and they must, and will, be funded. It needs to be done rapidly, however, before we are caught up in total collapse of the monetary system. We can work through depression if we have funding. Monetary collapse shuts us down for all practical purposes, until the system can be put on track and functioning. It can work and will work, for in these confused, rushed, and harassed days there is great madness to shift money and make money on money and etc. Countries such as China, Japan - all non-hard currency countries are desperate to convert to dollars. I will further tell you that your governments know we are here. They also know we are not here to interfere. We are here to walk our people through a transition, and we plan nothing subversive. We do plan good business ventures and welcome all who wish to participate. We have no communes, all work for fair reward. We plan good business with total integrity and latest technology. We are here to help, not overthrow. We are here only to walk our brothers through, for it will all come down just as the prophecies are given. There will be some very bad times ahead, most surely, if plans are not made for those days of tribulation. Let me speak a bit more regarding timing. I know that what I have said is truth. It was confirmed by top sources in Switzerland that by October of last year there were 12 debtor nations who had agreed to the proposal of debt forgiveness in exchange for perpetual consignment of natural resources. There only need to be one or two more that give enough leverage to announce the Arabs bankrupt. As of now, all the top leaders in the Arab world know the story, and they are scared to death about it. They don't know what they are going to do about it. There is actually nothing they can do about it. They certainly do not know how to announce it to their populace. There doesn't seem to be any way to get the information out to the people. Further, no one knows how to announce all this to the American people. It has been attempted by some and fallen on deaf ears. I hope that by the time many of you have read this document, there will be recognition of our presence in your space. What I tell you is truth. I would like now to sum up this scenario. Because the 20-to-1 debt-to-asset banking ratio also operates in reverse, that's how it is with leverage. It only takes about 5% of the third world countries to declare bankruptcy, and when they do, and they accept the plan of the international bankers, then the bankers can declare the bank holding companies bankrupt. Because of the reverse leverage of the loans, only 5% of the third world countries could basically declare the world bankrupt, and the ownership of all falls to the international bankers. When this program is initiated and in place, it will wind up with the international bankers owning all mortgages and all properties. What is that going to do to your country? What about the world? What control will they have when they initiate the debit card? It will be an automatic number which will be given and would be required because the country is devastated. It would then result that the international bankers, who are made up of all these secret and complex committees I have previously discussed, would now own the majority of the United States and most other countries, for all will fall in short order, would control the Arab world, and therefore, by about a 30-year plan of manipulation, will have brought the peoples of the world under control. 2 years ago, your Senator George Hansen said you had only about a year to get this under control, to get the information out and do something about it. Well, your year has passed into 2.5. How much have you heard about it? I doubt very much. Brothers, this is how men make slaves of their fellow men. It has, however, been prophesied since the beginning of your world that these things would come to pass. This statement is not to give you negative feelings. This is to tell you that you are in the time of the evolution of your planet where these things are now coming to be. I go through all this that you might recognize the signs which are all around you. The time, in your perception of time, is fleeting. The time we call sequence of events is fleeting. We have much to do, and we are here and available to assist you, ones of God and the children of your planet called Earth Terra. You are a sister planet to we of Pleiades. Many of our ones walk among you. There are many duties and jobs that must now be finished. The story, the work, will go out, for that is God's promise to man. His promise is to allow man to hear and to see, followed by proof. He will send these things through us of the Space Brotherhood. These things shall be documented and sent forth to man so that man can see what he wishes to do, what choices he wishes to make regarding his divinity. I am going to leave this portion now, that you once can ponder these things. We come in love and we can see farther than you. We have access to all records, so we can see and know. We can give assistance if we are so petitioned. And you might ask, why would you once do that? Because Father God, the totality, the light which is your source and my source, loved you enough to send forth his celestial Son, before us. We now serve that same Son who is our commander and act in his service. Further, for you who are our brothers, we will not leave you stranded on that place. Ye who do not yet know me, will come to understanding of our presence. I leave mine seal and my blessings on this portion, which I fear is quite lengthy. Please ponder it several times until you have understanding, for it is most important. Go Dharma, it has been such a terribly long session for you. Turn the papers over to the others that you may get some rest. Salu, Salu, Salu Hayton, moving to standby. Administrator. June 7, 2011, 22 minutes and 14 seconds. This notation added by a subsequent editor, Christ Lipens. Administrator. June 7, 2011, 22 minutes and 14 seconds. This notation added by a subsequent editor, Christ Lipens. PJ17b. Appendix B and C.